Τώρα σου δίνω ήχο στο Zoom. Το έχεις? Ωραία. Και στο recording σου δίνω. Και στο Zoom σου δίνω και στο recording. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ένα, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Δοκιμή. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the European Public Law Organization and of Circular Gaia, I would like to welcome you all to this Circular Gaia Symposium, which is being held today here at this historic monument where in May 1979, the act of accession of Greece to the then economic community, to Euratom and to the economic coal and steel community was signed. Tomorrow, our meeting will be held at the historic building of the EPLO premises in Plaka, next to the Roman and to the Athenian Agora, another important historic place. We are very happy to welcome you all. This is the Circular Economy Symposium par excellence, in the sense that we are promoting a new narrative on circular economy as the new economic model, contrary to the linear economy, one which unfortunately is still prevailing. Circular economy as the economic model which will enable us to preserve the resources of the planet, the scarce resources of the planet, to reintroduce in our economy critical raw materials, to reduce the environmental, climate, and energy footprint of any anthropogenic activity, and of course, to boost the energy transition with a view to reaching climate neutrality, as circular economy will not only reduce the emissions, the CO2 emissions, enabling us to meet the 2030 and the 2040 target of 90% reduction, but will also build resilience, which is extremely important for our citizens. The narrative and the concept we are promoting is a holistic one. It covers all the forms of circular economy, from renewable energy sources to electromobility, to waste and water management, to critical raw materials, new sustainable production and the consumption patterns. And of course, to be short, as we are in a historic monument with pillars, to give you the picture of this concept, think about three pillars. One of them is the green growth, the other is the digital economy, and the other is the blue economy. And the overarching triangle is the circular economy, which is mainstream to green economy, to blue economy, and to digital economy, which covers also AI. And in that respect, our aim is to mainstream circular economy in all the policy areas, and therefore be able to talk about circular agriculture, circular tourism, circular transports, and so on. And of course, circular entrepreneurship, as the private sector and the business sector is extremely important and needs to introduce environmental ESG patterns, environmental and social governance patterns, which are extremely important. This is the narrative we are promoting, and before giving the floor to Professor Flogaitis to welcome you, I just wanted to say that our concept is to start from the circular citizen, as all of us need to be circular citizens to reduce our environmental, climate, and energy footprint, circular household, circular companies, circular municipalities. We shouldn't speak anymore about smart. Circular is more holistic. Circular regions, and of course, circular states. These are best practices that we are trying to promote worldwide. Without ado, I would like to invite to the floor Professor Flogaitis, who is the director of the European Public Law Organization and the president of its board of directors. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Klevenis. Thank you, dear George. Dear ministers, dear former mayor of Thessaloniki, dear guests from Bulgaria, dear president, former president of the council, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to say a few words welcoming you to this important symposium, which is organized by the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the European Public Law Organization. I want to take this opportunity to thank George Kremlis, who is the heart of this institute, the person who inspired this new dimension of the EPLO and who gives substance into the development of an institute with so audacious goals. I would like to thank also the representatives of Bulgaria who are here with us, and it is also my honor to thank the President of Bulgaria, Mr. Radev, a person who gives all his authority and his help to the development of the EPLO in the world and in the relations of the EPLO with his country, Bulgaria. He has honored us also to be along with the President of the Hellenic Republic and the President of the Italian Republic when they inaugurated together the premises of the EPLO, which have been given by Italy in Rome on 22 May of last year. And we take this opportunity to ask you to kindly convey to him, also in person, the gratitude of this organization for his support. So, dear ministers, you are honoring the EPLO by your presence, and not only by your presence today, by your support, which we know that you always reserve for this organization, which, let us not forget it, is of Greek initiative. It is the only international organization which was produced on the initiative of the Greek Republic and with headquarters in Athens, Greece. Thank you, dear ministers. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Floridis. We are very proud to be part of the EPLO, which is growing. Now we are 15 with Capo Verde. I would like simply to inform you that this event is live streamed. We have registrations from more than 40 countries from 4 continents, which is very important for us. And now, without ado, I would like to ask for the video of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Bulgaria, Mr. Rumen Radev, to be projected.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and satisfaction that I address you today at the Circular Gaia Symposium, the Par Excellence International Forum on the Circular Economy. This conference stands as a driving force in promoting a new economic model that can boost the energy transition, lead us towards climate neutrality by 2050, and preserve the scarce resources of our planet. It also serves as a platform to reduce our energy, environmental, and climate footprint a goal that unites us all. Bulgaria is proud to be an active member of the European Public Law Organization, which has become a strong voice for circular economy, not only in its 15 member states, but also on the global stage. We are equally proud that Mr. George Kremlis, director of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the EPLO, and the driving force behind this symposium, serves as the ambassador of the EPLO to Bulgaria. Today, the context of our discussions is broader than circular economy alone. It is also about regional cooperation, strategic connectivity, and energy security. Bulgaria and Greece, standing side by side, have demonstrated that our region is no longer Europe's periphery, but it is strategic frontier. Together, we are setting an excellent example of cooperation in energy and connectivity. The gas interconnector, the floating LNG terminal in Alexandroupolis, the high-voltage electrical interconnector near Santa Maritza, the vertical gas corridors whose construction on Bulgarian territory has just begun, and the Alexandroupolis-Burgas oil pipeline project. All these strengthen energy security and diversification for our allies and partners. This successful cooperation is built on a clear political vision and strong will to act jointly. With the accession of Bulgaria to the Schengen area, our countries are no longer divided by borders. Alongside Romania, we are working to promote the interconnection of our energy networks, the development of renewable energy sources, and vertical transport and energy corridors stretching from the Black Sea to Aegean. These efforts complement the 3Cs initiative, which with the participation of Greece has become an even more strategic platform for connectivity in Europe. Circular Gaia allows us to link these goals with the broader framework of circular diplomacy. It enables us to share good practices, strengthen climate and environmental diplomacy, and promote sustainable entrepreneurship through ESG standards. It is a holistic platform that brings together governments, businesses, and academia. Bulgaria and Greece also look to the future, harnessing renewable energy potential, expanding digital infrastructure, and supporting innovation in data centers, AI, and advanced technologies. These areas open new horizons for cooperation, making our region a hub not only for energy and transport, but also for innovation and green growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our message is clear. Southeastern Europe is not a marginal area, but a strategic contributor to Europe's resilience, energy security, and climate transition. With political will, common vision, and regional solidarity, we can turn our region into a pioneer of the circular economy and a model of sustainable development. Let me express my sincere gratitude to our Greek friends and to all partners present today. Together, we will continue to deepen our cooperation and strengthen our common European home. Thank you.
On behalf of the EPLO and of Circular Gaia, we would like to thank wholeheartedly His Excellency, the President Radev, for his speech and for his vision and commitment to boost the cooperation between Greece and Bulgaria and promote energy transition in the region. I would like now to invite, and it is a great pleasure to do so, the Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Stavros Papastavrou, to take the floor.
Your Excellencies, dear friends, The pleasure is all, Mr. Professor Floraitis, dear professor, when I was at the law school, one of the most well-respected professors in public law and with significant contribution to the Greek academia, Mr. Kremlis. Today we have the EU Commission here in Greece and we're discussing the RRF. But I thought it was very important for me to take part in the conference because the narrative, the topic of the circular economy is something that is vital for Europe, but also for Greece. Greece has come a long way since the crisis. We're now outpacing the EU growth average. We have a significant decrease of the debt to GDP. It used to be in 2020 200%, 208. Now it's 154% debt to GDP. It's forecasted to become 120 by the end of the decade. Greece has lost 25% of its GDP between 2010 and 2019, a colossal loss, unprecedented in any OECD country. And this has resulted in a very fragmented operation in many areas of the economy. So the circular concept, the circular narrative is a must-do, is a sine qua non for Greece to accelerate even further. Therefore, the basis of the topic, I think, is of great importance because we need to preserve our natural resources. We need to have a holistic approach, as Mr. Kremlis said, a holistic approach in the areas of the economy, in the energy sector, in the environment, in the forestry, in the water. So I would like briefly to say a few words about some of these sectors, what we have done and what is our goal. Energy. Greece used to have more than 60% of its electricity coming from lignite back in 2005. So in 2005, 60+% of our electricity was coming from lignite. In 2025, in 20 years, this is down to 9%, where almost 55% of the electricity is coming from renewable. So a colossal transformation of the energy mix, from lignite to renewables in less than 20 years. And 10 out of these 20 years have been years of severe financial crisis, as I described earlier. And that also answers the question whether you can be active in the circular economy, active in the protection of the environment, at the same time move ahead with your economy. Economy and environment can go together, and Greece has proved that this is correct. On the renewables, we're now one of the 7th or one of the 10 most active countries, and we're now moving ahead into maturing our solar renewable energy with trying to incorporate the batteries, which is a maturity phase we're now entering. And for the first time in 2024, we became a net exporter of energy. Greece used to be a mere destination. We were importing 6 to 7 BCM in 2019, which we're consuming. Now we're importing 17 BCM, 11 out of which are going out. The President was kind enough to describe the vast network of interconnection between Bulgaria and Greece. And with Your Excellency earlier before the meeting, we're discussing how this is a lot more than a commodity. The interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, make no mistake, doesn't have a single one-dimensional economic factor. It's arteries that, as you said, create one economic polity. Yes, our countries are neighboring in the map, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, but in essence, they did not constitute one polity. We're not one economic territory because of past historic problems, because of borders, because of some of the countries being members of the Eurozone, some not. Now all these are abolished. Now it's up to our countries to create one economic polity, to use these pipelines as arteries that will revive and transform the region. And in that sense, circular economy plays a key role. And as I've been saying, I met with my colleague Zappeion 2 months ago in Sofia. We're together. I met him last week in New York. I've met my colleague of energy from Bulgaria more times and discussed with him than I've met any single Greek colleague of mine. We're meeting almost every month because that's a new reality. The task force, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania was suffering last year of a discrepancy of prices in energy between our section of the Europe and the North and the Central Europe, who had to cooperate. We had to cooperate and go together in the ministers' meetings with our European colleagues. We did that. The vertical corridor is not one country task. It's all of us cooperating and creating a product that the US LNG or the Qatar LNG will find attractive and will bring it in and bring it up to the Central and East Europe. There are so many areas that our cooperation is growing. At the same time, let me say that the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis is actively going forward in the sector of hydrocarbons. It's clear that it is a necessary bridge in the energy mix. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of planning, but now we're taking actions. Chevron and Hellenic Energy have expressed their interest. Exxon is already here. This is an area that we're trying to enhance the energy independence of the country, which in the troubled years that we're living is part of the national security. Energy security is the integral part of national security. And last but not least, as His Excellency the President alluded to, energy now is pivotal for the new historic challenge that all of our countries are facing, which is the AI race. For the AI race, the AI is transforming everything. We are going to be solving medical problems that have not been solved for decades. We're going to having assistance for combating the fires. There are so many areas that the AI is... The data centers, we were perceiving the data centers as a warehouse of information. They are laboratories of knowledge. The US Secretary of Interior, who is the head of the National Energy Dominance Council of the Trump administration, it doesn't sound very good, I explained to him in Europe the dominance, but he said something which I think epitomizes the issue. He said that we used to refer to that knowledge is power. All our generation has been brought up with our parents saying you need to educate. Knowledge is power. Now power is knowledge. Electric power will be creating knowledge. And in this area, the Prime Minister is in the forefront in Europe, and I know with his Bulgarian counterpart, in making sure that Greece, Bulgaria, and the whole region will not be left behind. And we're trying in Western Macedonia, in Kozani, to have one of the first big AI European centers. So, circular economy, making sure that we're using our renewables. We are, as I said, we're moving up to 55%. We're trying now to organize that by using the batteries, which we have not been very successful until now. But at the same time, we need to preserve our natural resources. And hence, we have, for the last 4 years, Greece has initiated the Antinero project, which is a project which allows a fast recovery for the areas that are of the fires that we're facing every summer. And actually, the head of the European Commission, Mrs. van der Leyen, in her State of the Union address on the 10th of September, recognized the Antinero as one of the emblematic projects that the EU funds can really help the country. But not only in the land, in the sea. The Prime Minister has announced in Nice the creation of the 2 marine protected parks, one in the Cyclades and one in the Ionian. And actually this weekend, in 2 days, the Prime Minister will go in Amorgos, a remote island in the center of the Aegean, who is sending a very strong message for the circular economy. 45 individual fishermen have decided collectively, unanimously, to self-limit themselves. They have recognized 3 areas of the islands as no fish zones. The fishermen have reduced their own territory of fishing. Why? Because they recognized, or they think, they hope, and they believe strongly that if they protect the sea will regenerate and will produce more for them. This is how they protect their own land, their own sea, their own life. So the Amorgos fishermen are sending a strong circular economy message. That if we just consume, if we just use, if we just fish, then at some point, in 1 year, in 10 years, we'll find out that this has resulted to a dead end. We need now to take into advantage. So, and at the same time, we're doing a lot of work in terms of zoning. Greece has had decades of tens or hundreds of laws, ministerial decisions in terms of zoning. The real estate property is a basic, is an integral part of its Greek family. But at the same time, we have burdened it, the professor is very well aware of it, with numerous laws, numerous legislation, Supreme Court decisions, and in the end of the day, no one knows what exactly is applicable. So a historic work is going to be passed by the Parliament. We're going to have the first code of zoning, which will translate 170 laws into one code, laws that some of them exist for 102 years. So some of the younger lawyers or mechanics would not even understand the language. This will become one concise code. I could go on and on, but the basic idea is that either we preserve, either we plan in a way that is holistic, that takes into account the present, but also the future, or we stand to lose together. We win and work together, or we lose together. Thank you very much for the invitation.
I would like to thank Minister Papastavrou for his thorough presentation and the recent important achievements of Greece as regards the environmental sector and the energy sector. Greece is promoting the protection of biodiversity. It has developed marine spatial planning initiatives which were long expected. And of course, in the energy sector, important projects are currently developed, also as regards hydrocarbons, but more importantly, as regards renewable energy sources, which are extremely important for the energy transition. I would say that Greece is becoming an energy hub, a green energy hub, and there are also, as you know, Mr. Minister, hydrogen projects as regards hydrogen corridors to be developed with Bulgaria. We are very happy that the cooperation between Greece and Bulgaria as leaders in the region is promoted, and that this will lead also to vertical access that in the future will serve the reconstruction of Ukraine, something which is extremely important. Without ado, I would like now to give the floor to Minister Theocharis. As Minister Papastavrou has said, he has a very important meeting with a very important delegation from the European Commission, so soon he will have to leave us. Minister Theocharis is the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. We are very happy to have him with us. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. After this comprehensive speech by the Minister of Energy and the Environment, Mr. Papastavrou, I think there are very few things really to add, but the point that I kept from this exposition was the complexity of what lies ahead. This is a very, very important endeavor. This is a big and lofty mission that we have. It's a transformative mission for the conference as well, as it shapes the dialogue on the transformation of the economy from a linear economy to a circular economy. And we all know the idea that this evokes. The line has an end. It's a cul-de-sac. You stop somewhere. You cannot go further. Whereas a circle goes round and round, producing prosperity for our economies, producing prosperity for our societies, and social peace, without ever ending and allowing us to move forward in a sustainable way. So we need to stand united in the conviction that this can happen, that there are ways to move from where we are now to where we should be. And we need to stand united in understanding that the size of the task is a huge one. It's a task that has to involve the whole of the planet. And as a result, the basis of success is the only ingredient that we need, which is cooperation. We cannot solve this as a country. We cannot solve this as a small region in the Balkans or Central and Eastern Europe. We cannot solve it even as Europe united. We can only do it at the level of the planet. So this is a time of unprecedented challenges, unprecedented change, and we can only do it, as I said already, united. This is also a timely event because the circular economy, the transformation, is not very much in vogue. We see retrenchment. We see countries reneging on their promises. I was just reading about the pledges of one UK party that's going to the conference, that they're going to rip apart the Environment Act that's already instituted. So we see that the narrative is different than before. Now, there are good reasons for that. I'm not saying that this is happening for no reason, meaning that we have to also take those reasons into account and rethink our plans. But it doesn't mean that we need to abandon our target. It doesn't mean that we need to abandon the logic. Now, as the minister said about AI and energy, the needs for energy are accelerating faster than what was predicted only a few years ago. We take directly energy and transform it into intelligence. This is the most direct way. We as human beings, this is what we do. We take food and energy and we use it to power our brains and transform it into intelligence. Now we've taken ourselves away from the equation and we put it in a data center doing that. I'm obviously oversimplifying, but it just means that the hunger for energy is now bigger than ever. And a lot of the prosperity that we have taken for granted is really dependent on us finding solutions for that. So Greece believes that the targets should be there. It was already mentioned that we are on 55% renewables, and our target is to have over 75% by 2030. I think we will reach 80% renewable energy production by 2030. So we have a National Circular Economy Action Plan, 21-25, that lays out 71 concrete actions to embed circular practices across sectors. So we are ambitious. We are following strategic plans, and we're implementing them with some more successful actions than others. I'm going to be the first to admit that. But we continue in this vein. So we have a lot of initiatives. We're accelerating renewable energy now with offshore wind ambitions. We have planned, zoned areas where offshore wind can happen in Greece. So offshore wind is very successful for other countries. So we have reached this 55% without effectively using it. Hydrogen was already mentioned. That's another big initiative. We're building a green energy backbone. A lot of interconnector projects. We cannot solve this problem without increasing our interconnections. I'll give you a very simple example. We are planning to bring energy through the Greece-Egypt interconnection. Wind energy, because this is what we're missing. We have enough solar energy, but unless we connect northbound, then this connection from Egypt to Greece might even destabilize our system. So we have at the same time the need to connect northbound. So we're innovating in a number of ways. AI, we are in the process of agreeing with one country on a G2G agreement on cooperating with AI. Our Prime Minister will have in the next few weeks more to say about that. I'm responsible for setting up this agreement. So Greece wants to be at the forefront of that innovation, and that forces us to think about solutions. And we need to then take the AI advantage and use it to solve the problems that we cannot solve today, including the problems of circular economy. So I think AI solutions can be part of the innovation that has to happen in order to solve in a very economically sound way. We're mobilizing green finance in order to achieve this transition. So basically Greece, if you like, has thought its own image in a different way. We want to be at the center of innovation for the circular economy. We want to be a laboratory for solutions. That's why we're supporting various solutions, and that's why the ministries are open to discussing with various actors, be it think tanks or private initiatives, or anyone that really has the capacity, the academia, that has the capacity to shape a project that will, that needs support and will change the future for the best. So we need to, as I said, and I'll close with that, we need to do more, and I think we need to do it in a number of ways. First, we need to be bold and visionary, reimagining our future of our economies for the 21st and 22nd century. So unless we are ambitious, we can never achieve anything. Second, we need to strengthen regional cooperation and diplomacy. We need to think of the circular economy as shaping a new kind of diplomacy, the circular diplomacy that will also lead to more cooperation. Third, we need to involve all stakeholders, public and private. That's why I mentioned our openness to discussing with everyone involved. And finally, we need to ensure that no one is left behind. We're doing this for the whole of the population. We're doing it for us, we're doing it for our children that are born, but I think most importantly, we're doing it for the children that are not yet born, the generations that are yet to come. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Minister Theocharis for his vision, starting from his last, yes, he's very busy too, he has to leave us, so I will say a few words in his absence. His vision, and I will say a few words on what he said at the end. The future generations, even the kids that are not yet born. And we will be happy to provide an award this evening to young people who have been pioneering innovative initiatives and robotics. The future is for the new generations. Unfortunately, some leaders in our planet consider things up to the term of their mandate, and they do not see the future. It is for us to stress the importance for the future generation, which is a duty that we all have vis-à-vis the Sustainable Development Goals and vis-à-vis our planet. I would like now to move from the circular fishermen of Amorgos to the European Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Kostas Kadis, who formerly was Minister in Cyprus in different important portfolios. One of them was the environment portfolio. We have met at that time. Subsequently, he was also Minister of Education, of Agriculture, and we are now very, very happy that he has an extremely important portfolio for our region, for the Mediterranean, which is the one for fisheries and oceans. Mr. Kadis will connect with us online. You are most welcome, Commissioner. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremlis. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and an honor to address you at the opening of the Circular Gaia Symposium, organized by the Institute of Circular Economy and Climate of the European Public Law Organization and by Circular Gaia. And allow me to begin by warmly thanking the organizers and all supporting partners for their vision in bringing together such a distinguished gathering to discuss on circular economy. I also extend my congratulations for establishing this symposium as a high-level forum for circular diplomacy, uniting climate, energy, and environmental action across regions that are of key importance to Europe and to the rest of the world. And of course, I regret not being able to join you in person today at the Zappeion Megaroom, this historic monument at the heart of Athens. Nevertheless, thanks to the opportunities of modern technology and this live stream, I'm glad to share with you how our ocean and blue economy policies connect with the broader objectives of circularity, resilience, and climate action. And central to this mission is the European Ocean Pact, one of the key priorities of my mandate, which we delivered last June. The Ocean Pact is actually the first ever holistic EU strategy for the preservation and sustainable management of our ocean. It integrates EU ocean policies into a horizontal framework. It establishes a unified vision for the ocean and its governance, harnessing the potential of our blue economy and overcoming past fragmentation. Implementation will require coordinated efforts among governments, industries, scientists, and communities, mainstreaming sustainable practices globally. A core element is the ocean climate nexus. As you know, our oceans absorb 30% of anthropogenic carbon emissions, playing a critical role in climate regulation. Yet rising temperatures, biodiversity loss, and acidification threaten this capacity. The EU remains fully committed to its climate objectives and to encouraging global partners to reduce emissions. Biodiversity protection is equally crucial. The Ocean Pact supports member states in restoring coastal and marine habitats and in reaching our targets of protecting 30% of our seas, including 10% under strict protection. And in this context, I'm very pleased that I'm traveling to Greece next weekend to launch, along with Prime Minister Mitsotakis, this new protected area in Amorgos Island. And it is very important that this protected area has been designated and will be managed with the contribution of local stakeholders. Coastal communities are at the heart of the Ocean Pact. They are essential to a sustainable blue economy, yet they face the combined challenges of climate change and limited diversification. The European Commission is committed to supporting adaptation strategies and fostering business models that benefit both people and nature, including European blue carbon reserves. Across coastal communities, our pact recognizes the pressures from expanding maritime activities, which transcend borders, and calls for enhanced regional cooperation. In this direction, the EU has developed regional frameworks to promote sustainable blue economies across sea basins. In the Mediterranean, for example, we support the Union for the Mediterranean and the Western Mediterranean Initiative, and in this context, the Ocean Pact extends support to the development of a blue economy strategy in the Eastern Mediterranean as well. In line with our regional strategies, the circular economy is central to our transformation, turning waste into resources. The EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030 supports projects that advance a carbon-neutral blue economy. And between 2021 and 2023, our energy transition efforts within blue sectors received a boost with 28 million invested to reduce CO2 emissions in fisheries, tested across 16 demonstration and pilot sites in 9 European countries. And these projects reflect our broader commitment to the energy transition in EU fisheries and aquaculture. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the discussions of this symposium are particularly timely. In the light of the outcomes of COP29 and with the view of COP30 in Belém, Brazil, our collective efforts to advance circular economy patterns and sustainable financing will be instrumental in shaping the global response to climate change. Initiatives like the Ocean Pact reflect our shared determination to redefine the relationship between economies and the marine environment. So let us seize this opportunity to lead by example, accelerating the transition towards climate neutrality and resilience in our seas and coastal areas. And I'm convinced that your exchanges will greatly contribute to strengthening our joint vision of a circular economy and a resilient, sustainable ocean that secures prosperity for future generations. I'm looking forward to receiving the conclusions and recommendations that Circular Gaia will draw. And I thank you once again, and I wish you a very successful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cadiz, for being with us. And thank you for highlighting the importance of what we call circular blue economy, yes, which is in your portfolio and which is extremely important for our oceans and for our marine resources and all the projects that are currently developed in the maritime spatial plans, be it energy projects, be it fisheries, aquaculture projects, which need to be circular on their own. Therefore, your portfolio is extremely important in that respect, as the footprint of all the activities in the oceans and the fisheries and aquaculture activities is high. And we need to reduce it and to make them circular with the view to have them contributing to the goals, not only the Sustainable Development Goals, but the goals of the Green Deal and of circular economy. It was great to have you with us. We wish you good luck in your meetings in Greece next week. Looking forward also to important achievements that are currently developed in Greece to protect our marine biodiversity. I would like now to move to the next speaker, Mrs. Angeliki Varela, who is the president of the Greek National Tourism Organization. She is representing Minister Olga Kefalogianni, who was planning to be with us. Unfortunately, she had an unforeseen commitment, but we are very happy to have Mrs. Varela with us. The floor is yours.
Glasses, good morning. Esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and a great honor to be here on behalf of the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Olga Kefalogianni, at the Circular Gaia Symposium, an initiative that reflects the urgency of our times and the need for a collective response. Climate change is an accelerating process that entails risks with potentially irreversible global consequences. It has therefore become clearer than ever that protecting our natural environment must be placed at the very core of policy making. Tourism, which is our responsibility, is a critical part of this dialogue. It is both a driver of prosperity and, if not properly managed, a source of pressure on fragile ecosystems. A rapid transition to truly sustainable tourism is therefore the necessary step forward. Our challenge is to transform tourism into a model of circular economy practices where resources are reserved, waste is minimized, and value is created in harmony with nature. This commitment does not come without obstacles, whether from lack of awareness of circular practices or from competing economic interests. Yet, this must not delay our action. The transition to a circular economy is not only a necessity, but also an opportunity. An economy in which the life cycle of products and resources is significantly prolonged offers a pathway to competitiveness, resilience, and environmental stewardship. Tourism represents a large share of GDP for many countries in our region, and it supports millions of livelihoods. Yet, undeniable, the sector is resource-intensive. Hotels, resorts, marinas, and transport networks consume significant amounts of energy and water while contributing to carbon emissions and waste. This is where circular tourism becomes essential. It is not a niche concept, it is becoming a necessity and can set the tone for broader sustainable development across the region. By embedding circular economy principles through energy efficiency, waste reduction, resource reuse, sustainable supply chains, and biodiversity protection, we can turn tourism into a champion of climate neutrality. Allow me to share some of the work we are doing in Greece, which we believe can inspire and also be enriched by the experiences of our partners here today. Our strategy aims to balance the benefits of tourism with the need to safeguard the natural environment. This includes facilitating the upgrading of hotel infrastructure with a focus on renewable energy and encouraging eco-friendly investments. Tourism infrastructure projects administered by the Greek Ministry of Tourism and funded by the Recovery and Resilience Facility also include provisions aligned with the EU's blue and green growth priorities. Furthermore, the Ministry is promoting a pioneering classification system for hotels based on sustainability criteria, which will evaluate and certify hotels and smaller lodgings according to their environmental performance. It has also introduced new tools for systematic data collection on tourism. To monitor the implementation of our sustainable development strategy, we are creating a platform for a national observatory for sustainable tourism development. In addition, a research and monitoring center for coastal and maritime tourism in the Eastern Mediterranean was established by law in 2023. This project, launched in cooperation with the World Tourism Organization, will facilitate the collection and dissemination of data on coastal and marine tourism, with several countries in the region already expressing their interest in participating. Overall, these initiatives aim to ensure that tourism does not operate in isolation, but becomes fully integrated into the broader transition towards climate neutrality, energy transition, and circular economy patterns. Now, an essential component is this transition is financing. We are therefore working to align tourism projects with green financing streams that reward circular and sustainable investments. In practice, this means channeling support towards hotels and resorts that adapt renewable energy, marinas that integrate circular waste systems, and transport solutions that reduce carbon intensity. It also means supporting digital tools and innovation that can help us monitoring impacts, track progress, and adapt quickly. Across Greece and throughout our region, we already see encouraging process. Hotels reducing energy use through renewable integration, destinations adapting comprehensive sustainability strategies, and islands positioning themselves as laboratories for carbon-neutral travel. These examples demonstrate that circular tourism is achievable and can deliver concrete results. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is an engine of development and, if thoughtfully managed, a beacon of sustainability. By embracing circular economy principles, aligning with green financing, and fostering cross-border cooperation, we can ensure that the livelihoods, ecosystems, seas, and coasts that define our region remain sources of life and prosperity. Ultimately, we must not lose sight of the fact that there is no room for hesitation. We must reassess our practices, cut emissions, and adapt the principles of reducing, reusing, and recycling without delay. A decisive shift towards sustainability, tourism development is an absolute urgency. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank Mrs. Varela for her speech on circular tourism. Tourism, especially the all-inclusive, has a high environmental, climate, and energy footprint. And in that respect, the initiatives that have started in Greece to promote green tourism, green hotels, ESG patterns in the hotels, and Greece as a green destination are extremely important. We are facing in some destinations in the European Union problems of over-tourism. This is a big problem as the carrying capacity of the environment cannot afford the over-tourism problem. Recently in Greece, we had some over-tourism problem. This is something which needs to be solved in the broader context of the circular tourism framework which we are promoting. Commissioner Apostolos Tzikostas, in charge of transport and tourism, a very important portfolio for our region, wanted to be with us. Unfortunately, because of other commitments, he was not able to join, but he has sent a video which can project immediately on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to open the Circular Gaia Symposium. My only regret, of course, is that I cannot be with you in person in Athens, but I'm glad I have the opportunity to underline the importance of this symposium that comes at a decisive moment. The climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here. It is disrupting lives and livelihoods across Europe, reminding us that our infrastructure, our economy, and our societies are deeply vulnerable. And at the same time, we know that Europe can and must lead in building resilience through climate neutrality, through the circular economy, and through smart investments in sustainable sectors. This is not only an environmental duty, it is path to competitiveness, innovation, and jobs. As Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and Tourism, I see every day how these two sectors are at the heart of the transition. Transport and tourism connect people. They move goods, ideas, and experiences across borders, but they also consume resources and they generate emissions. So if we want to keep them driving prosperity, they must also drive sustainability. That is where the circular economy comes in. A circular economy is not an abstract concept. It is a practical, common sense way of thinking. It means keeping materials in use for longer, designing products for durability, and reducing waste. So opting for cost-efficient products, systems, and services with the lowest environmental impact and the longest life cycle can make a real difference for both transport and tourism. And this is already happening. At EU level, regulations on batteries and packaging will improve resource efficiency. And innovative private and public companies are also making a difference. The Paris public transport operator has selected eco-design solutions for its new low-emission rolling stock. And the Polish Public Transport Authority has converted diesel buses into trolley buses that run on electricity. Just to name a few examples. In tourism, the EU Eco-label can help travelers identify hotels that fit specific principles regarding environmental management, energy and water consumption, CO2 emissions and waste generation. The interest in the EU Eco-label is growing today, but we want to move even faster, especially in Southeast Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to a circular economy will not happen by itself. We need leadership at every level, European, national, regional, and local. We need financing and investment to match ambition. And we need to cooperate across borders, because seas, rivers, and ecosystems do not stop at national frontiers. And we also need platforms like the Circular Gaia, where ideas are exchanged, partnerships are formed, and concrete action begins. In Southeast Europe, the potential is enormous. The seas that surround us, the Aegean, the Ionian, the Black Sea, are rich in biodiversity, culture, and economic opportunity. So one of our key goals is to protect our seas while creating sustainable growth. This is exactly what we are working on through the three major European policies that I will present in the coming months: the port strategy, the maritime strategy, and the first ever European strategy for tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, we are today at a crossroads. We can continue with outdated models that consume more than our planet can give, leaving us weaker in the face of climate shocks, or we can choose the circular path, one that makes our economies more resilient, our societies fairer, and our seas and coasts healthier for future generations. I believe the choice is clear. And I believe that in Southeast Europe, with its creativity, its dynamism, and its history of adaptation, we can show the way forward. So I thank you for your commitment. I wish you fruitful discussions, and I certainly look forward to the results of your work. Thank you.
I would like to thank Commissioner Zydikostas for his vision for the two important sectors that he's in charge of, namely transport and tourism. In the sector of transport, an important achievement of Commissioner Zydikostas is that he has secured additional amounts for the Connecting Europe facility, which are extremely important for the trans-European networks of transport, namely railways and motorways, and we need to promote the vertical access, starting from Greece, from the Aegean, going through Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova to Ukraine. We are very happy to have representatives from the Embassy of Ukraine together with us. These are very important projects for the reconstruction of Ukraine in the future, which we'll hope will happen soon. I would like now, without ado, as time is flying, to propose the next video to be projected, which is the video of Commissioner Katerina Zakharieva from Bulgaria. She's in charge of startups, research, and innovation, and she has been the Minister of Justice at the time when Bulgaria has acceded to the EPLO.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to thank the European Public Law Organization and its Circular Economy Climate Institute for the opportunity to address you today. I think it is a great and absolutely essential to have events of this magnitude on these topics not only in Brussels, but also in Sofia, in Athens, and across our region. And I'm glad that so many of my colleagues could make it in person today. So you will be able to hear from them, too, that in fact the circular economy and the green agenda is not out of fashion in Brussels. And this Commission is not backtracking on it. We are making it fundamentally better. For us, sustainability is competitiveness. Circularity is strategic autonomy. We want to do more with less, at a speed which both preserves our leadership and allows business and people to adapt. And we do our utmost to simplify regulation wherever we can. Actually, we want to go much further. Research and innovation are at the heart of a competitive economy and can deliver the technological solutions for us to achieve our ambitious policy objectives. And we want Europe to be the best place to do business and to do science. We want the best global talents to choose Europe. We want companies to start and scale and manufacture here. All this means a fundamental shift of the economy, not only towards sustainability and circularity. We need one based on knowledge, adequate skills, innovation, and invention mindset. This is why the Commission has proposed to double the budget of Horizon Europe for the next 7 years. We have presented a comprehensive strategy for our startups, and I'm working on a far-reaching European Innovation Act. We are advancing in setting up the first of its kind Scale Up Europe Fund with public and private capital. But you don't need to wait us. You can ask yourselves already today, why is this process not circular? Or why are those products not more sustainable? There is a lot we can do already today, and much more we can achieve in the future by working together. Rest assured, the Commission will be there to support you.
I would like to thank Commissioner Zakharieva for her speech. She has a very important portfolio for all those who are involved in Horizon 2020 projects, which are extremely important for research and innovation. She's also co-leading Erasmus, and the startups are extremely important because they create new jobs, green jobs. And in that respect, the knowledge-based approach that she's promoting as a green and circular knowledge-based approach is extremely important. I would like now to invite to the floor Mrs. Alexandra Sofia Toia, who is the CEO of the Hellenic Recycling Agency. The Hellenic Recycling Agency, for our foreign friends, is extremely important to promote recycling, circular economy, reuse, and the pyramid of waste management. So we are very happy to have her with us in person. The floor is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be here today among so distinguished guests at the opening of the Circular Gaia Symposium to speak about circularity on behalf of the Hellenic Recycling Agency, in Greek, EOAN, an institution committing to promoting environmental responsibility and sustainable practices across Greece. In this point, I would like to thank personally Mr. Kremlis, whose dedication and vision continue to inspire our shared mission for a sustainable future. Thank you, Mr. Kremlis. In my opinion, this symposium is more than a scientific and policy meeting. It is a forum where ideas, innovation, and collaboration converge to tackle one of the most pressing challenges of our time, accelerating the transition to a truly circular economy in the face of climate crisis. At EOAN, we strongly believe that circularity it's not just about waste management or recycling. It is about rethinking design, production, consumption, and regeneration of projects, rethinking of the entire life of a product, and building systems that respect planetary boundaries while fostering innovation, growth, and social well-being. Waste production and management determine the level of circularity of our economy, and waste management in particular is perhaps the most suitable area for implementing circular practices, especially at the local government level. In recent years, Greece has made significant strides in the field of waste management and specifically infrastructure. To give you an example, in 2019, only 3 waste treatment plants were in operation and 5 under construction. Today, 13 waste treatment management plants are operating and another 26 are under construction 6 years later. And by then, in 2025, the tender process of the last 3 units will be completed, and all this using the public-private partnerships model. For decades, uncontrolled dumping was a major challenge for our country, an enormous problem for our natural environment, a source of pollution for the soil, the water, the atmosphere, a serious risk to public health, and a cause of substantial EU penalties. In 2014, Greece recorded 70 active and 223 inactive, uncontrolled landfills. Today, only 17 remains, of which only 3 are active. These efforts mark a clear shift, but they're not enough. Our performance in reuse, source separation, and recycling still requires improvement, and the fundamental objectives remains clear. Waste management must follow the principles of the circular economy. We have taken on the challenge to meet the EU target of reducing landfilling to below 10% by 2030. And we're working really intensively to achieve it. Many member states still face difficulties in meeting both landfilling and recycling targets, and this is making our efforts even more crucial. In this context, a major reform underway is the deposit refund system for plastic and metal beverage bottles. Once fully implemented, and we hope that will come very soon, citizens will have access to a network of 15,000 return points across Greece, where they can easily return bottles of water, beer, and soft drinks, and receiving a deposit refund of 10 or 15 cents. This system provides clear materials, boosts recycling rates, and fosters a circular mindset among citizens. Another key priority is the strengthening and restructuring of our alternative management waste systems, such as for packaging, along with the full and proper implementation of the extended producer responsibility principle. These reforms ensures that producers will take responsibility from one hand, and that waste is managed efficiently, transparently, and in line with the circular economy principles. Despite the progress we have made, new and demanding challenges lie ahead. At the European level, we must meet ambitious and new recycling targets and integrate waste management with climate and digital transformation policies. The European Green Deal on one hand, the Circular Economy Action Plan guide these reforms as Europe moves from directives to regulations, ensuring uniform rules and a faster and more effective implementation. At national level, we must continue strengthening infrastructure, fostering innovation and green investment, combating plastic pollution, and cultivating a stronger environmental culture among citizens and businesses. In this point, the crucial question is, how do we meet these challenges? And I think that the answer is clear: through joint effort of all stakeholders, through synergies, fully leveraging EPR systems and learning from best practices, supporting local authorities and the waste management sector to improve performance and recycling rates, engaging citizens and businesses to embrace the principles of reduce, reuse, and recycle. I'm confident that through collaboration, knowledge exchange, and decisive action, we can transform today's challenges into opportunities. Together, we can build a resilient, sustainable, and circular future for generations to come. I look forward to our discussion today and tomorrow, the exchange of ideas and the solution we will develop together during the Symposium. And I wish you all an inspiring and fruitful Circular Gaia Symposium. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Mrs. Toia for this substantial overview of the waste management situation in Greece. There are some promising initiatives as regards the development of economic instruments, DRS, pay-as-you-throw, extended producer responsibility. We will have the opportunity to discuss them in the next panels. And of course, what is very important is what Mrs. Toia has highlighted, Waste are resources that need to be reintroduced in the economy as either raw materials or secondary products or even critical raw materials. As in waste, we can also find critical raw materials. And in that respect, the waste sector is key for circular economy. For many people, circular economy is waste management. It's much more than that, but the sector is indeed very key. The last but not least speaker that I would like now to invite to the floor is Konstantinos Zervas, former mayor of Thessaloniki, with a very important record as a mayor, who currently represents KEDE, the Union of the Greek Associations, and who is also the representative of KEDE as president of the Committee of Circular Economy and Water Resources abroad in the European institution. The floor is yours, sir.
So, distinguished guests, researchers, colleagues, and friends from Greece and abroad. Professor Kremlis, I don't know if it's a privilege or a penalty to speak the last of a long series of people who address to today's audience, but I try to be short in order to forward to the so interesting panels. So we gather here at a decisive moment when science, governing, and civic action can together redesign the ways we produce, we consume, and care for the planet. Across the European Union, we already see the first returns of that redesign. The EU circular material use rate stands at roughly 13 to 14%, and nearly half of municipal waste is now recycled. Still, the task ahead is vast. EU citizens produce about 480 kilograms of municipal waste per person each year, and bio-waste separate collection is only partially rolled out across the bloc. The policy framework is moving fast. Eco-design rules, recycled content targets, and digital product passports are creating the conditions for a real market in secondary materials. But implementation must accelerate. Here at home in Greece, the challenge is even harder. Our circular material use lacks the EU average, and resource productivity remains below many of our European partners. Nationally, we generate roughly 500 to 600 kilograms of municipal waste per person every year, while recycling rates typically is in the 20–25% range, and separates bio-waste collection still limited to pilot areas. In many regions, we still rely heavily on landfill. But that is not a verdict, it is a call of action. As former mayor and representing the Union of Greek Municipalities, I believe that the circular transition is practical, local, and profoundly empowering. It means simple, visible measures that change daily life. Separate bio-waste collection, feeding community composting, repair and reuse hubs, turning discarded items into jobs and local values. Municipal procurement that buys durable, repairable, and recycled content products, so public money builds local circular markets. Over the next few years, Greek municipalities will roll out separate bio-waste collection across all districts, open community composting sites in every borough, and embed circular criteria into all major municipal tenders. We will partner with other local authorities, the government, and SMEs to host living labs and to train workers for the jobs circularity creates. And we will prioritize fairness. No added cost for each household that already suffered from high cost of living, no workers left behind, and no neighborhood asked to shoulder disproportionate costs. Ladies and gentlemen, this must be a just transition, but municipal ambition alone will not suffice. Circular solutions must scale across borders. We need interoperable standards and predictable demand for secondary materials so recycled products can move easier and at better cost. We need stronger producer responsibility that internalizes waste cost and funds collection and recycling. We need digital product passports and harmonized definitions so companies, consumers, and city governments can trust the safety and quality of secondary inputs. This symposium matters because it brings together all these people who make that scaling possible. Scientists turning hypotheses into pilots, policy makers translating pilots into regulation, entrepreneurs and investors building these supply chains, and community leaders ensuring social inclusion. So please share your evidence and help us design the standards that will let circular materials flow safely and profitably for everyone. Let me close with a simple truth. Every ton we keep circulated is a ton we do not extract, a ton of emissions avoided, a ton of local value created. The circular transition is a climate action, an industrial renewal, and a social opportunities rolled into one. Here in our neighborhoods and our institutions, we can prove that circularity is possible, fair, and prosperous. I invite all you to work with us to pilot, to measure, to scale, and most important, to implement. Together, let us close this loop for our cities, for Europe, and for Gaia itself. On behalf of the Union of Greek Municipalities, I thank you for your invitation. Mr. Kremidis, you are always for us an inspiration. Thank you very much for your commitment and for your efforts. And I will be really happy to hear all the other members of this very interesting symposium. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Mr. Konstantinos Zervas for sharing with us his experiences as a successful mayor with the problems on the ground and his vision about what needs to be done. What needs to be done is a lot and is important. I would like to refer to what you've said, the separate collection of waste, bio-waste streams, which are extremely important, as bio-waste are a very important fraction of the so-called green bin, and they can produce biofuels, compost, and be valorized in the best possible ways. And of course, there are also initiatives about waste to energy. We will have the opportunity to speak in during the panel that I would like now to call. So I would like now to invite the panelists of the panel. We are a little bit late. I apologize for that. But we are very happy to start with the first panel. Please join us and be seated. Κάτσε εκεί στην πρώτη τελευταία. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to be the moderator of a panel of distinguished speakers that I will have the opportunity to present in a while. The panel is entitled Circular Economy. I would say the heart of circular economy, the first panel, National, European Union, and International Framework. I will start from the left. There is no order, just the sitting has happened like that. Professor Konstantinos Saravosis is the Vice President of the Greek Regulatory Authority for Energy, Waste and Water, a regulatory authority which has expanded as it was only the Energy Authority and covers now waste and water, becoming extremely important for circular economy. And he's also the UNESCO shareholder on green innovation and circular economy, professor of the National Technical University of Athens. Next to him, Dr. Aurel Ciobanu-Dordea, director in DG Environment of the European Commission, in charge of circular economy. So, if I may refer to a guru in the European Union for circular economy, this is Aurel Ciobanu-Dordea. Next to him, Konstantinos Zervas, that you know. Next to Konstantinos, you have Mr. Ermis Panayotopoulos, who is the head of sustainability advocacy, EMEA and Endorama Ventures, board member of European and Recoup, chair of PetCore, Europe's advocacy. And next to him, last but not least, we have the Secretary of State of Slovenia for Environment, Mr. Uroš Vagel. As you can see here, we have the government level, we have the private sector, we have the European Commission, so this is a panel where you will have all the views presented. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to the speakers for a first 3 minutes intervention on the topic. And the second round will be on a dedicated question which will be asked to each of them. So I will start from the European Union level and the European Union umbrella that we all serve. And then we will move to Minister Vagel and then to Mr. Aravosis and so on. Aurel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be again in Athens. So far this morning, I've heard two things. I've seen two things. First of all, I've seen the catalytic role that George Kremlis continues to play in the field of environmental debates, debates about energy, circular economy, climate change, and I appreciate, George, your continued commitment and the fact that every year you organize at least this type of event as venue for policymakers and also economic operators to come and debate together about this. And the second thing that I've heard was about the importance of energy for the resilience of our economies and societies. But I've heard less, unfortunately, and I think we have an opportunity now to raise the profile of this, the importance of materials for the resilience of our economies and societies. Energy, of course, is important, and it cannot be ignored as a geopolitical factor. We have experienced the trauma of disconnecting from certain sources of energy and moving towards renewables at an accelerated pace. This must continue for the decarbonization of our societies and also for the strategic autonomy of our societies. But equally important is, if we want to have an industrial future in Europe, and the future of the manufacturing in Europe is material security. And the availability of materials is very important. It is important to think critical raw materials, for instance. We see geopolitical actors weaponizing the control they have over critical raw materials that they mine on their territories. And over the past 5-6 years, the European Union has been victim of several of such instances of weaponization. And it's not just China. A lot more geostrategical actors leverage this control they have over resources. And it's also about energy-intensive materials. Steel is very important. Plastics, chemicals are very important. They consume a lot of energy for their manufacturing. And if we want to keep the production here in Europe, we should not only think about the decarbonization of the energy mix that we are using for manufacturing, but how we can leverage better the use of resources that we are making. We cannot continuously rely just on bringing in new materials. That is certainly indispensable, and we will not stop doing so, extracting materials in Europe and bringing them from outside, but we need to think better, also in the interest of our consumers, our citizens as consumers, how we can leverage the afterlife use of the materials in the products that we consume. And circular economy is very much not only a goal for environmental protection, because of course by increasing the material efficiency we protect our natural resources, we impact less the birds and habitats and the environment in general, but we reduce the carbon footprint of our manufacturing activities and of our products, and we strengthen the strategic autonomy of the European Union. And I think circular economy, of course, I've listened carefully what Mr. Zervas has said earlier, and also the head of the recycling agency, I think, of Greece, have said. It's a lot about how we improve the separate collection and recycling of our resources, but it's also a front where technological development and innovation can happen and happens. And it is sufficient to visit some of the advanced facilities for waste management across the European Union to see, for instance, the role that artificial intelligence play in the better selection and treatment of waste and turning waste into secondary raw materials. And I think we need to, certainly the labor dimension is also very important. Probably the circular economy sector will not match entirely the need for jobs in our societies, but it can contribute to this. So these are important considerations that we are having in mind in the European Commission and at European level. Member states, we see very much in Brussels, but also the European Parliament, become more and more sensitive to the strategic autonomy considerations, and there is a drive towards circular economy. So we have a number of initiatives coming up in the next period. In particular, next year, we will bring forward the Circular Economy Act, which will be focused on improving something that some of the speakers before me have highlighted, improving the economics of circular economy and the profitability of circular economy, because currently we face still a stark difference in prices when you look at the markets between the price of virgin materials and the prices and availabilities of secondary materials. So what can we do in order to improve the economics of circular economy? This will be at front and center of our thinking and our work in this period.
Thank you very much for this first important overview and for the announcement of the Circular Economy Act. We are all looking forward to it, as we need to formalize and institutionalize more the process towards circular economy. We have only a 9% of circularity. I will come later to you with a question on this. Minister Urosvagel, can you share with us your first considerations about the topic?
Yeah, okay. First considerations on a topic from the national perspective. I just also would like to thank for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to the debates today. I think it's an important, this is one of the most important low-hanging fruits that we have towards reaching goals of circularity, to talk to each other, to exchange best practices and look for solutions together. Slovenia, as far as circularity goes, was a rather early mover, I would say. In 2014, when the Commission was preparing its and proposed for the first time the circular economy package, we were already preparing a national action plan on circularity. We adopted it then a year later in 2015. And at the first time, we were still promoting circularity as something that people didn't know much about. Now the case is somewhat different, that circularity is all around and perhaps even more than it really should be. So our problem is that there is too much, and we have to look at what of this is truly functional. But on the other hand, from the view of public administration, I would like to say that move towards circularity presents very particular challenges. And the main being is that we have to look at problems differently and develop solutions differently than we've done it before. The way we've done things before has led us to where we are. We cannot use the same methods again to move forward. What I mean with this is that we've covered a lot of the low-hanging fruit on circularity, but now some deeper transformation will be needed in many sectors. In Slovenia's case, we tried to tackle this with a very innovative method. We partnered with the knowledge and innovation community of the European Institute of Technology to implement a methodology that they presented. It's a methodology for addressing complex problems by identifying what the triggers are that drive this, what stakeholders there are, and then to see to translate this into concrete actions. It's a methodology that was used mainly for companies at the start, but then later also for some cities and regions. We are the first country that took on this endeavor. What we did was we identified 4 value chains where we wanted to make progress, and these were mobility, forest and wood products, agriculture and food, and built environment. And on the basis of one, I can explain to you where the problems where we encountered problems. For instance, on agriculture and food. It was looking at this sector holistically. So looking at nutrition on one side, what is the demand that we need in Slovenia as far as food products go, and on the other hand, what of this we can supply locally, because this is also circular and more sustainable. And what we see is that in Slovenia we are we have very low self-sufficiency on vegetables and fruits, for instance, around 40–50%. On the other hand, we dedicate 70% of farmland for foodstuff, for feed for animals. And on this part of the agriculture, we are more than self-sufficient. So if we want to go circular, if we want to decarbonize, if we want to clean up, we have to look at both sides to make the demand to look at the demand side, and on the other side also to have an agriculture sector that facilitates these needs. And what we encountered was that we have a problem of silos thinking, that some people in the country and some departments are responsible for the nutrition side and some people are responsible for the agriculture. And they don't work together a lot. And even if they try to work together, it's a problem of timing. You have to change some laws. One ministry has in its plans to change the law in 2 years. The other one just opened theirs. They will not do it again. It's tough. It's difficult to synchronize this. Nevertheless, it's the first time we tried to bring people together like this. And from this, some action came through, not all that we wanted, but at the end, we'll be assessing the results in a couple of months, and I think we will still see that some progress has been made. The other problem is then finding political ownership for this process. Who is now responsible for the whole? Is it the nutritional side or is it the agriculture side? Similar was on also on built environment. Which ministry is responsible for construction? It's problems that point to a lack of capacity of the public administration to do things differently. Another point on this, and that's the final one I wanted to say, is a lot can be done and should be done without legislation. In Europe, we do need smarter regulation, and we are moving ahead in this. The Commission has presented the new waste regulation, is done very much on a circular manner. So we've done this with batteries, packaging. We're doing it now on end-of-life vehicles. And that is making legislation on packaging waste, but in a way that deals with what is put on the market, a percentage of necessary recycled content. It's very much moves away from just looking at the waste management, the waste stream, and looking at waste prevention. And this is the type of legislation that we need. It's easier to do it on an EU level, but on a national level, that means that the two ministries have to work better together, and it actually means that it's the Ministry of Economy that is now responsible for the bulk of the piece of legislation that aims to prevent waste, and not the Ministry of Environment. So this again points to the same. We have to do things differently, and we have to have the people that can do this better. So investing in capacity of public administration is important, and I think events like this that bring us together, that force us to listen to business, that forces us to talk with business, with research, events like this can help to move the stone ahead.
Thank you very much, Minister. I noted your reference to the silo syndrome, which is the old way of operating and thinking, whereas circular economy requires mainstreaming circularity in the work of all the policy sector, in the work of all the ministries, to enable them to gain ownership. It's not the Ministry of Environment that is telling them what to do. They need to do it on their own under an umbrella strategy, which is important. And here in Greece, we have a circular economy strategy. which is ambitious enough, but again, there is a problem at the level of the coordination, and the coordination is a key sector. I believe Professor Aravosis can tell us more about that. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kremlis, and for the invitation, and EPLO at this very high-level panel. It is obvious that Europe faces a great challenge in the next years to come. The challenge is on its way to zero carbon, zero waste, and circularity. There are the different legislation. There is a legislation structure and a framework in Europe, starting from the European climate law concerning the way to zero carbon. And then this goes together with circularity and the Circular Economy Action Plan. We already have in Europe the Circular Economy Action Plan, which is implemented in the different countries of Europe. You cannot achieve the targets for minus 55% carbon reduction if you don't change the way the economy works and operates. And in order to do that, there is the Circular Economy Action Plan, and now the new the new Circular Economy Act is under preparation, and there is an opportunity to find a solution to solve the problems that we now face in circular economy. What are these problems? It has been mentioned before. The big problem is what is end of waste? What are the end of waste criteria? Each country has its own, let's say, explanation and its own laws for that. So the new Circular Economy Act will help in this, because actually this is not something new. It will take all what is there and it will try to standardize this. And this is very important. It is very important to create a secondary material market. This is the great challenge for the years to come. It has been mentioned by Dr. Kremlis. The real circularity of materials is very low, under 5%, or around 5%. Whereas we are targeting 65% recycling. But what is the real recycling rate of the materials? So this is the great challenge that we face. In Greece, we have even greater challenges. As mentioned, we have the National Circular Economy Plan, which comprises 72 targets in the different 5 pillars that we have concerning sustainable production, sustainable consumption, waste management. This means to have higher valued waste and to achieve higher recycling rates, because in Greece the great challenge is to raise the recycling rate, which is under 20%, whereas, as we know, the target is 65%. And we don't have many years for that. And the other thing, which is very important, is to come to what we say landfills that will just have get under 10% of the waste produced. This is a great challenge for Greece, and we have to do a lot to achieve that. It has been mentioned by the ministers before, and so on. Now, a very important instrument to achieve that are the economic instruments and the economic motivators. What we call the polluter pays principle is very important. It is very important to have a clear idea and a clear picture who pays what. Each involved unit and stakeholder has to pay exactly what he has to pay, and not more and not less, and this has to be clear. Our regulatory RAI, which regulates the market, has set as the first target to have all the data that we need in order to observe what is going on in the market and, if possible, real time. And when I say data, I mean not only quantitative, but also qualitative data, data about the real recycling rates of all the involved stakeholders. And very important is to have all the data concerning the economics, what each stakeholder pays. So then we can take advantage of what we call economic instruments, like within the polluter pays principle, like pay as you throw, which is something that will help a lot. And there are also similar other instruments that can be implemented, and in reality, this is the only way to achieve the targets and have progress. So in Greece, just to finalize, I think as a member of the EU, we have even greater challenges because the distance that we have to achieve towards these targets is quite substantial. And there, it is evident that only if we raise the recycling rates and use these economic instruments, we will have the chance of achieving these targets.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. The reference to the economic instruments is extremely important to promote separate collection and circularity. A point that I often make is the following. We collect the recyclables. You know that there have been very important fires in plants that have collected recyclables without any destination. They don't know what to do with them. And in Greece, for example, in the past, we have a plant to recycle glass. It moved to Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, there are 4 plants. We sent our glass to Bulgaria to be recycled and to come back to Greece for our products. I do believe that we need to create a real European market that will produce products from the recyclables, because separate collection and storage leads to additional costs and sometimes to problems with the fires that we are facing in all the plastic storage plants. Without ado, as I was referring to plastic, I would like to move to the private sector, to Hermis Panagotopoulos. I will come to what municipalities and KEDE can do on that. You are one of the most important worldwide companies dealing with PET. And PET is extremely important. It is in our lives, it is everywhere. How do you see the links between circular economy, what you are doing, and how we can support further not only the separate collection and the separate streams, which are extremely important, but the reuse, the reintroduction of the economy of those products? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all. I would like to pick up from where Aurel said in the beginning. I think it's very, very reassuring to see some true Europeans, like Mr. George Kremlis, coming back to his own country and be a true ambassador of circular economy, because that's what we actually, because I'm living in Brussels for more than 20 years and more than 22 out of Greece. But I think it's very important that we don't accuse Brussels when something doesn't go well, and when something goes well, we did it in the national, from a national perspective. So it's very, very important to have true Europeans coming back and educate the internal audience, and I'm very happy to be here. Now, very quickly about the company, it's Indorama Ventures. You don't know the company, and it's because we are B2B. You know our customers. This is one of our customers in Greece, but Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Danone, Nestlé are our customers. to make long story short, this is PET and we produce resin. You can make packaging, either bottles or trays, but you can also make textiles, fibers, either for clothing or for technical textiles that can go to automotive industry. So this company is 27,000 people, headquartered in Bangkok, Thailand, owned by an Indian, but we have 117 plants, factories around all continents. From 117, 38 of which are in Europe. And for that reason, we are very, very conservative about European assets. Even though it's a global company owned by an Indian, but we are very conservative that we want to keep the industry, the 38 plants, in Europe, because in the last 1.5 years, we closed 2 plants in the Netherlands and Portugal. And that's not a very good moment. And I will mention why we closed this, because we speak about circular economy. What my company does, produce the resin for virgin bottles, but also is the largest recycler of PET around the globe. Recently, we reached a milestone of 150 billion bottles being recycled. And not led to what Mr. Aravosi said, that in Europe, in Greece, and I think 8 countries in the EU had more than 80%. That's why they were given a 5-year extension in order to reach the 10% in the landfill directive. It's very important. The main takeaway is that we need to have a European circular economy. Because when we speak about circular economy, if we need to go via China to come back, then I'm sorry, but this is a planetary circular economy, it's not a true European circular economy. So, because we have structural problems, we have energy, everybody knows that we cannot compete on energy. We cannot compete on raw materials. But at the same time, everyone else is protecting right or left in the map, in the global map, protecting itself. In the US, IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, come investments, we pay half of your plant if you invest in the US. In Asia, it subsidized the production. While in Europe, we put a lot of environmental legislation. Now, of course, this 5-year, the second von der Leyen's mandate, it's about simplifying what was done in the previous 5. But what is very important is to have a proper way of supporting the local industry, because after we will find out that, oops, we speak about 25% by 2025 in a single-use plastic directive. We speak about 30% by 2030. Of course, the 25 in SUP is national average, while in PPWR it will increase the recycled content in a way, and that's very good because we are recyclers. Exactly, it's per product. But that we need to have a proper support in Europe. And how we can do that? Unfortunately, what was adopted beginning of this year, the PPWR, the Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation, it had until the end that EU waste. At the end, it went EU plus non-EU, meaning that you can use recycled content which comes from very far away. Of course, you can say that mirror close, meaning to mirror the quality standards of EU with those countries exporting to Europe. To be honest, because I'm on the ground from a business perspective, what I see, we have FTA, free trade agreements with countries like Vietnam. There is a child labor there. And we are working with them to stop the child labor, but we cannot compete on equal grounds. The same now it goes to be with India by the end of the year, the FTA. So there are some geopolitics who play a role in making the European industry non-competitive. So the question is how we can properly support. A good example could have been, a solution could have been, that you want to use 25% rPET, recycled PET, or 30 or 65 by 2040 under PPWR, you need to fetch it, to buy it from the European waste, at least if some people say that there is not enough, at least half of your needs to come from Europe, because this is what you give a boost to the European business. And that's what we will try to put in Q4 2026 Circular Economy Act. Thank you.
I believe that your contribution in the public consultation for the Circular Economy Act will be extremely interesting, as you have a real experience from what you are doing in your sector. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Zervas to share with us how the municipalities which have the responsibility for waste collection and for separate collection see this real challenge, especially as regards collecting the bio-waste, because the experience that we had in Greece, especially here in Athens, we had the brown bins with a locker, because they were locked for, let's say, the food waste only to be deposited there from selected restaurants which had, and hotels which had the key. It didn't work because bio-waste was collected, but there was no way to valorize them through aerobic, anaerobic, or other processes for biofuels, production of energy. So again, this is a vicious circle, because it's good to do separate collection, but you need, as Aurel has said, to have the full policy and life cycle of a product to be able to reintroduce it in the economy. Yes, the floor is yours.
So thank you once again for inviting us here. So let's get practical. Mayors, we have a saying in Greece that says all your complaints to the mayor. That means the mayors are responsible for everything that happens, to collect, of course, all the waste, and of course be profitable and not raising taxes and fees and having the best results. So in order to go practical, in Greece, municipalities will, as you say before, Dr. Kremlis, they will continue to expand the separate collection, including the bio-waste, and invest in MRFs, composting, and AD, that is anaerobic digestion, to reduce the fraction exactly of waste requiring thermal treatment, which is ahead of us, of course, and selecting exactly these options with the best cost effectiveness and long-term operational affordability. The municipalities will require robust environmental and economic impact assessments and public participation for any proposed thermal facility with clear contractual clauses preventing exactly shifting capitals or operational costs to residents. It's something really important for us. And also prioritize these funding mixes we talked about before that protect citizens, seek all these EU national grants, the EIB, low-interest loans, the PPP partnerships with strict social clauses, and this ring-fenced EPRs funds that cover producer-related costs, minimizing the need for higher municipal fees or household tariffs, as I said before. Also ensure the transparency on actual costs, projected household impacts, and guaranteed mitigation measures. And also, at least, require contractual and regulatory safeguards, so revenues from energy solutions, it is electricity or heat sales and carbon renewable incentives, are reinvested into recycling, prevention programs and social support, and used to subside private returns at public expenses. And also all this with special care for not make some more burdens, cause more cost for households and citizens. Thank you again.
Thank you. And I would like to add that we need also to promote industrial symbiosis, because if you have this concept promoted, these waste, which are waste for company A, but can be a raw material or a secondary product for company B, do not enter the waste management cycle. They are treated in a different level. So I would like now to change a little bit the order and give the floor to Minister Vagel to share with us some good practices that you have now started in Slovenia, which we would like to hear. The floor is yours.
Well, on good practices, I mentioned before first on the issue of public administration. I think also as a basis of results of this experiment that we conducted, the deep demonstration, we launched a capacity building project that involves Slovenian public officials, but also public officials of the Western Balkans. And it's intended to promote green transition and aimed at the administrators in ministries of finance and central banks and people dealing with finance in other line ministries. And when I saw this, it's a 2-year program, and when I saw for the first time the proposal for this program, I was initially a bit surprised, but then fully realized why it was so. What I saw was that 2/3 of what was inside this program is actually soft skills. 1/3 was focused on green public procurement, green budgeting, on fiscal or economic related issues. 2/3 of it was critical thinking, project-based work, how to create learning institutions was the term that it's used. So this project that's run by the Center of Excellence in Finance in Slovenia is really hoping to make this shift in the mindset of people working on public administration. So it's a good practice waiting to happen, or that is now being conducted. But we have otherwise many good examples of best practices that developed in the business world. Just weeks ago, we hosted a meeting of European hotspots on circular economy, and this was truly a showcase not only of Slovenian but European-wide practices, and we have so many. They vary from recycling to goods as services to all kinds of new technologies that are being developed in order to cater for the circular economy. In Slovenian case, we have excellent examples in the production of secondary aluminium, of recycling of fishing nets. We have a company that is solving microplastics coming from washing machines. Many different solutions, and I think this gives me hope to see how much of this has happened, but nevertheless also a hunger that there should be more of this. And the previous discussion touched upon the issues of competitiveness also, and here as a final point, just to highlight, I'm an economist. I read with deep interest the Draghi report and what it said on sustainability, on decarbonization, on circular, and it goes hand in hand with competitiveness if the two things are handled together simultaneously, not that it's one layer of action then put together on another level of action. And we have to do some things much better than we did before. So smarter regulation, I think it's called, or simplification. On the other hand, also innovation. And that's the message that I'm hopeful also for the discussion in Europe of the multi-annual financial framework, that it will have to give much more financing to new technologies, to inventing new technologies. As was rightly said, other countries are doing this. Our competitors in the world have been doing this much more. We've been doing regulation and too much regulation. We have to switch ahead. Some regulation is nevertheless, as was even pointed out from the side of business, needed and wanted. But innovation is the key to get us to maintain us competitiveness, not regulation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing those important initiatives. I have, as time is flying, we need to watch the clock ticking. Yeah. No. I will let you. No. The time was for us. We had 60 minutes from the beginning, so it is on the detriment of the next panel. But let me ask two general questions, and then you can reply. The first, there is a lot of discussion currently in Greece on waste to energy, and as you know, Mr. Aurel Tsobanou, the waste to energy communication is outdated. I mean, it's an old one. There are still considerations there which are useful, but again, end-of-life criteria and other considerations, probably it needs to be updated. So there are ideas in Greece now to start with some projects on waste to energy. But of course, the waste to energy, as I say in a very schematic way, 65% recycling, recovery, 10% landfilling, you have a residue, and only the residue, what cannot be recycled, can be incinerated, although we don't like this should be incinerated. The question is whether waste to energy can be also a transition, even with a higher capacity, and currently there is a discussion in Greece on that, to combat landfilling, and possibly to do some landfill mining, also to be able to close illegal landfills. These are very, very complex issues. This is a question on which I would like you to reply very shortly. And the other one is biomass, bio-waste, and forest waste, because experience has shown there is a good law in Greece that you need to clean your property, your land, to remove the wood and the green waste and the dried waste, because this can be a source of fire. And they are removed, they are collected, and that becomes a mountain of collected somewhere in an area in the municipality which has a much higher fire potential than leaving them in the different parcels. So my question, and probably this is a question to the former mayor, why don't we launch a tender to private companies to come and collect them in a door-to-door basis, or to collect a mountain of the collected, let's say, forest, or because this can be used for pellets, for many uses. I don't want to extend more. Who would like to take first the floor? Do you want to react on behalf of RAI quickly on this, and then Aurel, then the mayor, and then Aurel?
I had a lot of time, so
okay.
I think it is. These questions are very good questions, I would say, and very important for Greece as well, because we are already discussing waste to energy. You know, for many years, many decades, everybody was against waste to energy, or almost all involved stakeholders. But now it seems, and this is the discussion, that since we have the target of 65% recycling, and 10% must be the maximum that will get into the landfills, then what happens with the rest? The only way, the only technology that you can use there is waste to energy. And now if you see it from the environmental point of view, waste to energy is totally safe, totally controllable. Now technology is very mature and there are no environmental risks. So, in my opinion, and also now we are going to be involved in the public consultation as the regulatory authority, this is our view. You cannot achieve the targets that Greece has within EU without waste to energy. So this is clear. The second point that you mentioned, which is also very crucial, is you cannot achieve 65% recycling if you don't have at source the collection of the organics. And the organics are these components that have also a risk of fire. And this is a high risk, and we face that in Greece during summer especially. So what do you do with this? This is also very important. There are technologies for the treatment of organics, at any case. At any case, you have to do it at source and not afterwards, because then you will have very low quality material. And this is the only way also to achieve the 65% target, since waste includes 40% or even more of organics. So this is a very good point. We think these are really the two key points to have success in Greece and I guess also in Europe. And let's see what the EU has to say about that.
Thank you. The next.
I am happy to comment, and I would like actually to echo some of the concerns and problems raised here previously by my fellow co-panelists. And I would like to make a comment about the single market, improving the single market for waste and secondary materials, one about the economic purpose of circularity and waste management, one about the new material contributions to a circular economy, and I will address the problem of the bio-waste, of the organic waste, and on waste to energy. I'll try to be brief. Now, I heard a lot about the need to improve the functioning of the single market for waste and secondary materials. You mentioned this, George, but some other speakers as well. There are two fronts on which we will need to work with an open mind, and we are actually working in the European Commission, and we will bring forward proposals next year. But the member states need to keep an open mind, because it's about breaking down barriers. And the member states have been, educating themselves for decades for considering that the shipments of waste are something dangerous and prior authorizations are always necessary. We will bring forward next year a proposal for green listing more categories of waste than currently green listed, that will no longer require national authorizations, because single market for waste means also that the waste circulates easily when the economic needs arises across the national borders. Yes, yes, absolutely. No, I would like to say a word also about end-of-waste criteria. Here, I heard Mr. Zervas, Professor Zervas, commenting... Aravosis, sorry. Yes, Aravosis. Yes, and I would like to say the following. We have a fragmentation of the single market from this perspective because every member state has its own end-of-waste criteria, or sometimes they don't have, we will bring forward in the Circular Economy Act a proposal which is, in one sentence, can be described as the automatic mutual recognition of national end-of-waste criteria if they meet certain conditions. But I've mentioned this to the Germans and to the French and to the Nordics. I mention also now here in Greece. I can bet that Greece can look at this, and to the Austrians as well, Greece can look at this with more open mind. I'm not sure about many other member states. We are not comfortable with the mutual recognition. However, the principle in Cassis de Dijon for the free movement of goods, spelled out by the European Court of Justice 40 years ago or 50 years ago, should apply to the waste that has finished to be waste and is now, again, raw material, ready to be incorporated and processed into products, yes? But this will be a sensitive topic, and I've heard already reactions of certain reticence, but we will have to work seriously on this with all member states because and that's the problem of circular economy in general. When you ask somebody, are you in favor of circular economy? Yes, 110%. When it comes down to the details, then ifs and buts start to show up. The second point I would like to make is, what is the real economic purpose of waste management and circularity? Why do we collect waste in our communities? Why do we selectively collect waste? Why do we process it and we recycle it? We need to rethink a little bit our policies in this area in order to say that the final purpose is indeed the incorporation of recyclates into new products. This is very important for the strategic autonomy of the European Union and for rethinking also our trade relations with third countries. And the plastic recyclers feel the heat the first, and the textile recyclers are in the second line of fire from the imports from China. Our European recycled plastics is outcompeted by Chinese and Egyptian imports. However, how sound and how smart it is to incorporate in our bottles plastic recyclates coming from China. How unsmart can this be, to bring it tens of thousands of kilometers away? What's the carbon footprint? But still the price is lower, yeah? And there are uncertainties about the quality. So we need, and we are currently working hard with our colleagues in trade, which are not easy to convince, but we have allies in among the colleagues in DG GROW with whom we see eye to eye, and the services of Executive Vice President Séjourné of the European Commission, to make a U-turn in this area. I would like to make a third comment about the role of new materials, and because you mentioned biomass and what happens with the organic waste collected in our communities. It's the same thing. What is the ultimate economic purpose? The purpose is not to collect it. How do you use it? And there are two uses, and some of the previous speakers have mentioned here, the important role in energy. Yeah, it can play, so 40% of the municipal waste in Europe is organic waste. How do you turn this into energy? There are already, I mean, I'm saying nothing new here. There are biogas plants, etc. This should provide an economic incentive to the municipalities for the separate collection of this. If you can become more self-reliant in a way through what you contribute to the production of energy. But we need to think bioeconomy as well, because waste and byproducts from food production, from from agricultural production and from forestry is also a feedstock for material production. And this will play a role in the economy of the future, in particular in Europe, in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And the last comment is about waste to energy, and sorry for taking a little bit of time, but important issues have been raised here, and you know that the European Commission has an opinion about everything. So I have to give you what we think about this. So indeed, there are no environmental risks about waste-to-energy plants, but what about the material losses? So I would say the following in response to what Professor Aravasis has said. We need to think at the right mix between policy, fiscal measures, and investment thinking, planning, so that we do not burn too much. Our communities need energy, but the incineration must be limited really to the unrecyclable fraction of waste and to hazardous waste. This is indispensable. Why it's so important and why we should not over-rely on incineration? Not only because it's not useful to build overcapacities, but because the reform of the emission trading scheme of the European Union, which is promoted by the climate change services, services of the European Commission, is likely to propose the inclusion of the incinerators in the ETS system. So this will make incineration more expensive. And we do not have real economic arguments and policy arguments against the inclusion, because incinerators also are emitting, like steel factories, like aluminum factories, like automotive factories, less. And they have a certain role in, in the life of our societies. There is this unrecyclable fraction. So we need to think, if we accept the inclusion, what kind of, for instance, free certificates could be attributed to incinerators, and in particular, if we can spare hazardous waste incineration, because hazardous waste incineration, think PFAS, or think medical waste, is indispensable. Technologies and human society has not invented better ways to address hazardous waste. So it's indispensable, and probably if we can carve out, keep out the hazardous waste incinerators, incinerating activities, it will be important. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you. These are extremely important considerations that you have shared with us. The time is 0. I will ask the panel to give us 2 minutes, 1 minute for Hermes and 1 minute for Konstantinos.
Thank you. Just to add on what was said just by Aurel, I think it's very, very important, first of all, on the waste to energy. This is fully recyclable, and the most recycled polymer in the world should never get into landfilling nor incinerators. That's clear, because it has a second life, and we need to give it back for the others, indeed. Level playing field, competitiveness, level playing field. We do not have a level playing field, nor from energy, raw materials, etc., but we don't have, even from a legislatory point of view. We want to decarbonize. We are the good pupils here. CBAM, everybody is fighting from the countries exporting to Europe via WTO, because they don't want to pay for the CO2 emissions of their production, while in Europe, you need to pay. So basically, you are not playing on equal grounds. Now, because this is EU, national EU and international, national proper implementation is very important. EU what needs to do is needs to provide the necessary incentives for the industry to stay in Europe, and also to check, as it was mentioned before, about single market, because you cannot export from one place to another, etc. International is about INC process of Global Plastic Pollution Treaty, etc., which was in Geneva in August and was stuck because some countries are not moving, and EU stays on its ground as well about production caps, etc. We need a very strong global pollution treaty internationally under UNEP, but we need to put some water on our wine a little bit in order to reach this. True. Because there are so many good things that we can...
Thank you.
Try to be really short with 4 remarks. So we have to
focus on prioritize the waste hierarchy, that is prevention, reuse, repair, and recycling, that should be scaled before the thermal recovery. Stricten environmental, social, and economical safeguards, and focus on local needs, integration, fairness, cost protection, avoid long-distance waste transport, and something really important for our societies, I say it again, ensure that costs and benefits are equally shared and not burden another cost to households that already suffering from high living costs. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers for this interactive panel. I believe we have learned a lot. We would have needed probably 3 hours to be able to interact further and exhaust all the questions. Thank you very much. There will be other panels following, which will have the possibility to look further into the questions. And I would like now to invite the moderator of the next panel, Mr. George Konstantinopoulos, to take the lead and invite his panelists for the panel to come. Thank you very much for your participation. We take a family photo. Just a second. We need a family photo.
Yes. Where? Outside. Here. What we say, a happy end. Yes, please come closer. Yes. I got it, sorry.
Thank you.
Very much. Was a pleasure. Excellent. Yes, yes, yes. You will be around. Absolutely. Yeah, I know it. Absolutely. Yeah. During the lunch break or something. Yeah.
Could I have your attention, please? Okay, thank you. So we are moving on to the second panel on circular economy and extended producer responsibility. We have with us distinguished speakers. We will discuss on all these critical issues as EPR constitutes the main pillar and the driver towards circular economy. First of all, I would like to introduce you to our guests, Dr. Efthymia Tritopoulou. She is the General Director, the General Manager of Filtra, the candidate PRO on tobacco products containing plastics. She is a chemical engineer with a PhD from the NTUA, and she has a vast experience in international and EU projects on circular economy and waste management. And she is also the president of the Greek Association of Women Engineers. So it's a pleasure, Dr. Tritopoulou, having you with us. Moving on, since ladies first, Eleni Providi, president of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos. Eleni has joined the company in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. She was as a legal counsel, and she became a member of the executive committee, and then a vice president of legal affairs for Southeastern Europe. She then assumed responsibility for public affairs, and in November 2023, she was elected non-executive chair of the board. Ms. Providi, it's a pleasure having you with us. Dr. Boudouvas. Dr. Boudouvas is the managing director of the PRO regarding batteries and accumulators, also with a PhD in chemical engineering, with a vast experience also in other waste streams, including WEEE, and working since 2014 as the CEO of Combat SA. It's a pleasure having you here. And finally, to Mr. Marios Karvelakis. He's the General Director of Cyclos, where he has extensive experience in industry, in recycling, and I'm sure we will have very much to listen and hear from him regarding this, I would say, very challenging waste stream on containers for crop protection management. Starting from, first of all, from Filtra, I would like you to give us a brief presentation regarding the company, the candidate PRO, the shareholders, their market share, and what is their aim and vision, especially in light of the SUP directive.
Okay. Thank you, George, for the introduction. Well, Filtra is a company with shareholders, all the tobacco big industries in Greece, Papastratos, Japan Tobacco International, Karelia, British American Tobacco, and Imperial Tobacco. These five tobacco industries has the share of 98% of the market, and it is very important that all the industry and the producer they sit together, and also they work and they create with us a business plan in order to start the producer responsibility, this producer responsibility organization, and they submit in time the business plan in Hellenic Recycling Agency. Now we are in contact with Hellenic Recycling Agency, and we are in the process of having the permit and to start our obligation and activities. Well, the main purpose of this system is a little bit different, I would say, because it is in the line of prevention. We want to prevent and to reduce the littering of filters of tobacco product. And this because we want to reduce the impact in the environment, and especially in the marine environment. So our vision is to empower the citizen, especially the smokers, and also the communities to adopt a sustainable behavior and not to throw away the filters, and so to reduce the littering.
Thank you very much. I would like to stress here that I think for many of us looking at it from the outside, it seems something very simple to bring together the industry in order to form a PRO. I can assure you that this is not the case. It's actually, and I'm sure Effie has faced it, and Dr. Boudouas, it's very difficult to bring together and make shareholders companies which are actually competing in the market arena. So it's something quite difficult and very challenging. Ms. Providi, it's a pleasure having you here. Your company is a pioneer in many aspects, I would say. You're one of the first who introduced us to the biological products. You are one of the first who convinced us that private labels can have not only an attractive price, but also a very high quality. And you are the first, and I would say also the only one, who actually dared to license, implement, and operate an individual system. Today, more than a decade after, I would like to know from you which are the main lessons that have been learned and how they can be utilized in the further actions both of the company and also of the sector.
So, okay, this works. Hello from my side as well. Yeah, it's indeed the case. Alpha Vita was the only individual recycling system in Europe for more than a decade. It has stopped operating it since last April because DRS is on its way, so it became a bit, you know, out of context. I would say that much has changed throughout this 10 years. Actually, the whole world has changed, and quite a handful were the learnings, with the obvious ones being like separation per stream is crucial for the success of a recycling system, or we have seen that due to the economic crisis, customers are no longer donating the amount they receive in return. But to be honest, the biggest learning was the simplest one. Recycling has to be easy, and the consumer needs to be constantly educated. And when I say easy, and it's something that also all sectors working towards the implementation of DRS are facing, when I mean easy is that the customer finds a recycling machine in his favorite shopping place, has easy parking, the machine is very easy to operate, maybe fun as well, could work, and also that he receives the return within the same shopping trip. So, easy. This is the main lesson. And as for the education, we see that it's a constant effort. It's a constant game. We see that even in our headquarters, where we are supposing that people working in this company and sharing the same culture know the basics of recycling. Well, they don't. Like the average Greek consumer, they don't. We constantly launch trainings in order to share the absolute basics, like you don't recycle, you don't put in the paper recycling bin your napkins. It's as easy as that. It needs to be constant and very targeted, otherwise it will not work. So it's simple.
Okay. We will keep that. I think it's very interesting. I would also perhaps add that another crucial parameter is the fact that you provided visibility to recycling at a time where no one was particularly interested in the specific subject. So you had the shop and the machine at the same place. So it was the product. It was a really cradle-to-grave approach at some extent.
Indeed, plus the recycling bus, which was traveling all around Greece, educating people theoretically and practically on how we recycle correctly and so on.
Yeah, I also feel that's very important. Dr. Boudouas, could you tell us and briefly present to us a few things about Combat, with more than 10 years of operation, about its stakeholders, about its contracted shareholders in the field of batteries and accumulators, and what have you learned during this decade of leading Combat as a CEO?
You don't need to do anything.
First of all, good morning, and I am very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to participate in this very interesting symposium and in this very interesting panel. Okay, Combat, Collective Management of Batteries. That's our name, and our purpose is we are a PRO, a Producer Responsibility Organization for automotive and industrial batteries, or if you like, according to the new EU regulation, for the 4 of the 5 categories, the SLI, the EVs, the LMTs, and the industrial batteries. Huge domain. Batteries are in, let's say, in the core of the green energy transition and of electromobility. And it's not by chance that the European Commission has chosen batteries for the first legal test that is a full life, product life framework in order to apply the EPR principles. Before give you some numbers about us, I would like to make a general statement, because we speak about EPR, and we must not forget that if the goal is sustainable development and the framework to achieve it is circular economy, that means that the waste management it's one of the main pillars for this. It's not anymore waste disposal. It's that we have to find solutions in order to bring waste again in the next cycle of the production and of the economy. Combat was established at the end of 2013 by the main producers and importers of batteries in Greece. The last decade we have handled about more than 250,000 tons of waste batteries. We collaborate, we operate through a nationwide network of approximately 70 partners. Here I would like to underline that Combat was, let's say, the first PRO that have decided not to participate in the market as a competitor in the waste market, but to be the coordinator and the facilitator, if it is possible, for the development of the battery waste market. And also the lessons that we have learned from this journey of 12 years already is that it's not easy, but it's worthwhile.
Okay, we note that. Coming to Mr. Skarvelakis, the General Manager of Cyclos SA. Cyclos is a PRO currently under authorization before the Hellenic Recycling Agency, and it seeks to implement EPR in the sector of container and packaging management for crop protection material. Could you tell us a bit more about your shareholders, about your vision, and about the objectives of the PRO?
First of all, thank you for your kind invitation. A special thank to Mr. Kremlis Our company name is Cyclos. It's a catchy name, is similar to circularity. Will be responsible for designing, organizing, and developing and dedicated container management system in the context of responsibility, extended responsibility for primary packaging of PPPs, plant protection products. So we have the EPR, we have alternative waste management, and we have the obliged companies. Starting back to 2020 with 10 members, obliged companies. It's the industry that places the products into the market. Huge companies like Bayer, BASF, Syngenta, KNF Thiniadis, etc. Today we're counting 13 members. By the 2022 we have submitted the share for our business plan in order to develop, organize this CMS, this container management system. We're running some pilots in 2 or 3 prefectures here in Greece. We're collecting empty containers in cooperation with retailers. And we have some news, but we're going to announce it later. That's it for now, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We raised an issue, actually Eleni raised it before, regarding consumer behavior. So, and how can we address, how can we actually pursue behavioral change? And I would like to ask you regarding the Filtra system. What strategies do you consider in order to encourage behavioral change? Because Greece continues to be one of the highest smoking rates in Greece, for sure. And tobacco product waste remains a widespread issue, particularly in public spaces. So what's your general strategy of addressing that? How do you think you will strive behavioral change? And I'm saying that also as a smoker.
Well, to change behavior is a very difficult task. We have to combine a lot of communication activities, raise awareness activities, and also we want to combine communication activities with other activities of municipalities, of activities from the ministry, from the Hellenic Recycle Agency, and with other PROs. Because what we want to focus is that if you are a responsible citizen, you not only don't throw the filters of the tobacco cigarettes, you don't throw plastic, etc. So we want to reduce the littering in general. It is very important that the consumer should know the negative effect in the environment from this action. When you throw away a cigarette, a tobacco product, what are the negative effects? Where this goes, usually goes to marine, etc., and then cause a lot of consequences in the aquatic organizations. And one more is that we want also to develop a culture, and culture that we have to treat the public spaces as we treat the environment in our houses. For example, nobody of us would throw a cigarette, a smoked one, in the living room. Why you should throw this in a public space? So we have to be responsible. We have to keep our planet sustainable for our future generation also.
That's really very important. Going back to you, almost on the same issue. You are in the supply chain, I would say, the most direct link between the market and the end consumer. And I have a question also of a personal interest. To which extent do you believe that the average consumer takes into account ecological requirements of a product when making a final purchasing decision on the one hand, at which extent is he adequately informed of how he should treat this product when it becomes waste, and what initiatives has Alphavit undertaken during all these years?
Okay, now I will take a look in my notes because I have some very interesting percentages here. So there has been the latest survey by ILCA. ILCA is the Institute for Retail Consumer Goods Research for the first quarter of 2025, so it's quite recent. Showed the following important statistics regarding the environmental awareness of Greek consumers. So, 2 out of 3 consumers consider environmental protection important when buying food. And 65% want products to be produced using environmental friendly practices, and the same percentage is interested in reducing the environmental impact, and 57% wants less plastic packaging. But at exactly the same time, only 17% say that they are willing to pay a higher price for products with a low environmental footprint, and 37% declare that they would choose the cheapest product even if they knew that it's not environmental friendly.
Okay.
And this is the reality across recycling and across environmental friendly solutions. They are not cheap yet. It's a problem, and no one can say anything.
Yeah,
And
true.
this is also the big problematic around and how retailers are handling the environmental aspect of their assortment. You need to accommodate both, to find some magical way to accommodate both, but exactly, again, the most important is constant training, like you said before. Otherwise, it cannot be done. As for the awareness, again, I have some statistics. Okay, we all know that we recycle around 17 to 19% of our waste, while the European average is over 50, and around 80% of our waste ends up in landfills, compared to 20% as a European average. So one could not easily claim that we know. And when you see, even when you talk to people who claim that they know, this is not verified during their everyday. You can see how they recycle, how they treat, where do they throw their garbage, be it, well, cigarette filters is, you know, is a luxury. We are talking about basic things, like the PET bottle or the wrap of the sandwich.
Okay, that's really very interesting. I think we all have the feeling that we are perhaps informed, sensitized regarding the importance of taking the best measures we can in order to protect the environment. But when it comes down to the issue of price, then maybe things and choices change in a way. It reminds of a discussion that was coming along in the late 90s in the European Commission regarding the best available technologies, which we all remember, that started like BATNIC, which were the best available technologies, not entailing excessive cost. There was a discussion in the European Commission, and there was a vice president who said that if you introduce that, you will end with catnap. Catnap is the cheapest available technology, narrowly avoiding prosecution. So we understand that the cost issue remains, I think, for all the actors, both the market, but also for the end consumer, a crucial parameter that needs to be taken into account. Going back to Dr. Boudouvas, we have the EU battery regulation almost in full force. Of course, there are subsequent deadlines for the various chapters. It is a very important regulation, and it's also, I would say, it's leading the way for the other legislation to be adopted, like the PPVR, which has already been adopted in 2025, like the regulation regarding end-of-life vehicles, which is expected in the near future. What has Combat done in order to align its operation with the new provisions on the one hand, and secondly, Combat being a member of EUCOBAT, the European Association of PROs on batteries and accumulators, I think you have a very clear and concise view of what's going on in the other member states. Could you give us a picture, first of all, of what's been done here and what's been done in the EU regarding the EU battery waste regulation?
Yes, with your question, George, you give me the opportunity to speak again and to underline again how important is the new EU regulation. I repeat again, it's the first legal text of the European Union that, let's say, deal with a product from the raw materials to the secondary raw materials. And, of course, it's a distortion, but innovative distortion for all of us, for Europe, but also for the whole world. But because we must not forget that the EU regulation is about the batteries that were sold in Europe, not only for the batteries that they are produced in Europe. Combat tries to be in the center of this consultation, of this, let's say, discussion. We collaborate closely with, of course, with the Greek authorities, with the Ministry of Environment, with EOAN, with the Hellenic Recycling Agency. We participate, as we said before, in EUCOBAT, in the European Association of the Battery PROs. We are also, we follow also closely the Eurobat activities. Eurobat is the association of the European battery manufacturers. We have several critical milestones. Let's say the digital battery passport, very, very, let's say, high targets for collection, for materials recovery, for... Don't forget also that there is a huge question about cost for the battery, let's say, not recycling, but the general management, I mean, the waste battery management. And because in Combat we believe firmly that we are obliged, let's say, to take any decision and also to be able to propose to the Greek authorities decisions with a validity. We have decided to make a partnership, a collaboration with the National Technical University of Athens in order to be able to monitor and to further, let's say, elaborate the cost and also the establishment, the estimation and of the, how to say it, the recycling levy, the contribution. It's very critical for us, it's very important. This is our main preoccupation at the time being.
Thank you very much. Coming back to Cyclos, we are hearing in the news quite a lot about recent developments in your area and about decision and ministerial decision to be issued. Could you bring us some light about the latest developments in the area of crop protection products and their packaging?
Yes, of course, thank you. So before I move forward to the new legislation, I want to say a few things about our principles, which is to mean where we don't want another new system on recycling. We want a successful system and an efficient one. So we are focusing our power to respect farmers, which are our key roles, and also respecting the special characteristic of Greek farms in Greece. We have small and fragmented areas, so we need to develop an extensive network in order to have efficient collection. So another challenge is to handle it as a separate waste stream. It is a non-hazardous waste stream in order to move forward to recycling. So we are trying to educate farmers on triple racing in order to have a non-hazardous waste to handle it. And a few months before, 2 months before, we have the new legislation in consultation by the Ministry of Environment, a draft legislation for commenting, which makes mandatory the turn back packaging for farmers, which it has already mandatory, but the new legislation also determine the retailers as collecting points in order to start, not mandatory, but we want to participate in order to have, as I said before, this wide network of collections. So we're promoting proper containerizing, safe recycling. Retail stores act as collection points with the obligation to cooperate with our system and contribute our recycling points. We are pending for the final legislation in order to make some few changes in our business plan we have already submitted. And a few days before, we have a meeting with the Sub-Minister of Agricultural Development, which have the opportunity to discuss more with all the involvement association in agricultural sector. Also, the General Secretary of Environment, Mr. Grafakos, has participated. We have discussed the challenges on this part. We move forward. It's a challenging one. It's a special waste stream. Need to be focused, separated from the rest of the waste. We hope hopefully that in a few months from now we will have a new, as we are not exactly new since we are in packaging sector. It's not a new program, but it's a separate waste stream.
That's very interesting. Hope we see it soon. So we have time for one more question for each one of our guests. So Dr. Tritopoulou, could you tell us, from your experience also in other waste streams, do you feel there is room for joint initiatives and shared infrastructure with other PROs?
Yes, of course there is space for joint activities. I already mentioned that in the littering we have not only tobacco, we have other waste also participating, especially from packaging, plastic, or the wet wipes, etc. So we can have some joint activities. It is foreseen also, as legal you should know, there is an act that is going to be, and the plan from the Hellenic Recycling Agency about the cleaning activities and how to clean the littering, and also how to share the cost between the different PROs. Also, joint activities we will have with communities, with municipalities, for cleaning and for communication activities, and also with other PROs, with public bodies, the ministry, the Hellenic Recycling Agency. But I think from now on, whatever we should do would be joint. Synergies is a key point.
Thank you very much. Ms. Providi, coming to a final question. Circular economy is not only about packaging. A very crucial, I would say, parameter is also the reduction of food waste. It's a major challenge, especially if we would like, it was highlighted also by the Minister before. It was highlighted also by Mrs. Toya from the Hellenic Recycling Agency, the CEO, that it is important to be able to reach the 10% recycling target. So since food waste represents more than 30% in the municipal waste stream, which actions have you pursued as Vasilopoulos aiming towards this direction?
Okay, for Alpha Vita, food waste is an issue of heart. It has been 6 years now that we have made the commitment to reducing our footprint by 50% by 2025. We were the ones, together with Borum, the organization, we have founded the Alliance for the Reduction of Food Waste, and we're very proud that by now there are more than 70 members, our competitors, our suppliers, all joining the same effort. And there are quite some years now, I think it's 12 years now, that we have our Love for Food program. So every day we find all the products in our shelves that are close to the expiration date or that have damaged packaging. And we have partnered each retail store to a local organization. So there is a daily process of taking this food out and donating. And during the years, the 12 years of this program's existence, we have donated over, on value, I will tell you, it's over 37 million euros value of food which would have ended in the landfill. And only in 2024, it was more than 18 million meals, covering 90% of the food needs of the organization that we support. But we have also partnered with Harokopio University with an 18-month study to identify all food waste points throughout our supply chain, from suppliers to customers to our own processes. And we have partnered with WWF, and here we come back to the training that I was talking in the beginning, to raise awareness. So we are making digital campaigns all around the media. I think we are the only retailers who are telling our customers, don't buy. Just think before you buy. So don't put it in your basket. Think,
Yeah, that's a totally different perspective. And closing with the two gentlemen, I think it's a common question. I think it's one of the hottest issues in EPR, free riding. It's an issue which is a problem both in the battery sector. I'm sure it is also a problem in crop protection products, especially regarding illegal imports, which we at least are aware of. So, Dr. Boudouas, what's the size of the problem? What do you think that can be done? How could it be addressed?
The size of the problem is huge. Yes, excuse me. The size of the problem is huge. Not only in Greece. Free riding means that, I don't know, 20, 30, 50% of the market doesn't participate to the European, let's say, efforts for the implementation of the values of circular economy and of the sustainable development, if I have to put it, let's say, theoretically. Nevertheless, we have to find special and appropriate actions and in order to be able, let's say, to fight the free riding. One of them is, first of all, empowerment of the law. There is a lack of empowerment of the law. Market, we realize also that in some cases the market doesn't know about EPR and about, let's say, their obligation.
Or doesn't want to know.
In combat, we try hard for this. And also, we inform also not only the market, but also the consumers, because it's a cycle there. Digitization, it's another, let's say, tool in order to be able, let's say, to fight against free riding, but also against, let's say, not only, it's not a question only of we lose money for the recycling, but we lose money also, it's a fiscal problem, don't forget it. It's a fiscal problem, practically. And digitization, as I said, and also we think that we have to think a little bit about some pan-European tools. For example, there is a problem, there is an issue with the distance selling the products that we buy through the internet. And they must be registered, the producers, not only in Greece, but also all over Europe. There is a problem there. Another solution probably is, let's say, to try to think a little bit about measures in the beginning, I mean at the entry of the products into the Greek market, at the customs. I speak about the products that coming from outside Europe. In our case, in batteries, practically is the 90%.
Yeah. It's clear. It's clear. What's your view, Mr. Skarvelakis, regarding this issue? We hear a lot about illegal products, crop protection products, coming into the market, posing a threat both to the environment and to public health. And of course, the containers that remain are also a critical issue regarding their management. How are you thinking of addressing it?
For the first one about the free riding, we are lucky we are not facing at this time since we are not granted, but we are also lucky that we have a strong connection with the Greek Association, the Hellenic Crop Association. So we have about 80% of the Greek markets, the companies, as shareholders and members. So we have to think about it later when we have granted about the rest 20% of the rest of the market, but our tonnage is not such large comparing to the other packaging, so we can handle it. Speaking in general about packaging, free riding is counting over 40% of the obliged companies. It's a huge problem.
It's a huge problem.
We also need cooperation with local authorities, with government, and about the illegal products on plant protection products. It's a huge problem. Along with the recycling of this product is the most serious, not only in Greece, but in Europe. Recently, they arrested a group of people importing illegal products. The obvious is that it's a health issue. You understand that if it's illegal, it's bad for our crops, for our health. And about collecting and recycling, it's similar, not exactly similar. There are products, there are tonnage adding to our network of collection. We can count it, but it's there. We are going to collect it. With a few calculations, it's about 25% of the illegal imports. It's a huge issue here in Greece. So we have to face it along with free riders, because our companies, we are obliged to pay for collecting also their products. Exactly. And so it's a serious matter.
It's an issue.
We're going to face
it's an issue.
Thank you.
So I would like to thank you all, Ms. Tritopoulou, Ms. Providi, Mr. Boudouvas, Mr. Skarvelakis, all of you for being here. Thank you very much. And I think we have to move on. Mr. Kremlis. Okay, thank you.
the panelists, just to let you know, with the permission of Professor Ayadi, that the Vice President of the European Investment Bank is obliged to leave us for an important meeting that is currently being held. And therefore, with your permission, he will be the first speaker speaking here from the podium, but the other members can join the panel. The floor is yours.
Yes. Hello? Yes. Good afternoon to all. This is a pleasure to be here at the panel on green financing and ESG. So, first of all, I would like to thank EPLO and the Circular Gaia, Faye and George for extending this invitation and for organizing such an important event. And also, I would like to emphasize our partnership with the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association, in which I am president, and it's really an honor and pleasure for us to be here today. So, before starting, I would like to introduce our first speaker. So, Mr. Ioannis Zacharis, he is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. He's also has been working a lot on this green transition on behalf of the EIB. I know that your time is very short with us today, so really happy to have you with us, and he will deliver the keynote speech and to introduce our panel, and then we will initiate our panel after Mr. Ivan Ivanov, who is the Minister of Regional Development and Public Banks, on screen. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor for me to be here today in this historic venue of Zappeion, a place that connects us with our past here in Greece, but most importantly, calls on us to shape the future. And the future is clear. It must be green, it must be sustainable, it must be fair. The climate crisis is not a distant threat. It's already here, we have noticed it. We are already living its consequences through floods, wildfires, and extreme weather. But within this crisis lies a greater economic opportunity for our generation to rebuild our economies on solid, resilient, and sustainable foundations. At the European Investment Bank, we have made a bold decision to become the EU Climate Bank, and we have achieved it. And it's not a slogan, it's a commitment Since 2021, at least 50% of our financing has been dedicated to climate action and environmental sustainability. By 2030, we aim to mobilize more than 1 trillion of euros in green investments. And every project we finance is tested against a simple but rigorous question. Is it aligned with the Paris Agreement? If not, we don't finance it. This is our strategy, but it's more than a strategy. It's about people, because the green transition is not just about numbers and targets. It's about the air we breathe, the water we drink, the jobs we create, the cities where our children are growing up. And here in Greece, we've seen a unique opportunity. By leveraging European resources from the Next Generation EU and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, together with the European Investment Bank's financial tools and close cooperation with the banking sector and businesses, we are investing heavily in renewable energy, smart and green infrastructure, innovation and clean technologies. We are creating a new growth model for Greece, sustainable, resilient and inclusive. At the same time, ESG criteria are no longer optional. They are not a luxury, they are not a passing trend. They are the new global standard. Investors, markets and citizens are demanding them. Those who invest in green invest in the future. Those who ignore it will be left behind. And it's why collaboration is essential. No institution, no government, no company can shoulder this transition alone. Only together, public and private, national and international, we can turn the green transition from a necessity into a shared opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the real question is not whether we will succeed, the real question is when and at what speed. And the answer must be now. With courage, with determination, with vision, the European Investment Bank will stand by your side, by Greece's side, by Europe's side, by the side of all those ready to build a greener, more sustainable and more resilient future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me thank you very much for this emphasis also on people, the role of people in the green transition and collaboration. And I think these are all elements that we will discuss in the panel. But beyond that, also the private-public partnership, which Ioannis alluded to, and I think. Looking at the role of the EIB over the years, let me emphasize also it's the largest bank on dealing with the green transition and even bigger than the World Bank. I had the chance to meet Nadia Calvino some time ago, and it's really clear that the EIB is really pushing a lot of effort into this green transition. So let me also introduce already who is connected online, Mr. Ivan Ivanov. He is the Minister of Regional Development and Public Banks in the Republic of Bulgaria. And he's a lawyer by training, and I am very happy to have you here online. So please, the floor is yours on your introduction speech.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address the Circle Gaia Symposium, a forum that not only recognizes the achievements of Circle of Diplomacy, but also reaffirms the vital connection between climate, energy, and the environment. Our shared responsibility as nation leaders, working in close partnership with the scientific community, the financial sector, civil society, and other stakeholders, is to chart new pathways for cooperation guided by the vision of sustainable development. We must redouble our efforts to build stronger bridges among the countries in the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and the Red Sea. We need to harness the potential of these regions to effective networks, the exchange of best practices, and capacity building. Particular attention must be given to the Black Sea and the Red Sea regions, already suffering both from the devastating consequences of war and from the accelerating climate crisis. These two regions, as a result of our joint efforts, can exert a powerful positive impact on the wider Mediterranean basin. The circular economy and ESG principles from the framework for the future, it's a solid foundation on which the entire region can build. The government of Bulgaria has developed and it's implementing a range of instruments for integrated territorial investments that bring together economic, social, and environmental dimensions. Our ambition is to use these instruments to achieve a lasting balance between regional development and the European priorities for a green and digital transition. With support from the European Union, including funding from various EU instruments and the Recovery and Resilience Plan, Bulgaria has embarked on a large-scale program to improve energy efficiency and modernize the building stock. This effort is reducing the carbon footprint and energy consumption by renovating residential, public, and industrial buildings. We also have allocated significant resources for urban development, transport, and infrastructure, which help reduce emissions, car pollution, and expand green spaces in our cities. Bulgarian national priorities are fully in line with the themes of this symposium: energy efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable transport, and green infrastructure. In parallel, we are investing in the modernization of educational, social, and healthcare infrastructure, as well as cultural cities, all of which contribute to improving quality of life and ensuring equal access to essential services across our regions. These programs are implemented through a model of multi-level governance and integrated territorial planning, engaging local authorities, businesses, and civil societies, and approach consistent with the management principles of ESG. Equally important to us are the vertical corridors of linking the Aegean Sea through Bulgaria, Romania, and Moldova to Ukraine, as well as the horizontal corridor connecting to Aegean, the Black, and the Adriatic Seas. These routes are more than transport arteries. They also serve as energy links and stand as a tangible symbols of unity and solidarity. The circular economy is not an abstract European ambition. It's a practical opportunity for growth in our country, already taking shape in practice. Resources efficiency brings a genuine competitive edge in an era of climate challenges and limited resources, offers viable and sustainable solutions. ESG standards, in turn, are not simply indicators for sustainability. They are guarantee that investments in our region will be economically sound, socially responsible, and environmentally sustainable. They foster transparency, build trust, and help mobilize financing. The symposium takes place at a decisive moment. It provides an opportunity to align regional experience with global ambition. We can share best practice on innovative models of their circular economy, on managing the energy transition, and on setting a clear course for the decarbonization of the European economy. We must also send a clear message about the policies we intend to pursue. I firmly believe that realistic assessments of the current situation will enable us to move forward, addressing the challenges we face today. Bulgaria and the entire Southeast European region have a strategic opportunity to be active and reliable partners in this process. This forum offers us a unique chance to shape a more sustainable future for the Mediterranean, for Southeast Europe, and for the Black Sea and Red Sea regions. I'm confident that together we can discover new ways to cooperate, to share knowledge, and to build enduring partnerships. Thank you for your attention and for giving Bulgaria the opportunity to contribute to this significant dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan, for sharing the commitment of Bulgaria in this green transition and circular economy. And thank you for also emphasizing the role of best practices. We need them to go faster and also to collaborate within the European Union and elsewhere in the Mediterranean to accelerate the transition. And also was mentioned by Yonis, the speed. This is a major challenge that we need to move much faster than the catastrophic risks that we are seeing already in our region, particularly in the Mediterranean, because of the climate risk that we are encountering. So I understand that you will remain with us in the panel, so you can also extend eventually any comments that you would like to share. But now I would like to move to the panelists, and I would like to share with you a couple of comments I have been thinking of over the years on the green transition and also on the circular economy. For example, if we look at the research, we are trying to move from circular economy to regenerative economy. It means that we would like to have and to see more research and development, more innovation inside of the concept of circular economy. And this is not only on the agriculture sector, on the urban development and beyond. And this means also that we would like really to leverage the research and science that is created by the researchers and the scientists to move faster. And this is the aspect of faster and speed that we need to work on. At the same time, also, this means accepting innovation, and of course innovation also means higher risk from a banking perspective. Also, at the same time, we have the long-term risk that we thought it was long-term risk in the past, which are the climate risk, and they are becoming practically embedded in our normal distribution within our functions of banking and also insurance. And we have today the representatives of the financial sector. So, bottom line is to say that the financial risk has a key role nowadays to accompany the transition, and at the same time, the regulation and the regulatory frameworks are also an enabler to ensure this is happening in the right speed, not to, in fact, disincentives of the private sector and also the other players to move much faster. So there is a kind of a trade-off here, and that we need to think of for this transition. So what I want to discuss with you today as our panelists is I see three aspects that we need to discuss, and I will give you the floor to give your comment. First is the alignment of incentives, which means that how can public policy, regulation, financial innovation better align incentive to truly move quicker into a sustainable green and regenerative transition. The second are the transition pathways. What are the practical mechanisms for financing, for decarbonization of heavy industry, infrastructure, and so on, and also linked to adaptation and mitigation. And this is also an important discussion that we need to think of. And then last but not least, the triptych, I call them integrity, impact, and equity. So how can we ensure the ESG commitment translate in real-world outcomes? So it's not only written on papers. Nowadays, we are only focusing on the environmental pillar, but we are in a way leaving the social and governance pillar without much attention. So with this, I would like to introduce Theodora Antonakaki. She's the director of Climate Change and Sustainability Center of the Bank of Greece. So the floor is yours to give your comment, and then we'll ask you some questions. Please, Theodora.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I will take note of the Minister of Bulgaria's comment that it is indeed a decisive moment now. And you would allow me a disclaimer here, not necessarily views of the Bank of Greece, of course, personal views. It's a moment of regulation and deregulation, of moving forward, advancing very quickly, as you said, but also stalling in some ways. I think it's very crucial that we all move collectively and be able to define also the direction, but also the speed in which we move ahead. So in saying all that, I would think that the most important message for today is resilience. Resilience that not only incorporates mitigation and adaptation in terms of sustainability, as we all knew so far, but also incorporates other parameters that have to do with geopolitical issues, with societal issues, with the leaving no one behind issues. And of course, we have to use the frameworks that are given to us as a positive way of moving ahead through, for example, the risk management of climate and sustainability issues, and how to proceed in this aspect. I would suggest that the issue of adaptation is very crucial, and I think it has also been distilled in what it's called the triple dividend of adaptation. So we do have a future-proofing our societies. We are avoiding catastrophes. We are also providing, we are boosting job creation. We are boosting innovation, growth and productivity. And also we have co-benefits. We have co-benefits for the economy, for the environment, for the society itself. So all that within the triple dividend of adaptation, I think it's very important to keep in mind and find ways, as you said, in terms of the financing to actually realize adaptation projects. It's more difficult than straight mitigation projects, as we all know, and this is why adaptation is still very limited in terms of financing compared to mitigation. And that's where the enabling environment needs to materialize, and we have to find innovative financial tools to be able to support that. Of course, a supporting environment, of course, regulation. I think it has to be very clear how we move on, and that also in terms of when regulation happens, we have to be fast there and not leave hints of deregulation as well in the way. And I'm sure R&D is very important to actually do that. We have very interesting examples and very promising projects. I see Professor Loizidou here. Her projects and her work are very promising for what lies ahead. And I think you all have to find ways of actually making the steps necessary to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodora. This is already giving a nice impetus for our discussion today. But you mentioned the triple dividend, and I think this is essential because we also need to think beyond what I call the business as usual scenario. So we need to really think beyond and try really to think for the people in what it means adaptation for them. So if we look at the gaps on adaptation, they are huge. They are very, very, very big. They are in trillions worldwide. And then there is also a connection between mitigation and adaptation. So there are some adaptation projects that could also be considered mitigation and vice versa. And these are all aspects that will allow us to move into a higher speed. So one needs to, I would say, define those ones, those projects, and then scale them up. And of course, in Europe, we see that EIB is very much committed into this. So we need to move into some blending instrument and then have the private sector really giving a little bit more in terms of risk. But of course, we need to also pay attention to the financial stability issues. And you are a central bank, so you know very much that at the end we need to move to have some constraints in terms of financial stability aspects. But then we are constrained into moving very fast into a green transition and circular and regenerative economy with its own risks as well. So it's a big tension that one has to work on, and with this I would like to move to Georgios from Antoniadis. He's a director of Sustainable and Development Banking at the Piraeus Bank. So that's you, okay, I missed the... So for you, how do you see, all this discussion? If you can introduce your work and yourself, and then we can move into the questions, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, Your Excellency, Minister Ivanov, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's a nice opportunity for the bank to participate in this panel and allow us to contribute our experience on the matters and the issues that we're discussing about green financing and ESG. A lot of discussion is being held today regarding adaptation, mitigation, climate change, and what we do, how we operate. We're a private bank that we have certain regulation to follow, and we need actually to be a step forward from the market, but a step forward for the planet and for the green transition. So we value highly our contribution and performance on green financing and ESG. Actually, as a group, we want to contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. We understand, we comprehend really well why these matters should be raised, and we have to follow the SDGs. We aim to support the growth of the Greek economy and finance sustainable entrepreneurship and ensure best workplace practices and reinforce social coherence. That's actually the very sense and the very meaning of the ESG and green financing that we need to follow. So in terms of how we finance, what we do in our main operations, the fields of energy transition and sustainable finance is one of the primary focus areas of the group. It's evident in our business plan for 2025-2028. We incorporate the principles of sustainable and responsible banking. We have formulated financial projects that entail ESG criteria, and we want to achieve a positive impact to the environment and to the economy and the society. So we have launched financing solutions. You may be aware about this. I think most of the Greek banks already have these financing solutions that improve business energy footprint. They reinforce the sustainability goals that the businesses have. The finance is provided for projects that reduce carbon emissions or protect biodiversity or manage sustainably the natural resources. On the other hand, we also have the green transition, the main key area of green transition, so low carbon economies through investments in renewable energy sources. A lot of projects have been financed from Piraeus Bank, as long as sustainable agriculture and clean technologies. And this has to do with financing businesses. We have one more step, financing individuals. So we have a variety of lending products to individuals that actually are, the scope is to improve their energy efficiency of households and facilities, self-production with the use of RES for energy needs, etc. So we have a holistic approach about our client needs. We also intend to act as a catalyst and provide, alternatives to our clients and provide, entrance to different products. So the thing is that we have integrated ESG criteria in the lending process for mid-caps and large corporates. So from now, we provide financial incentives to customers that receive loans from the bank and commit themselves to achievable, measurable targets that relate to energy efficiency, to CO2 emissions reductions, or to recycling rate increases, or to labor and social issues. These are evident in the bank. We have a dedicated sustainability-linked loans framework. That's what we use for the ESG loans. And this is also assessed by Sustainable Fitch, so it's graded. And we already have approximately 1 billion of loans provided with these ESG loans, the sustainability-linked loans. Now, it was a very nice opportunity to have Mr. Tsakiris here because we also cooperate with the EIB, we cooperate with the EIF, and we cooperate with national agencies like the HDB, the Hellenic Development Bank. We provide financing tools that are tailor-made for investments and enterprises that have to do with the green transition or the ESG. So targeted financial instruments. They also cover working capital needs, not only investments. These products either include specific ESG requirements. For example, we have an InvestEU sustainability loans to SMEs, which is through EIF. They support energy production investments or renewable sources or energy saving. We have also another financing tool from EIB, which is quite similar to that, which also has an ESG aspect. The ESG aspect is there is a financial incentive for youth employment. And also we have the participation in the financing tools of HDB. HDB actually requires from anyone that is going to receive a loan from HDB to answer a questionnaire regarding ESG. So ESG is a prerequisite for HDB in order to someone to apply for a loan. Through InvestEU, we have already provided 140 million of loans, and through EIB, 90 million of loans, specific loans about green transition for the last year. And I think it's a very good opportunity, talking about transition, talking about mitigation and adaptation, to discuss about the role of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, the RRF in Greece. The RRF is a loan co-financing program. Actually, approximately 15 billion of funds are going to be dispersed with the assistance of Greek banks to final beneficiaries for projects that have to do with green transition, digital transformation, projects that are quite close to what we discuss now about, the next day, how we incorporate, how we mitigate, how we adapt to the new environment. So it's a pivotal fund. We have already provided approximately 3 billion of funds toward green transition and digital transformation. And I think it's almost 1.8 gigawatt of RES project financed through the bank's participation. And another significant aspect of RRF that we need to have in mind is that the RRF was the first financing tool from Europe that incorporated EU taxonomy in that scale. So we discuss about EU taxonomy, we do a lot of exercises, and actually we as banks, and I think all the market players, have to do things about taxonomy. RRF was the first introduction to taxonomy, and was really important for the banks in order to understand what we have to do in the future. So that was the golden standard that we need to follow in order to minimize environmental and climate risks. And just a couple of minutes to finish about this, talking about climate risks and integrating sustainability into lending practices. You need, as correctly you said, you need to manage long-term risks associated with environment, with social issues. You need to make sure that the projects that you actually fund or the companies that you fund are aligned with sustainability goals, and they're considered less risky in that sense. So that's another aspect that we need to take into account why we want green transition, why we want the ESG criteria. So the bank estimates this kind of risks. It has a specific tool. It's the climate-based tool. The climate-based tool actually incorporates climate-related risks, both physical and transition ones, of its business borrowers, and it turns it into monetary terms. So it quantifies the risks, and the bank has the ability to assess this as well in its process. I don't want to tire you a lot, but I think that was a lot, and I took a lot of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you. That's already very, very comprehensive. Thank you, Georgios, for this overview. I have one question. You mentioned that you have managed to apply the EU taxonomy in practice. So what are the obstacles that you see within your bank? And do you, I don't know, of course you can talk about your bank, but how do you see, for example, other banks applying this EU taxonomy? Is it really applicable on the ground, or it needs to have a little bit more potential for applicability?
I think we need to first understand what is the EU taxonomy classification system that actually we need to establish the environmental sustainable economic activities based on taxonomy. This was easily done for the RRF. The RRF actually has an independent auditor and actually defines whether a project or a company is taxonomy eligible, and it's fine. The problem is that you need to assess what you've done so far and how you classify it. So what we've done, we have integrated a sustainable finance framework. We created 3 levels. We told that we have sustainable financing based on regulatory definitions. So what is commonly accepted that it is taxonomy aligned or taxonomy eligible. We have transition finance as second pillar based on regulatory definitions again. And third, other definitions that we introduce as a bank, private definitions internally for sustainable financing. So we actually managed to categorize the book of the bank and measure what is called the green asset ratio. So measure what part of the bank so far, without having any, specific change in the way that we finance, is the green asset ratio, our taxonomy aligned. So it was a difficult exercise, and this is a difficult exercise because there is data unavailability and some complexity of applying the technical screening criteria. So it's difficult for the companies, for the SMEs, for the mid-caps. It's difficult to adapt in the required data, greenhouse gas emissions, environmental impact, energy consumption. There's scattered data that is not collected through a specific system. So this makes it very difficult. Some of the data for the DNSH and the minimum safeguards are also difficult to find them. You can't find them easily. They were never requested, so it's difficult for the companies to find them. And third, the taxonomy technical screening criteria are very strict. They are very sector and activity specific. The market is not very well aware of them, so it's a learning curve. So if I conclude on your question, I would say that the Piraeus Bank has incorporated EU taxonomy to a very meaningful degree so far in its disclosures, in the risk management, and in structuring certain sustainable loan products, and is a very good position in gradually embedding the EU taxonomy in our credit policy. This is actually a step-by-step approach, and in this kind of dance, we will dance with the market together and we'll reach to a better outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio. This is also something what we have discussed when I was still at the chair of the banking stakeholder group at the European Banking Authority for 6 years. And the green asset ratio was an issue by many banks in reality, because it was very difficult to compute and it was a hard exercise. So of course, from a regulation standpoint, it's important to report on the capacity of banks, European banks, to report the green asset ratio. But then at the same time, I understand difficulties because, as you mentioned, is a learning curve, and then it's also an appropriate way to help banks to speed up their transition. I mean, I think there is a speed again, and I think this is the main issue because, of course, transition, we cannot transit for 100 years. We have to transit fast, but then at which cost? And that is also the key question. So as an economist and a finance professor, for me, it's important to have a data, and then one can report the data, and then, of course, monitor the transition of the financial sector into this green transition, and helping, of course, the real economy to transit, because, of course, the real economy will transit even less fast than the banks. So the role of banks is so important.
I think that you're correct. I mean, this kind of pace should be dictated by the way that the banks operate. So I understand the need. We provide the financing, so we are the entry point of the businesses to additional funds, and this is how we are going to not only gather data, but also communicate why this is needed and why transition is needed. This is the first part. Why this architecture of green financing, green transition, mitigation, adaptation, why is there and why it's important, first of all, and how can we do it in market terms that are measurable, first of all, and then with an economic benefit. So there are initiatives, there are funding channels that actually achieve this. With the banks, we need to follow the pace. The regulators are always asking for more, and they do their job, and it's fine. We will find a way to keep up the pace, but there is a need for a steep learning curve from the market.
Thank you. That's clear. I would like to go back to Theodora. Sorry, I'm doing a back forth to you because it was inspired by what Giorgio said. What is the role of the central banks in this? I mean, as a central banker, of course, working in a central bank of Greece, And obviously having, of course, over the years, central banks' role have evolved. And I think they will continue to evolve, particularly toward more sustainability and eventually also inclusion over the years. Because, of course, and this is what also was mentioned by, again, the keynote speaker, we're talking about people. This is also essential that all our actions have to be inclusive and sustainable and serve the people. And eventually also we have to serve the planet, because without planet we don't have people. So you see, these are all correlated issues. And I always believe that we need to work in this symbiosis between people and planet. We need to protect the planet for us to be protected, and vice versa. So this is also a clear aspect. So it's not like the planet, it's forever. We could see it with the catastrophic risk that we are experiencing. So how do you see the role of central bank there?
Thank you, Rim. So very briefly, if I can describe the role of central banks. Of course, the main work for the issues of sustainability and climate remains with the governments, the elected governments, and the policies that need to be in place, both in mitigation, adaptation, and all horizontally applied policies. But of course, central banks cannot stay on the sideline, because they have already identified those issues as critical for their work, for financial stability, for the well-being of the financial sector. So first and foremost, we address that from the risk management perspective, but of course, a secondary through our mandate in terms of supporting the European policies. So that's a very important also acknowledgement. This is also part of why the European Central Bank has an action plan on climate and sustainability. We, as the Central Bank of Greece, started in 2009. It's been already 16 years now that we work on issues related to climate, and progressively we have advanced the work that we do, especially as it grows attention in the international and the central banking agenda. Since 2015, it has been very prominent in the central banking agenda as well, and it's been already like 6-7 years now that we have the network for greening the financial system, a very important network that does extremely useful work for central banks to be able to support the greening of the financial system. We also have other fora. We have the Eurosystem Climate Change Forum. It's a group within the Eurosystem, pretty much works like a committee of the Eurosystem that addresses those issues. And we're very proud that we are chairing this group now. We are the first central bank after the ECB that has the chair of this forum. And we are doing very good work in actually bringing everyone together and making the knowledge that is out there, exchanging practices as to how to better incorporate climate and nature-related parameters in our work. And without me stalling further, I will just tell you that since this summer of 2025, the ECB, on the strategy statement, has reinforced the commitment of the Eurosystem in addressing climate and nature-related parameters in the central banking work. Thank you.
Thank you. This is great, and I'm happy that Greece now is sharing this forum, and the NGFS work, I'm very aware of it. And at the same time, I think there is a debate to have this cross-border climate risk, I would say, model and scenarios. And I think it's also important for integration at EU level in terms of the action or the action plan of the ECB on sustainability and climate, and also on the regulatory side. So it's so important to move from fragmentation to real integration on that space. So thank you very much. Now let us move to Konstantin Soulakidis. Okay, I pronounced well this time. Very good. So senior underwriter, his environmental liability and renewable energy and Inter-American Hellenic Insurance. The role of insurance in the past was very important, because then you ensure I would say, the tail risks, and that climate were a tail risk in the past, and I see it now it's becoming almost normally distributed risk within the distributions of the banking sector. So how do you see all of this from your position?
Okay, first of all, thank you so much to the organizers for their most kind invitation, for an insurer to be part of this wonderful group. And this is a very important panel because green transition towards circular economy passes through a currency sign. Usually we say a dollar sign, but we should fly the euro sign here in Greece. Well, we see ourselves as insurers as being pillars of these transitions. Why? Because we secure the sustainability of green investment. As simple as that. Insurers are three things. First and foremost are risk managers. Second, they're risk carriers because we take the risk. And the third thing is that we are institutional investors with more than $8 trillion global turnover in insurance. So, past that, we see three things if I might get into the beef of the discussion and the challenges. There are three issues and challenges to the global insurance industry and also to the local insurance industry as far as green transition is concerned. The first one is, of course, the climate crisis altogether. If we speak from a risk perspective, and already much has been said from the side of the financial sector already in this panel on climate crisis, what I would say, summing up, is we're talking about the elephant in the room or a hungry bull running in the glassware store, speaking in terms of risk. The second challenge is the environment and how governments, the private sector, the financial sector deal with it all together, and the society at large. This is still indeed a challenge. And if I speak on environmental impairment, how do we assess risk? How do we calculate financial exposure? And further, not that much for our, let's say, well-set and organized institutions in the financial sector. How about the average operator, the average small and medium enterprise or large enterprise? How do they assess the risk? How does society understands the crisis that we are into? Forget about climate. I'm speaking just on environmental degradation. Now, what things are not as bad as I describe? Technology and understanding is here, thank God, in this century. Know-how, that is. So we have the tools, we have the technology, we have the methodology. What we do not have is the wide awareness, okay? It doesn't just mean, it is not that important if a financial institution is well aware, working on its materiality and ESG and all associated issues. But the question is, where do we get demand for that? To what extent societies and industries come to us for support? So in many ways, the financial sector, let me say that, that is well aware and more advanced than the society itself on these challenges. So one prime issue and challenge is how we speak the word in a more exposed way so that we act as examples of faster change, okay? Because if we let things, and that is not only in Greece, but also in the southern part of Europe and Central Europe to some part, we are not going as fast as we should vis-à-vis the problems that we face. So for us, this is one challenge. And there is, and speaking also from an insurance perspective, there is a third challenge regarding green transition and circular economy. To what extent have we really understood fully the risks associated, let's say, if I use the example of technology, of new technology, to what extent have we associated the risk associated with the implementation of this initially perceived green technology? From an insurance perspective, if we are to understand a process, we have to sit 25 years into that process, look into it, so to be able to ensure this new technology properly, okay? Because our scope, as said, is more focused on the risk itself, apart from climate. Let's say, if I give a quick example, the battery energy storage facilities, which are of prime, let's say, interest here in Greece and also all around the south of Europe. We're talking about structures which are heavily dependent on new technologies, okay? If we use the solution of a lithium-ion array of batteries, if there is a big natural disaster or a fire, then we really have to be able to assess the implications to the natural environment, let's say, for example, after a big fire. So really we have to work a lot, and this is what the insurance industry, and we do at Inter-American, do, studying these new exposures, because we are talking about the evolution of new risks that we have found on our path towards green transition. And so these are the three challenges that we do face. At Inter-American, having sorted our materiality issues and ESG structures already embedded for more than 20 years, the issues are currently that we are really working on is right on that set that I have mentioned.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. That's already a good view on where are we heading in terms of reimagining the risk, because the reality today is risk, as you know very well, is the part of the uncertainty that we know based on patterns. The uncertainty, it's out there, so we need to really rethink our risk models and also putting in place climate as a key factor. Before, climate was not a key factor, yes. Was once every maybe 100 years. And nowadays, it's once every 6 months. I mean, I live in Spain, I live in Barcelona, and then after what happened, for example, in Valencia was something really impressive.
Correct.
I mean, it's not something that you could see it on the television, and then it's not really in reality. And a lot of people lost their lives, and we see it up to now, and the government is not able to manage these disasters. The disasters are real, are not a creation of our mind, and I think we need to realize, because our institutions sometimes they tend to deny the materialization of the risk, and we need to be aware nowadays that we need to move from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. And I think this is what we're missing nowadays. We need to have policies and regulations and instruments that allow us to be proactive, not reactive. And this is what I miss and I don't see. And I think, for example, in the case of Spain, it was very clear to me that no one was prepared. And everybody was sending the ball and the blame to the other body. And it is in one country. So imagine at EU level and at the global level. So anyway, these are some aspects which I'm afraid I don't see any answers so far. So let me move to our next speaker, Marius Clitu. He's the CEO, Baker Tilly Southeastern Europe. You have major experience in many areas. So what is your view about this, particularly, for example, within the artificial intelligence era? And also in terms of the ESG, which, of course, it's a concept or a framework that created, again, connecting three elements, which are the environment, social, and governance. But as I said at the beginning, I don't see how social and governance are really embedded into the whole framework. And of course, we have another transition that we don't have the time to talk about, so let's keep it short because this is only about this green transition and green financing and ESG, how the artificial intelligence will interfere with all of this. To you.
Thank you very much for the invitation for being here today. What I was going to say is that, I mean, we are living through a time that everything is changing through artificial intelligence. And this is a matter, I think, which is certainly is going to affect ESG as well. And I mean, looking at the issue from our part is how the business collect the information, how they assess the information, and how they utilize this information. And I believe that the transition we are living in terms of collecting and analyzing information is going to make a huge impact and make it easier for business in terms of being able to understand. Because for anything to succeed, there must be understanding. What is the reason and what is the result? And the reality for the business people is that they want to see what they do, they want to see the benefit. They do understand the corporate social responsibility and all the things that goes with it. But at the same time, because being an auditor, I mean, a financial auditor for several years, we don't want to see this as another burden. This is not a burden, it's something which has to be done and it has to be understood by the business community. And once it's understood and embraced in the correct way, they will be able to contribute in a much better way. Now everybody is apprehensive about the whole thing. They see the cost, they don't see the benefit to the great extent. And I think there is a lot of ground to educate, but educating is different level. Educating the high-ranking officials, educating the middle management, and educating the people at the bottom in order to be able, because for anything to succeed, it has to be a partnership of everybody together with the stakeholders. So I do believe and I'm hopeful that in the next few years, this information will be better available, better analyzed, and be able to reduce the cost of implementation in doing, whatever has to happen. And I think it's a challenge, but I think that it's a challenge that will be won.
Yeah, I agree with you. It remains a challenge. But how do you think the artificial intelligence and all the methodologies of this LLM thinking and applications and quantum computing will help us in the right direction within the speed question? You know, that we need to transit fast. And this will allow, I think we have the tools to transit fast if eventually we rely on artificial intelligence. But are we ready mentally? Our brains are ready to go as fast? Do we really, I would say, naturally are ready to do it?
I think yes. We are living another revolution. And the quicker we realize that, and we could take the advantage of what's happening, because I consider this challenge an advantage as well. There will be changes internationally. Some people, some business will survive, some will stay behind. And I see this in our profession. They're talking, I was attending the conference of Piketty in London in the summer, in June, and they mentioned about possible huge reductions in the stuff we need. The easiness, how easy it will be able for us to do the job that we need man-hours, endless man-hours. And the type of analysis it will provide it, and it will make, thinking 30 years back when I started with today is a completely different ball game. If we stay what we are doing 30 years ago, we will be extinct. Now is a new era. We have to take the challenge, and I believe to the human element, we will win that.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. I see the time in front of me, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. So I will give you, each one of you, 20 seconds to see what are the next steps within your vision and area of expertise and work. So I'll start with you.
Very quickly, focusing on more on risk analysis in support of our clients. And number two, the second focus is increase our efforts towards wider public and business awareness on climate risks, on the green transition, on circular economy and environmental risk primarily. Thank you.
Giorgio?
I will agree with the public awareness. It's really, really important, and I think that we as a bank, and I think all the banks take steps toward that direction, so it's very, very important. We do it with a kind of an incentive things, but we need to participate and we discuss and raise awareness on all our clients and businesses and understand the needs of the adaptation and the mitigation, the needs of ESG and the green transition. Secondly, I think it's really most important to make sure that the AI integration in the new era and with regards to the needs that we have for the green transition is not going to be executed in a way that actually is going to be harmful in any of the ESG aspects, not only for the potential loss of jobs, but the environmental aspect for the energy need of AI in order to operate. Thank you.
Mario?
Two things. First of all, for the advisors to be able to take up the challenge of the new technologies and the new environment that we'll be living in. And secondly, to be able to educate and to educate the stakeholders and our clients in what they have to do and how they have to behave in the years to come.
The last word to you, Theodora.
Thank you for that as well. I think the main challenge, I think, for us is to incorporate within our frameworks, in the framework that we've set up for climate sustainability, to manage to incorporate nature degradation and environmental parameters. I think it's very crucial in moving ahead and also harnessing the possible benefits from, as you mentioned, in the transition, for example, the AI, everything that is happening out there, and see climate and nature horizontally, because that's the context in which we are all working, living, and performing. Thank you.
Thank you very much all, and I would like to close this. I think the next phase requires courage, a lot of courage, aligning finance with planetary boundaries. We really need to think of the planet in this discussion. It's completely out of our discussion today. It's really the heart. Embedding justice at the heart of sustainability. This is also essential, not to leave anybody behind, and really ensuring that all these trillions or billions that we are talking about are mobilized actually to deliver resilience and inclusion on the ground. And these are not words. These must be translated into action. So thank you very, very much for your time. For also Ivan, maybe he's still with us there on the ground, online. And for everybody who listened to us, thank you all, also Georges and Faye, once again.
Break outside, and then we will meet again at 14:45 for the panel with the ambassadors on circular diplomacy. Bon appétit. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the members of the panel on circular economy to join me here. Please, ambassadors, excellencies. The ambassador of France, she will join us, but I really want to keep the time because if we delay the process, all the panels will suffer. Ambassador Mamadov is joining us. We have been informed, because of the traffic and all the problems but I believe as soon as she will join us, she will reach the panel. So, Excellencies, I have the pleasure and the privilege to be the moderator of this panel on circular diplomacy. To some of you, circular diplomacy might be terra incognita, in the sense that such an innovative panel is probably one of the first ones, or probably the first that we have launched here in Greece. But I do believe, I am confident that at the end of this prestigious panel, we will all agree that there is a circular diplomacy and that there is a new narrative to promote as regards circular diplomacy, which in reality is the umbrella diplomacy of energy diplomacy that we know. It has become very trendy in the Mediterranean area, not only, but mostly in the Mediterranean area. Environmental diplomacy, which is more traditional, more historic, and climate diplomacy, which is the diplomacy reflected in the COPs. We had a very successful COP29 in Azerbaijan with the financing issues highlighted and an important contribution from Azerbaijan on a range of issues which are really of great importance. And the next meeting will be in Belém. I am very sorry that I will not be able to go there. Practically, it's very complicated. I believe that a lot of you will manage to go there. We need to be there to support the roadmap to energy transition and to carbon neutrality. So without ado, and by saying that in the Mediterranean, circular diplomacy is worldwide, but here we are in the broader region of the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a hot spot. The increase of temperature is higher than in other parts of the planet. We have already experienced this with extreme weather. So, number one, how can we address the climate issue in building more resilience? Because in reality, for our citizens, what counts more is resilience and less mitigation. They consider that mitigation is for the state and for the companies, while even the households and we as citizens pollute and we have CO2 emissions. So resilience is extremely important, how we can build resilience, improve cooperation amongst us in the context of the Kyoto and Paris Agreement, but also in the context of the Union for the Mediterranean, of the Mediterranean Action Plan. The second, how we can protect our environment. Our environment is extremely precious, and the Mediterranean environment is connected with the Black Sea environment. It is connected with the Red Sea, with the Gulf, also with the Caspian Sea in one way, in the broader sense of the, let's say, the sea basins. And in that respect, the protection of the environment is extremely important because there is a very important litter pollution and microplastics that have invaded even the food chain. And moreover, because of the increase of the temperature, a lot of alien species have invaded the Mediterranean. A lot of alien species. We have the lionfish. We have the, as we say, the rabbit face fish. The first is edible. The second one is not and is dangerous. So again, this is an additional problem, combating litter and microplastics, but also protecting biodiversity, which is very important. And in Greece now we have undertaken a lot of initiatives. So environment, and last but not least, how we can promote energy through energy connection, renewable sources of energy. We are having great projects with Egypt, with Cyprus. We will refer to all of them. So, without ado, I would like to start by giving the floor, following the protocol order, to His Excellency, the Ambassador of the UK, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to the Hellenic Republic, Matthew James Lodge, who speaks Greek perfectly, but unfortunately the panel is in English, or fortunately. The floor is yours.
Thank you, George, and I'm honoured to be here with my distinguished colleagues and fellow ambassadors. I'm not an energy expert or indeed a climate expert, but over the 4 years I've been here as ambassador and indeed in previous ambassadorial postings, and I would trace it back probably to 2015 and COP21 in Paris. We have seen, as diplomats and unapologetic generalists, an increasing focus in our work on precisely the issues that you talk about, the circular economy, the challenge of the climate protection, or managing climate change, protection of the environment, and related issues, most latterly on energy security, which may have come to prominence because of geopolitical developments. And in this part of Europe, of course, the invasion of Ukraine is a case in point, but which are issues which impact us across the globe. So my starting gambit would be to say that actually, I think in looking at circular diplomacy, we're probably recognizing in new and more modern language something which has been a consistent thread through international relations for many years, and namely that is the importance of multilateralism and partnership born out of the interdependency that we have, whatever our constitutional makeup, whatever our geographical location, and whatever the specific demands of our society. So, as a generalist ambassador, I'm going to defend circular diplomacy from the point of view of a convinced multilateralist and somebody who sees a growing reliance for all of us on working together and recognizing that many of the issues that we're tackling can only be tackled effectively in partnership with others. So the days of unilateral gunboat diplomacy or unilateral action, even for the biggest actors in our international community, I think are gone. And this is a good time to be having this discussion after the UN High-Level Week in New York just last week. Now, to come back specifically to the issues of climate and environment, I mean, quite apart from, I hope, giving a clear and unequivocal endorsement from the United Kingdom of our belief and commitment to the importance of working with our international partners, and the fact that we can only tackle the challenge of climate change, we can only look to protect the environment, we can only work to establish, and sadly, I think these days, increasingly defend international regulation that helps us in these regards by working in partnership. For us, that's a key objective. We do have, within the British government framework, a responsibility for the circular economy and for reducing waste. That sits on a national level with our Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, but it is acknowledged as being a whole of government effort, whether it's the Finance Ministry, whether it's the Foreign Ministry, our Department for Transport, etc. And we're working as we adapt to a constantly changing geopolitical scenario. We're working unilaterally, or nationally, should I say, to develop our own strategy for a circular economy. And for the UK, that's including at the moment areas around looking at our agricultural base and our food production. It's not just about energy security, it's also about food security, about chemicals and plastics, about transport. And we spend a lot of time here working with the shipping community in Greece, but also as the host of the International Maritime Organization in London on decarbonisation in shipping. Other issues around modern technology and electronics and new development there. And more traditional areas that we might have focused on when trying to address some of the environmental challenges that our modern developed economies are seeking to address. And whilst we're doing all of that, even if in certain parts of the world there are those who say it's all becoming very unfashionable or it's even a hoax, I'd say to you, look at the weather we've experienced this summer and previous summers here in Greece and in the islands, with the increased intensity and duration of the wildfire season, unseasonably large seasonal rains, flooding in Thessaly a year ago. I think the impacts of a changing climate and a changing environment are all too evident for us to see. So we have to work together to tackle that. And in that, of course, specifically here in the Eastern Mediterranean, I talked, and I say this proudly and conscious of the fact that the United Kingdom is not a Mediterranean power. We may have historical and geopolitical connections, whether with Cyprus, whether through our involvement in the 20th century and before. But we are not a Southeast European power. But we do recognize that we have a direct interest in, stake in, and responsibility for how these issues impact this part of Europe and beyond. So I touch on shipping and the challenge of decarbonisation. I have His Excellency, the Egyptian ambassador, next door to me. We can't, as a modern developed economy, a member of the UN, permanent member of the UN Security Council, be anything other than alarmed about actions which are interrupting freedom of navigation through the Red Sea and through Suez. We can't be anything other than alarmed and responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which brought to the forefront immediately questions about food security, which we found a sort of temporary fix to, but it's not enduring, and have brought the energy security debate front and center here. And I would like to take this opportunity, sat in Athens, to endorse and support the Greek government's efforts to make Greece an energy hub in the region and the various ways in which that is happening. So from a UK perspective, I think recognizing that, call it circular diplomacy, call it the circular economy, we are in an era and we are set to remain in a period where we are mutually dependent, where perhaps the traditional partnerships and alliances that we've seen grow up and consolidate in the latter part of the 20th century are evolving and may continue to evolve. But if we are serious right down from the local level to regional, national levels and sub-regional, in this case, Southeast Europe, but Europe, North Africa, the only way we will be able seriously to effect the sort of change and adaptation to respond to the challenges of climate change, damage to our environment, and to put ourselves on a sustainable footing has to be through increased partnership, multilateral cooperation, and a recognition of that interdependence. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, the emphasis on multilateralism versus unilateralism is extremely important. And I underscore what you have mentioned, that cooperation and a common understanding and a common vision vis-à-vis those challenges that we are facing, which are not only Mediterranean, they are planetary challenges, is extremely important. And in that respect, the role of the UK is important. I wanted to say that the North Shore is practically the EU, the South Shore is the Union for the Mediterranean, but it is also the Barcelona Convention, the Mediterranean Action Plan, which is based here in Athens. So we have a lot of instruments at our disposal which need to be coordinated to avoid, let's say, overlappings and competing initiatives. And in that respect, we also have EUMED 9, which is the 8 member states of the Mediterranean, with Portugal participating, not being a Mediterranean country, but sharing, let's say, the same interests as the other Mediterranean countries. So in that respect, thank you, Ambassador. What you have stressed is extremely important. Without ado, I would like now to give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Mr. Omar Amer Youssef. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll take your mic, but I will not say the same things that you have just mentioned. Well, I thank you so much for inviting me to participate with other distinguished ambassadors and colleagues and with the audience here to speak and talk about a very important issue, which I don't think it has now been a responsibility for one country or one region, but it's a shared responsibility that the international community needs to bear and to take care of this and to give the enough attention to it. And let me remind you here that 3 years ago, in the same place, you have invited me. I was just arrived here as an ambassador of Egypt to Athens. You have invited me to talk about Egypt's perspective on the COP27. And I would like to remind you as well, that day was a rainy day as well. So I'm not quite sure whether you are having an agreement with the circle diplomacy to have the same day raining like this. But, I think 3 years has already gone, and during which we have witnessed a lot of changes and a lot of challenges. After that, Egypt has taken over from UK, because UK has hosted COP26. We hosted in Sharm el-Sheikh 27, and then UAE 28, Azerbaijan 29, and we are heading towards the 30th in Brazil. I think there is no disagreement on how important this issue is, but maybe the approach is different from one country to another. For example, in Egypt in 27, one of the success and achievement of the COP27 was to establish the Fund of Loss and Damage, which was really a big challenge to have it, and it took a long time until it has been reached. Now things have changing, or are changing, and now I think in Brazil they will be looking at the implementation, because regardless of what we are agreeing on, and regardless of what we discuss for long hours and days, if there is no implementation and follow-up mechanism, things will continue to be a kind only of a discussion. And as I have started my intervention by saying that this is a shared responsibility, it is really a shared responsibility. We differ on maybe the methods, we differ on the approaches, and of course, the perspective from the North will be different than the perspective from the South, but the North and South dialogue is the only way through the diplomacy that we can reach an agreement, because, as I mentioned before, it is a responsibility that both of us should share, because for the next generations will be suffering. And we are seeing and witnessing how the climate change is affecting our daily life. Briefly, I would like to give you a few points which reflects the Egypt's perspective on this issue, because you have mentioned the Mediterranean, and we are a member of the Mediterranean. We have an action plan, and we are concerned of the impacts of the climate change on the Delta and the River Nile and on Alexandria and all of these things. There was a lot of articles, a lot of scientific reports that this could be in danger for the coming years. So let me give you in a brief here some of the perspective that I have been trying to summarize it in a way that will not take that long time. Our sea is shared, our sea is a shared lifeline, connecting Africa, Middle East, as well as Europe. So again, this is all regions. Yes, geographically, maybe we are close, but the interest and the responsibility, again, we are sharing it together. It carries our histories and as well as sustains our economies and nourishes our people, but it also suffers from mounting pressure. For example, the pollution, the overexploitation, and the accelerating impact of climate change. If the Mediterranean flutters, we all falter. It is protection, therefore, not a matter of choice, but it's a matter of responsibility. Egypt has placed this responsibility in the heart of its agenda. And as a partner in the UNEP Mediterranean Action Plan, we are advancing efforts, a lot of efforts to reduce marine pollution, safeguard biodiversity, and strengthen coastal management, because we are committed in Egypt, we are very committed to working with Greece as well and with our neighbors in the Mediterranean to ensure that the Mediterranean becomes a model of resilience as well as rather than a symbol of vulnerability. On the same note, I would like to share with you the following, that Egypt is undergoing a bold transformation in energy and sustainability. The solar park, for example, near Aswan, one of the largest in the world, and together with wind corridors in the Gulf of Suez and our pioneering green hydrogen projects, is reshaping our energy strategy and our energy future. And we have a lot of initiatives, and one of the most important strategic projects that we are working with Greece on is the Greek project. I'm quite sure that many of you have already heard about it and what exactly the target or the goal of having a 950 kilometer submarine cable that will link for the first time Egypt with Attica here to transfer or to convey or to export a clean green energy in which that will be used in Greece as well as in European countries. We are building bridges, not only with Greece, but with the neighboring countries to carry clean electricity from Attica to Europe. By 2030, Egypt aims to generate 42% of electricity from renewable sources. And that will be, I think, a big achievement in a way that we can have the emissions to be reduced as well as the hydrocarbon. Another point that I would like to share with you here is in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, the summit gave voice to the Global South for the first time and secured the landmark agreement, as I mentioned earlier. And that agreement was on the loss and damage found. It marked a turning point for the first time, reminding the world that climate justice cannot be delayed. And since then, the continuum has already advanced in COP28 in the United Arab Emirates, as well as COP29. And then, as I mentioned before, in Brazil, we are expecting that this process will continue, because we understand that the climate change, it is not only one action at a time, but it is a process that will continue, and it has to be continued. And without sufficient resources, whatever we will be agreeing on will not be able to be implemented. And Egypt remains deeply engaged in this process, ensuring that the Mediterranean and the wider region are central to global solutions. However, if the time allows me, I would like to share with you that without stressing that something fundamental, which is sustainability. Sustainability cannot take root without stability. So prosperity as well cannot flourish without peace. And that's why, if I can take 1 minute more to say that without peace and stability and security, regionally and internationally, whatever issues that we are discussing, it will be in vain. So that's why Egypt has already understood this, and that's why we are always trying to brokering stability and security. Without stability and security in the region, particularly in the Middle East, things I think will continue to be facing a lot of difficulties. With this, I will conclude, and I thank you again for inviting me here today and for participating in this panel. And regardless whether what we call it circular diplomacy or not the circular diplomacy, we always enjoy that diplomacy is a wide spectrum of activities in which that we can talk about many things. We can talk about climate change, we can talk about negotiations, peace, stability, development, sustainability. So the term is, I think, it's broad enough in which that we can, underneath it, and under it, we can discuss a lot of issues. And thank you again.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, we need diplomacy in the broader possible sense, and we need diplomats. This is the expression of multilateralism, and thank you for stressing all the important issues that we are facing. I realized that when you started speaking, the sun appeared. And of course, rain brings luck. So we had both of them, and I hope, yes, more sun, indeed. We need it. So thank you very much, and we really underscore the importance of your words on cooperation and peace in the region, which is extremely important, and the peaceful settlement of the issues in this not only climate hotspot, but geopolitically hotspot, which is our broader region. Peace, prosperity, and cooperation are extremely important, and we need to use all the possible instruments we have. And you have correctly pointed out financing. Financing is extremely important. We need financing for COP30. Azerbaijan did a lot. You started in COP27 with the Loss and Damage Fund, which was extremely important for the countries in need, because the effort they have to deploy for their energy transition is much more important and has a much higher cost. I was happy to be in Glasgow and then to be in Sharm el-Sheikh and then be in the Emirates, in Dubai, and then be in Baku. Unfortunately, I will not make it for Belém. It's very complicated, but I will be there mentally with you, and tomorrow we will have a panel on Belém, which is very important at the EPLO premises. Just another word, the land-based pollution is also very important, and we have a lot of land-based pollution in the Mediterranean. Bear in mind that this flood that occurred in Greece last year, which was the most substantial one in the Thessaly region, has led to a tremendous pollution of the Aegean Sea by transporting all kinds of waste, including dead animals and other, let's say, types of waste to the sea. So the land-based pollution is also a very big problem, which is reinforced because of the extreme weather, the fires, and of course the floods that we are having. I would like now the turn according to the protocol is to the Ambassador of France. She's on her way, she's coming. So I will give the floor to the next in the order ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Stavros Avgoustidis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Cyprus to the Hellenic Republic, who was also former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for being among distinguished colleagues and also a great audience. Really, there is not much to add to what my colleagues have mentioned, because Cyprus is as close to the UK as is in Egypt when it comes to climate. I think climate change is something like similar to culture. It has no borders, and we have to see it as when you call something circular, you have to see it in a way or only through multilateralism and through cooperation. Cyprus has demonstrated, or is trying to demonstrate, that all these vulnerabilities, all these threats that we are currently facing through climate change and other threats can be also turned into a diplomatic strength. It has given us the opportunity to change, and we need to change fast, and we have to move from discussions to action. And this is something that I want to stress, because we have been discussing for many, many years, trying first of all to convince each other that there is a problem called climate change. And then when we realize that there is a climate change issue, which we see every day, then we have to move directly to action. So we are forced in Cyprus to take certain measures when it comes to water scarcity or wildfires. I was reading the other day a very, very interesting comment by Commissioner during the discussions in Brussels, which finally, I have to say that slowly but steadily Brussels are moving from discussion to action, and I'm hoping during the Cyprus presidency in the first half of 2026 we'll be able to finish some of the legal framework that is required to move forward. So I was reading a very interesting fact that the wildfires in Cyprus, in Greece, and in Spain equal the size of Cyprus. The disaster that was, yes. And this is, if somebody thinks about it, is devastating. So the only way forward is something that concerns everybody. I don't think that one country can get away. Climate change, obviously, and all this. Yes, sorry. When I'm among friends, I keep to relax everything. So, yeah, for Cyprus, very important issues like water management. We can discuss later what measures we have taken and what we are willing to take. But, yeah, the problem is there, and we have to find solutions. Any kind of scarcity, if it's water, if it's other causes, pollution that you have mentioned, or other vulnerabilities, I think we should take advantage of it and move into take advantage of tech innovation and find solutions. We're discussing too much. I think we should move into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Action is needed. There is a lot of talking around all these critical themes that our planet is facing, but the time of implementation has come. I wanted to stress that Cyprus is the most isolated island state and state of the European Union, and in that respect, the benefits of the single European market, which are extremely important, are those of continental Europe, while Cyprus needs to be supported on that. I hope that the Cypriot upcoming presidency will have the opportunity to raise the importance of insularity. Insularity is extremely important. The UK is an island, by the way, Ireland too, Malta, and Greece has a lot of islands. I do believe that we need specific actions to combat insularity in terms of solidarity, of climate resilience and other actions. And I strongly wish that the Great Sea Interconnector, this cable that will connect Cyprus to Crete and to Greece and ultimately to Israel, bringing a clean green energy two ways, ideally will be able also to solve the the isolation problem of Cyprus in terms of energy supply, which is extremely important. I know that you are promoting a lot of renewables, and this is a very important thing. So without ado, I would like now to move to the next speaker, Ambassador Arif Mamadov, who is the ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan. As I mentioned before, I was in Azerbaijan. Indeed, the record of the presidency, although a lot say that it was a presidency focused on the financial issues, is not true, because you did much more than that, and you spent more time to have other issues solved, which are now mature for Belém to be addressed. And we do hope that this bridge between the previous COPs and the last one in Baku with Belém will be a successful bridge in terms of promoting further this agenda. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. George, I would like to thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this event. At the same time, I would like to say that I'm honored to be among such a distinguished speakers, my colleagues. So you are right, George, regarding COP29, because the discussion that's going on here is especially meaningful for Azerbaijan in the aftermath of COP29, which we were extremely honored to host in November last year. This COP was not only a milestone, historic milestone, not only for the global climate diplomacy, but also for our region. And let me highlight few outcomes of this COP29. So first of all, yes, it was mainly, but it was called financial, let's say, COP, but you are right, George, there were actually 55 decisions that were adopted during COP29. But the most important one, of course, was related to the global climate finance. So for decades, countries were discussing how they can support or how they can increase the support, financial support to the developing nations in helping them tackle the climate change. And in Baku, the countries, the developed nations, agreed to increase the financing from 100 billion USD to 300 billion USD until 2035. It's on yearly basis. And if you combine the private sources to this amount, it's around 1.3 trillion in a year that will be channeled to developing nations to tackle the climate change problems. And actually, this is a very important issue, because without finance, the projects that are intended to tackle the climate problems will stay on paper. And the second one, you told that it was in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, that Loss and Damage Fund was conceptually, let's say, started, but it was in Baku that the Loss and Damage Fund operationalized. And this is also very important, because there are least developed countries, there are small island countries. For them, climate change is not a future risk, it is a daily struggle, daily emergency. That is the reason why Loss and Damage Fund will be a lifeline for them, in order to channel resources for them to tackle droughts, rising sea levels, or floods. And the third important decision is regarding Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. It's about carbon markets. And with this, we successfully concluded negotiations on Article 6. And now we are talking about channeling around additionally 1 trillion US dollars to developing countries from well-governed carbon markets. There was also, as I have already mentioned, there are around 55 decisions adopted during COP29 in Baku. I would like also to mention the decision, the Global Energy Storage and Grid Pledge, which committed our countries to 1,500 gigawatt of storage by 2030, and major investments in cross-border transmission.
This was a breakthrough because adding renewables without storage or network reinforcement limits the utility. So Azerbaijan's own journey actually illustrates how circular diplomacy can be put into practice. For decades, our development relied on hydrocarbons, and this gave us stability, apparently. But now we are channeling these resources into green transition. By 2030, we are planning, or we have a target to get 30% of our energy from renewable energy sources. It is not like Egypt, which is your target. You said that, Ambassador, it's around 48, I guess. For us, it's 30%, but I hear that we will even reach the higher, let's say, figures. It could be around 38% up until 2030. And international partnerships play an important role here. UK is our partner in this process. Also, together with UAE and Saudi Arabia, we are implementing joint projects that will allow us not only to meet the domestic demands in clean electricity, but also to contribute to global energy security. Also, one of the flagship initiatives in this area is a green energy corridor that will connect Azerbaijan to Georgia, Hungary, and Romania through undersea cable across the Black Sea. This will allow Azerbaijan to export around 4 gigawatts of clean electricity to European countries. And this is actually a circular diplomacy at work, because every country involved in this project contributes to this project, every country benefits from this project, and this collaboration among us actually strengthens our ties, our partnership. And Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions of Azerbaijan, liberated after 30 years of occupation, they are also developed as clean energy zones, powered by renewables, smart villages, and sustainable agriculture. But I would like to echo again what distinguished Egyptian ambassador told. It's about sustainability is not only about climate diplomacy. It's also about peace, and it's also about stability. It's about dignity. So, because without stability, without peace, green transition will be fragile. So that's why I would like to highlight the historic progress that we are making with our peace process with Armenia. On August 8, 2025, Azerbaijan and Armenia, with the mediation of US in Washington, D.C., we signed a joint declaration and initialed the agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations. And these documents envisage mutual recognition of borders based on former Soviet lines, ending decades of disputes, a pledge of non-use of force or non-interference in internal affairs, the solution of obsolete mechanisms like the OSCE Minsk group that was dealing with this conflict, and opening of communications, including unimpeded connectivity between the main part of the Republic of Azerbaijan and its Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. So these steps are not abstract. They demonstrate that reconciliation is possible, that long-standing hostility can give way to cooperation, and that diplomacy can recycle mistrust into mutual opportunity. And let me stress, peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia is not just bilateral. It has profound regional and global meaning. A stable South Caucasus opens new corridors for energy, trade, and digital connectivity, linking Caspian Sea with the Black Sea, Central Asia with Europe, and North with South. It makes our region not the risk to the global sustainability, but a contributor to the global community, to the global sustainability. So with this positive note, I would like to stop here. And thank you very much again. And I would be glad to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Azerbaijan needs to be praised not only for COP29, but also for your supply of gas as a transition fuel through TANAP and TAP, and through IGB, to the north, to Bulgaria, to North Macedonia, and up to Ukraine in the future. So we are grateful for this energy source, which is an additional energy source that Europe needs and which is provided by your country as an alternative fuel. And I wanted to stress that the new pipelines now, especially the LGB ones, will be dual in the sense that in the future they can blend gas with hydrogen. Now we are developing a project in Greece with Bulgaria on a hydrogen corridor, which is extremely important. Of course, hydrogen is developing slowly, but indeed this is something important, and this network of gas pipelines will serve also the future. We are very happy to welcome Madame l'ambassadeur. Vous êtes la bienvenue. Veuillez vous joindre à nous. You are most welcome. Yes, Madam Ambassador went to the other premises of the EPLO in Plaka, where the meeting will be held tomorrow.
So you have a very welcoming staff there.
So, vous êtes la bienvenue. I will give you immediately the floor because I was planning to go for the second round with specific questions to the ambassadors. So the floor is yours for a first, let's say, 3 minutes statement on how you see circular diplomacy and how we can do in the framework of circular diplomacy.
Thank you so much, and sorry for disturbing completely the round table by my disorganization, but I must say that rain was quite incredible. No way to get out from Plaka. Thank you very much for EPLO for having organized this roundtable. The idea of France, of course, for a long time was to work on sustainable diplomacy, sustainable development. But this new idea of circular diplomacy for us is quite refreshing and quite interesting. I wanted to talk to you about oceans because I'm sure you took different examples, and this is a point of application that between Greece and France we lately worked together with. It was about 2 years before the Nice Ocean, working on a set of different instruments to protect more the ocean. And I would say that we combined bilateral cooperation and multilateral forum in that perspective. Usually you always say that multilateral instruments are not there at the end of the summit, but here we have a very good result. Last week in New York, 66 countries have signed a new treaty, BBNG, and bilaterally we prepared it with a very heavy set of talks, but also a set of information tools. We had, for instance, a very interesting hearing at the Vouli about Mercator, which was an initiative to create a digital twin of the ocean. So it was a kind of a model, scientific model of the ocean that we transformed into a treaty, and basically we transformed it from a scientific experience into a international organization. So this was the example I wanted to take because it combines a lot of new elements, the globals, but also very concrete legal tools. I know you are interested in legal tools. And it was getting out of our big models. The big models of sustainable diplomacy, of course, is given by the first instruments we had on the multilateral forums, speaking about the ozone layer protocol, which was signed in 2007, but also a lot of other instruments that were signed during the same type of instruments. So you had global multilateral negotiations. having trade experts, environmental experts, companies, private companies, legal experts, but also you had at the end of the day scientists. And the usual set was having a conference, getting into a treaty, and then having subsequent legal instruments, such as we have in climate with the different COPs, but also on ozone layer was the first thing with climate, and first of all was the Vienna Convention. And so for the first time we renewed the model with the oceans, but with different aspects of our diplomatic added value. From that experience, I think I retain the fact that bilateral cooperation is still very important, because you don't organize with 66 countries without, in each of the countries, a bilateral embassy going, reaching out with the scientists, reaching out with the different stakeholders. For instance, Greece have signed, committed themselves with this new protected area maritime instruments. And that was really something which we worked together. This is it for my example.
Merci beaucoup, Madame l'Ambassadrice. And now I will ask a question. I will not follow the protocol. I will start from the Ambassador of Egypt. You have referred, Your Excellency, to GREGI, the Greece-Egypt cable, which will bring clean, green electricity to Greece. The project is developing. It is a PMI in the sense that it is supported by the EU as a project of mutual interest by Connecting Europe facility, which is very important to have the label of the EU on it. Of course, the energy needs of Egypt are increasing exponentially. And what is important with this project is to develop the solar and wind infrastructure in Greece. And here there is a message that Egypt is also conveying to investors to go and invest in promoting solar and wind and photovoltaics energy, which will be mainly used by Egypt to meet its additional energy needs, but the surplus will be through the cable, the GREGI cable will come to Greece, and then from Greece will be exported, transported through the grid that we need to further develop. And here a real challenge for Greece is to develop the grid and to build storage capacity, which is not sufficient currently. It will be brought to the other countries. So my question, Your Excellency, is how the project is there, and it is supported and it is emblematic. How optimistic are you that those investments which will produce the green energy in Egypt will happen soon? And are there any incentives that the Egyptian government is giving to Egyptian but also foreign investors to develop this kind of renewable energy sources projects?
Well, I thank you so much for this question, because as I mentioned earlier, we don't lack the vision. We need substance to turn this vision into reality. And this project, which we call it GREGI, is a reflection to what I'm saying, that this is an ambitious project. And as you have just given the details of the project, that it will link for the first time ever as Egypt to export a clean energy, renewable energy through the submarine cable, which will extend to more than 950 kilometers under the sea, will reach Attica, and will be received the 3 giga, totally the 3 giga that will be produced from the solar and wind park. It will be exported to Greece, in which Greece will be using for the domestic use 1 giga. Another 1 giga, it will be turned into green hydrogen. And the 3rd giga will be exported to Bulgaria and Italy. So it is a project that reflects that through cooperation, we can have sustainable solution, sustainable results, in which that will be reflecting how deep the cooperation between the countries could achieve a lot of good stuff that would be useful and interest for the countries. I would like to stress here again that we can shape the Mediterranean where the environment, economy, and peace, diplomacy, they are reinforcing each other. And the only way to have this achievement or to have this success through cooperation. And Greece is a reflection to what I'm saying. As you have clearly mentioned, the Greece project, which the estimated cost up until now is 4.4 billion euro, has been already on the list of the EU PMCI list, successfully has been already listed last year, renewed this year as well. And 2 days ago, you see every time I speak, my impact on the climate change.
Optimism.
So the more you give me the floor, the more you will see. Now it's going away now. So the thing that I would like to stress here, that a couple of days ago, we have signed the MOU between the developer as well as the two countries, Egypt as well as Greece, and the ministers of the energy and electricity in both countries, they were attended, and in which that the MOU will be facilitating the execution and the implementation of the project. We are expecting that by 2030, as is already scheduled, or maybe a little bit before, that this project, which I think it is a strategic, important, and very, has a lot of potential, very important project for the interests, not only Greece and Egypt, but also the European countries as well. And I'm quite sure that this, I'm very optimistic that this project will not only be the only one, but it's only a trigger for more projects to be in this direction and to be materialized. Given the fact that Egypt will be, of course, with a lot of abundance of sun energy that we have, this could be useful for the project and other projects in the future.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Indeed, this is an emblematic circular economy project, which will be a win-win for Egypt, for Greece, but for the European Union as well, as it will provide clean energy to the European Union, and it will also provide clean energy to Egypt to meet its own needs. So we are very, very happy that this project is really happening. I will now jump, if you allow me, to Cyprus and ask the ambassador. Ambassador, in Cyprus, because not only because of the climate crisis, but I would say historically there was a lack of water resources, as it was not raining very often. With the climate crisis, the problem becomes more serious. The good thing is that now water scarcity can be combated thanks to desalination. And the question is, are you now developing, I know that you are developing, but to what extent you are developing desalination? And as you know, for the European Commission, for desalination, you need to use renewable energy sources, because it has to be a win-win process, not to pollute on the one hand through hydrocarbons and on the other to produce water that is needed. The floor is yours.
Yes. Well, for Cyprus, you're right. Every drop of water is very important. Looking outside this rain, I wish it would rain in Cyprus like this. We had 30 degrees yesterday. Things are not looking, again, very bright in terms of rainfall. However, this has forced us to create a system which observes our dams in our system. 90% of treated wastewater is reused, and this is very, very important. I think it's one of the biggest rates, highest rates in the European Union and globally. Desalination covers over 60% of our urban water needs. And of course, we will have 2 new plants coming up, which will use renewables to be sustained. Therefore, we are investing heavily on green desalination, and this includes solar energy, of course, reducing emissions and dependence on imported fuels. Cyprus is also pioneering in zero brine technologies, turning saline waste into valuable raw materials such as salts and minerals. We're trying to avoid wasting anything, any resource. We operate 115 dams in Cyprus and reservoirs with a capacity of over 300 million and 30 million cubic meters. Things are not easy. We need the rainfall, and hopefully we should turn this scarcity into more innovation. This is what we're trying to do now. And as I said before, if you turn scarcity into innovation, innovation will turn into diplomatic initiatives and leadership. Therefore, we see this connection, and we are pursuing it.
Thank you, Ambassador. Listening to you, I wanted also to refer that there are new technologies now on desalination, not only the reverse osmosis, but more advanced technologies. And I'm happy to see Professor Loizidou and her son, Professor Malamnis. They have developed the zero brine, because as you know from desalination, there is a condensed salt, which if it goes back to the marine environment, it affects, it acts as a pollutant, and it destroys biodiversity. So zero brine in reality is to neutralize this process and to use the brine for circular economy purposes. So, and she's Cypriot too, Cypriot Greek, so this is a very good synergy. Now I would like to move to Ambassador Lodge. The UK is present in the Mediterranean thanks to Cyprus, in one sense. And in that respect, as a key player on all the critical issues that we have developed, how do you see your contribution in particular in East Mediterranean in facing the challenges to which we have referred, namely building climate resilience, combating marine pollution, developing clean energy projects, developing circular diplomacy? The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. There's a lot I could say in response to that, so I'll keep it brief. But essentially, we are clear, both, and it's very striking having Ambassador of Egypt and Azerbaijan here. We need the Emirati, but we've got Madame Aouia kicked all of this off, COP21, Paris Agreement. Our Brazilian colleague takes up the baton in a few weeks' time. At the international level, I think it's clear for the UK that we have a responsibility and an interest in advancing this agenda, and doing so in a spirited collaboration, but also a collective effort where we're contributing and bringing to bear our experience. Now, in this part of the world, we are already seeing British investors, British companies working with Greece in the expansion of its renewable sector. That's evident as we speak with businesses contributing to photovoltaic, to contributing to supporting the grid and so on. But our own experience in the North Sea, along with many of our European partners there, with wind and particularly offshore wind, is an area where we're already working with stakeholders to try and bring our experience to bear. But it's important to reiterate this, it is a constantly evolving exchange and process where actors, partners, even if they're not in the immediate region, are bringing their own experience to bear, but are learning in the process. It's also true that as an island, the interconnectors that we have between the United Kingdom and the European continent, with France and other North Sea and Channel neighbours, gives us an experience there. But in our own efforts, within the United Kingdom even, we've got Greek companies who are investing in improving our national infrastructure. I'm thinking of companies like Metlen with the East Coast interconnector between Scotland and England. So we are focusing on many areas, whether it's the source and the technology and the refinement of our renewables generation, whether it's the areas that have received up to now perhaps less attention and require more and urgently more, which is both upgrading our national grids and our grids at a European level, and the connections that we have, both electrical pipelines, etc., and that implies in spades here in southeastern Europe. And as the ambassador refers, of course, we've been delighted to partner with Azerbaijan on TAP and so on for many years already. And also at a social and community level, because our experience has been that as the debate, and Ambassador Avgostiadis refers to it, as the debate on climate change, the man-made causes of it, has developed and evolved, and our societies recognize, I think now, that there is a direct link. There are still, in too many instances, examples of those who are reluctant to believe that we have it within our gift, technologically, economically, to make the changes that we need to. And along with other economies, along with other democracies, how we do that, and we do it in a way that crucially brings our societies with us, and we can show that it is sustainable, yes, in environmental terms, but it's sustainable politically and economically, is enormously important. So we're trying to do all of that in this part of the world as well as nearer to home. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I mean, social circular economy is extremely important, and this bottom-up process is very important. We realize more and more that as regards renewable energy sources, there is no social acceptance, and we need to build the social acceptance. People in the past were using the Not in My Backyard for waste management installation. Now they are using it for renewables. This is something that we need to address through informed campaigns, etc. We have only 7 minutes left, so I will, with your permission, Madame l'Ambassadrice, I will follow the order. Ambassador Mamadov, now with the strong messages, no Russian gas and hydrocarbons anymore, is Azerbaijan able to meet the additional gas needs of the European Union through TANAP? I know that the IGB will double in capacity, but the IGB can be fed also through the FSRU of Alexandroupolis and LNG that can be brought there. So the question is, would Azerbaijan be willing to increase, let's say, the input and the transfer of gas through TANAP and TAP to Europe?
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, let me apologize for my voice. And I'm still suffering from the bad colds that I caught yesterday. That's why I have problems with my acoustic and with my voice. So sorry to the audience for this. I don't know if you realize it or not. It's a great question. Thank you very much for this question. We have already signed in 2020 an agreement with the European Union that we will double the amount, the volume of the natural gas exported to the European Union by 2027. And so it is until 2027, so we're still in 2025. We are working on this. But the problem here is financing. There is a demand, it is clear. And when it comes to Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan has capacity to double or to increase the volume of natural gas exported to European Union countries. But the problem here lies whether European Union and European Union, let's say, related banks, structures are ready to finance these projects, because TANAP and TAP are actually right now are working in the full capacity. In order to increase or to expand the capacity, we need lots of financing, especially we need lots of financing. And the problem is that with this green agenda of the European Union, I think the European Union structures are reluctant to put the required amount of money into these projects to expand the capacities of TANAP and TAP. So that's the only problem. When it comes to Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan has a capacity, and even the green agenda with let's say additional of clean electricity coming from renewable sources, this will enable us to release more gas, more natural gas that is required in the European Union market.
Thank you very much for this encouraging reply. Madame l'Ambassadrice, France has been doing a lot to promote the circular diplomacy, as I call it, in the Mediterranean and worldwide, with several initiatives, including the one you have mentioned for the oceans and the protection of the marine biodiversity. And you were also the country that has developed the Union for the Mediterranean to have the north and the south shore of the Mediterranean cooperating on all the key challenges. How would you see the role of France in facing, in addition to what you have already promoted, the challenges that we are facing here in the Mediterranean in concrete terms?
Yeah, so basically how the colleague said, we are intermediators. So we are mediators between different circles. We, of course, are diplomats. But for instance, at some point, we can relate to innovation or industrial capacity to bring to a country some of new devices that would actually ease the shortage of water. That's how Stavros was speaking about Cyprus. Discussing with our counterparts. I note that this is from the summer, the first time I really hear a minister in the Greek government speaking about desalination, a big scheme for the islands. We've been all working on islands, even if France is not an island. We had those models of circular economy in some of the islands. For France, it was Halki, and it was in the Dodecanese. It was very near Rhodos, and it was a company who was specialized in Guadeloupe and those transportation among the Antilles Islands. And it's true that in the Mediterranean as well, we share actually at the junction of economy, diplomacy, and science a lot of experience that allow at some point something to go through. Let me just finish about Mediterranean. So, of course, the Blue Plan was at the origin of the protected areas and the French law, La Loi Littorale, that we set up very early in the French coast to protect the coast and from any type of construction, but also to develop those parks, maritime parks Now we are quite happy because after the New York discussion, we know that there will be a target of 2030 that all the marine protected area relates to something like 14% of the economic zones. So that's a very big achievement. But also to bring, I would take the example of fires in the Mediterranean, technologies. If you see the difference between this year and the previous years, we developed a European instrument, RESC-EU, which makes you call your neighbor in case of fire. And you have the men, the women coming together with the airplanes and helicopters to be pre-positioned to share this fight against fires every summer. This year, for the first time, we had the people, but we didn't have big fires in Greece because a new scheme was set up with drones. The drones made that no big mega fire had to be fought. We had immediately, when the fire was starting anywhere in Attica, but in a very remote island, a very quick response being able to be given. So I still feel that this, the capacity we have to link between the big instruments, EU instruments or whatever, and economic innovation is quite crucial in the environmental sector, that we could prove to the citizens that we still have a lot to show and to achieve. It will work. In my view, desalination and actually the water that we use has to be the next step in the Mediterranean. We have to, it's not a question of saving the water, recycling the water as well. It's the fact that we can use less water. You know, we have devices with artificial intelligence, for instance, in cities, where you can track the leakages. So that's what we're trying to do on our modest efforts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I mean, the initiative on combating fires and sharing expertise and cooperation is extremely important because we all suffer from fires. Even Bulgaria, which didn't have fires in the past, was significantly affected, and Cyprus as well. I mean, nobody is safe, and in that respect, this is an extremely important initiative. I would like to thank you all wholeheartedly. I do believe that at least the audience can now understand that there is circular diplomacy, because we were all on the same page, probably from different angles, but with a common goal to protect the key interests that we need to preserve in the context of multilateral diplomacy and for the protection of our planet. So thank you very much. We will have a family photo, and then we will move to the next panel. Invite the members of his panel.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the 5th panel of our symposium's first day, addressing the hot topic of water and waste management. It is always a challenge to follow the lunch break, but we were lucky today because my good friend George Kremlis and his distinguished guests did a great job, so I hope you're all alert and ready to join us in addressing an issue, or maybe two issues, that are so important that could actually be the subject of a standalone conference, or even maybe two different conferences, one for waste management and one for water management. But I must assure you that we will do our best to cover the subject in 50 minutes. We have given 10 minutes less than the rest of the panels, so we have to hurry. Besides, I have with me 4 distinguished panelists who will help me navigate through these complicated issues. I have with me Professor Maria Louizidou from the School of Chemical Engineering of the National Technical University of Athens. Thank you very much for being here. Dr. Ioannis Georgis, who is a member of the board of the Regulatory Authority for Energy, Waste and Water, RAE. Thank you, Dr. Georgis. We have with us online Mr. Ilias Dimitriadis, who is the President and CEO of the Collective System for Alternative Waste Management of Excavation, Construction and Demolition Waste, ANACHEM SA. Thank you, Mr. Dimitriadis. And last but not least, Mr. Haralambos Papachristos, who is the Director of Scientific and Regulatory Affairs at HITOS SA, who's one of the sponsors of the symposium as well. So thank you all for being with us today. And I was thinking that the level of the panelists, as well as the level of the audience, all of you, helps us a lot to get straight to the point without wasting any time identifying and describing a problem, or should I say 2 problems, that are so serious and urgent that need to be handled as top national priorities. You know, normally we use the word challenge, but this is a nice word instead of saying problem, but we're actually doing with 2 problems here. Of course, waste and water management is not an issue only for Greece. And factors like population growth, urbanization, industrial development, climate change, and everything are shaping the challenges that for water and waste management globally. And I would be more than happy to keep it global, but here in Greece, things are quite complicated. Let me describe the situation, the landscape briefly. In waste management, you heard it before from the previous panels, Greece has very low recycling rates, way below the EU targets, maybe a bit more than 20% when the target is at 65%, while we still rely on landfills, some of which are still illegal dams. And the public policies seem not to help the goal of circularity, as most of the times until now favor waste-to-energy incineration over recycling and reuse. We heard at one of the previous panels the director of DG, the European Commission, saying that, okay, we accept waste-to-energy incineration, but up to a limit. Now, in Greece, we seem to run fast on this path, but not as fast in the path of recycling and reuse. At the same time, regarding water management, Greece ranks quite high, 19th globally, in terms of water stress risk. Athens' water reservoirs are at the lowest level in many years. Tourism, especially on islands, increases demand greatly. We have infrastructure issues that make things worse, as in many places up to 50% of drinking water is lost through leaks. Networks built decades ago struggle to cope with modern usage patterns. Agriculture pushes hard on groundwater resources, and there are some governance weaknesses with multiple small local authorities who have limited resources and capacity to name a few of the problems. But our goal today here is to look at the big picture and present solutions, best practices, and to leave a positive footprint on the public discussion on these issues. So I come straight to our panelists, and I will start with you, Professor Louizidou. We were discussing about big challenges not faced so far in a way that promotes circularity. But your work in the National Technical School of Greece, University of Greece, sorry, has exactly that purpose, to promote circularity and support this goal. So could you please share with us some of the projects and the technologies you use to serve this cause?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the question. Of course, we are an engineering school, a very prestigious engineering school internationally. And I think I would say that we are in the front line regarding circularity for water and wastewater and waste generally. So talking about the chemical engineering where I am working, and I'm head of the unit of environmental science and technology, we develop through European projects the circularity nearly for most of the type of waste, but I'm going to focus a bit more something you see every day and you produce every day. Bio-waste, food waste is 45% of our waste. And this goes down to the landfills, and after the landfilling, we have the emissions, the greenhouse emissions, the methane, especially methane, which is worse than CO2 22 times. So we try to take this away. Back in 2010, we brought to the country the brown bin. You've seen it now. We started the Athens bio-waste project just to show to the country how to do the separate collection of bio-waste, food waste. We used that for the Athens area and Kifisia. 3 years later, when the project finished, everything finished. So the technology was there, the way to do it was there. Fortunately, lately, the last 2-3 years, we've seen the brown bin around Greece everywhere, nearly everywhere, which is good. Now, what we do at the university? We really valorize this bio-waste through a biorefinery. We need to move towards bioeconomy, move away from fossil fuels, petroleum, gas, and use all this biodegradable as waste to create the new materials. Instead of using the refineries we know, we have to move to the biorefineries. So at the National Technical University of Athens, gradually through the different European projects, very competitive European projects, we built a biorefinery. And what do we do there? We take our waste from the kitchen. We're working with the municipality of Lavrion area. They bring this municipal waste, the biodegradable waste, to the biorefinery. We recover oil. It has about 14% oil. This oil is used for the production of sustainable aviation fuels. We need to put green fuels to our planes. And where is the raw material? Is the cooked, used oil. And we get it from China. China now stopped, and Europe is left without this oil. Thus, it's one way that we have to take this oil out, and it's quite a lot. After that, we produce ethanol. Ethanol is a drop-in fuel for cars, but also a commodity for many different productions. A second product. The third product is the biogas, energy. From the anaerobic process, we can recover water, zero liquid discharge. We have patented technologies that we can recover the water 100% pure, and we recover 3 fertilizers as well. So count how many products we do. And all the emissions from the biorefinery, we capture the CO2. Despite the fact that it's biogenic, it's allowed to go to the atmosphere, we capture it. And through the production of algae, we produce biomass that we can feed back to our biorefinery and make a continuous process. You are welcome to come to the Lavrion area, to the technological park, to see what we are doing. And every time we get a new project, we put a new line to show to industry and to Europe that this is the way forward. And I think this is the state-of-the-art, very innovative way forward. And why we are doing this? To show to the industry that come and test and do it. If you can do the test and see that it's feasible and the banks can give you the money and bankable without risk, then you can develop the technologies to do it. And I think Greece has it now. It's one of the biorefineries of Europe, one of the very good biorefineries of Europe, and we are very proud about this. Just to say this thing.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. So this is the academia work, and let's get to the authorities. The RAI has now an extended role. Since 2023, it is renamed as Regulatory Authority for Energy, Waste and Water, and its scope is expanded with responsibilities over water services and urban waste management. So, Dr. Georgis, what does this expansion signifies? And I think your work on this front has started about a year ago, so this is probably a good time for sort of let's say, a brief account of the work that has been done this first year.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's an excellent opportunity to talk about our work. Actually, we have like our birthday today, more or less. It's about a year that we've been in an acting state. It's a big challenge. That's something that it's a political, it's a state decision to put waste, energy and water under one authority. It's not an example that it's been followed to all the European countries, but I think that it's important to have one authority that can deal with every and each aspect of the citizens' everyday life. That's important. And during this year, we've been faced with some quite difficult challenges. I think the most important of them all was that very undeveloped and scattered way that the management of waste has been dealt until today, until at least a year ago. They have a very wide variety of these special agencies, called FOTSA, but there hasn't been any sort of regulation regarding this. So we tried, after the law enactment that prescribed exactly the way that's going to be organized, to have just one of this agency per region. So apart from Crete, that we have two such agencies, in all the rest of Greece you have 13 more, so in total you have 14 agencies like this. And we had to actually go through every and each of them to be sure that they actually follow the criteria that has been set by law, who are the responsible, the relevant authority that is going to be the one that is going to judge, and already did. And by the end of last year, in a matter of just few months, we managed to actually certify a big number of them, because according to the law, we had to put this in a big report. So you had already done this report, and until today, 13 out of 14 of those agencies have been certified. And we had very strict criteria regarding this. We had criteria that had to do with their financial viability, their personnel state, their technical expertise, that all had to be satisfied. And that's not a very easy job. I mean, apart from being an authority, we had employed all our expertise. We had excellent staff, although we are not that well numbered, but we have excellent colleagues that we've been going through an exchange of ideas and of advice with the agencies So it was a long process, but it came to an end. And I mean, according to another report that we made that is important that I have to put to you is that we have, according to the law, the responsibility to put down a report on the measures that the government has to take with regard to the most effective management of waste. So that's another very crucial expertise and authority that we have to do well. And one of the most important issues that we actually dealt with was to create the ideal FOTSA, the ideal agency. So we want to create a very strong and powerful and effective tool to be able to actually put this whole idea of a sensible, because we're talking about sensible now, management of waste is going to go forward. We have to meet very strict and very important European goals, and as an independent administrative authority in Greece, we are responsible to keep track on that, to have the general overview of how the country is doing with this. And also, the last year, we managed, through public consultation, to conduct a guideline of the way that these agencies have to be judged, the way that the certification process can be done in a very simple, straightforward, and clear way. So that was very important for us because, of course, in a later stage, we can actually activate another of our authorities that is actually the setting of fines, but for the time being, is not our choice to do that because we deal with a very irregulated environment, and so we had to take it step by step. So it's very important for the citizens, for the Greek citizens and the agencies to realize that we are a friendly to the citizen authority and not another punishing, agency that the only thing that we are looking for is just to get more money out of fines and of penalties. So it's important that this message goes through because it's very important to have those agencies and the citizen and the general public on our side. And one other very important way that we try to do that is by creating a platform, a very user-friendly platform. That's rai.gr. Until today it was rai.gr that was just about energy, but now we want to include waste and water in that platform. So to give voice and platform and a way to citizens to communicate their grievances, their problems, so that the authority not only is providing a way for the citizen to express himself, but it's very important for us to collect raw data, to see exactly what is happening on the ground and try to find ways to tackle whatever problem there is. Another very important issue that I want to express here is a very big issue of waste to energy. Is something that, as Professor just mentioned, is a very big priority. It has some problems that can be faced, and talking with my colleagues, we have actually found out that there is a lot of legal work that needs to be done on this aspect, not only in the Greek side, but on the European scale, because as it is today, the legal framework is not complete, it's scattered around, there is no a single act. Saying this, it's very important to say that on the European level now is under public consultation the Circularity Act that is going to do that. And I think that it's very important for everybody to take part on this. As a lawyer myself, serving the authority from the very beginning since 2002, I very much believe in actually the people taking part in all those processes, because if you don't have the people by your side, you are just condemned to fail. So it's important to have people on our side and agencies and to work together. Last 5 years I was working in the delignification process, and I see circular economy and waste to energy as a way to cut down our dependence on fossil fuels. So since I've been going through this, I think that's very important to go on this path. And the Regulatory Authority of Energy is doing its best according to their, the power that they have to go along with this.
Okay, thank you. The way I hear it, you use this first year to set the ground for the work that needs to be done. And of course, you set a couple of issues that are very important, such as the legal and regulatory framework in which you have to work, plus the role of the public. And I will get back to this. But first, I would like to go to Budapest, if I remember correctly, to Mr. Dimitriadis. Can we see him?
Yes, Mr. Liaros, if you remember correctly.
You are in Budapest, am I right?
Yes, we are on an educational trip in Budapest for our recyclers.
Okay, great. We heard the academia, we heard the public authority. Let's go to the private sector. Construction and demolition waste have quite an imprint in Greece. And I would like to hear from you, what does Anachem represent, and what is the current situation in Greece regarding the management of C&D waste?
Yes, Anachem is we should say that construction and demolition waste started to be recycled in Greece since 2010. Not 2010, it took 2 years to make the first recycling systems as Anachem. So recycling started of construction and demolition waste in Greece since 2012. Anachem is, was made on November 2012, and now for 13 years, we could say that we have recycled over 20 million tons of construction and demolition waste. Greece, you should think that construction, demolition waste and excavation waste in Europe, the annual production is about 1 billion tons. The number for Greece and the amount for Greece is about the annual production is about 15 to 20 million tons per year. And Anachem is responsible for recycling the 5 to 6 million tons annually. The recycling system Anachem is the intermediator between the waste producer, the permitting agencies, the public permitting agencies, and of course the constructors, for them to certificate through Anachem that every construction demolition waste they produce, it's been certificated that it's being recycled. Anachem is cooperating with over 240 recycling units. At this time we're speaking all over Greece, and is also responsible for finding new ways to improve the public consciousness, to promote the green empathy about waste, so to say, and the green consciousness. We're trying to find ways to make some actions, environmental actions, to show to the people the way of the waste from being produced to being recycled, and where waste can be utilized, construction and demolition waste. So you can say that the last 12 years we are now working. We can say that we are in a very good point. You said before that the the recycling rate, the general recycling rate for Greece is about 20% for urban waste. We are proud to say that in the sector of excavation, construction, and demolition waste, we are now in a recycling rate of something like 40%, 35 to 40%. The aim, the goal is that at the end of 2030, we have to have reached about 70%. This is the goal, yes.
Okay, great. That's good news, actually, because that was the meaning. I wanted to hear cases, best practices that actually show that there is another way than running behind targets we can never meet. So I stay to the private sector, and I come to you, Mr. Papachristos. Your industry seems to connect the two issues we're discussing in the most profound, obvious way. You use bottles and cans, which are, or should be at least, number one material for recycling, and water is the product you sell, the raw, let's say your raw material. So you play an important role in the management of both. How difficult is that role?
Must be open. Okay, am I heard? Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here, Mr. Kremlis, everyone here. On behalf of Hitos SA, a leading company in bottled waters you mentioned here, I have to inform you that we were the first leading company to include recycled material in our products. Based on this, we created the whole policy. Our policy was fully sustainable years ago. The company's policy is a vision, especially concerning the fact that we are talking about waste and water management, and with our co-seater here from the Authority for Energy, Waste and Water, all these things are interconnected. The practices we exert for our first material, the source, what we use, are that no drop should be ever lost. This is the motto. This is the philosophy. And this philosophy counts also for the packaging material. When all legislation came up, it was a responsibility of our company and other companies as well in the sector to understand that we cannot move forward, we will have no future if we don't get sustainable, if we do not stop depletion of fossil fuel. On this basis, recycled content is the only way for us. That's why the sector, and Hitos SA, was of the pioneering companies to thrive for the introduction of DRS system in Greece, which is about to be beginning. On this basis, our example was followed by a lot of companies in Greece, not only water, I mean. Everyone has seen where we should be, which path we should be following. The best practices we have are based on technology, we do not reinvent the wheel on this case. We minimize leakages as far as water is concerned, and we try to have a shared and communicative perspective for everyone as far as recyclability is concerned. Consider that these products are 100% recyclable. So our mission is to inform everyone that we should be all participating in this thing. I think all the sectors, companies, should have this mission. The whole point is to pass through the information and wait for the public to be cooperating with you for such an aim, for such a mission.
I'm glad you're saying this because you all referred to public awareness, to how the public, people, everyone, each one of us and everyone out there should, know what we're talking about and how they can contribute in achieving the goals we are aiming to achieve. Professor Lizido, you referred to food waste as a priority of your projects. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that more than half of it comes from houses. So there was so far a pressure to enterprises, to restaurants or other kinds of business to somehow implement strategies and policies in order to manage this waste differently. But what can be done in order houses to be more active this way? And you said before about the brown beans. I'm not very sure that we can find them everywhere.
Yes, you are right. Yes, just to say that there is legislation in Greece about the big producers like hoteliers and restaurants. But for me, working on waste for so many years, I realized that we have to move further. The pay-as-you-throw principle. We are working for Cyprus. I'm doing the national plan for Cyprus, and we employ for the whole of the island 1 million people, one region of Greece. The pay-as-you-throw principle, because it's easier to calculate and it's easier to see the reduction of the waste that is produced, and also people can see that they can benefit. What do we say? Put the residuals in one bag that you have prepaid. 3 euros, 2 euros. So we have different sizes, different liters, so they pay the bag and they put it in the bin. So they know how much they throw, and next time they throw less and less. Every day they can realize that they can put the food waste in the grape. They have the grape in there. So the paper somewhere else, and they end up with little waste. Now what we pay, according to the square meters of the house we have. So if I live in a nice luxury house and I'm on my own 1,000 square meters, I pay a lot of money. And my family has a hotel and we pay 3,000 euros a month just for the waste. And for 8 months, the hotel doesn't operate. So, is that fair? It's not fair. So you have to pay according to the production. I think this is the way forward. Greece started with the hoteliers and the big producers, but I think we have to make the next step. There is a lot of reaction from the mayors. I'm telling you this, I have this in Cyprus. They don't want to go that far. They say it's too difficult, it's too expensive. Okay. But the more we recycle, the costs go down. Initially, you have to invest for bins and this, but the cost, we'll see the curve goes really down. You might start from 120, 150 euro a ton. It goes down to 70. It's not only me. I can see it everywhere in Europe. So we have to make a starting point somewhere. And always I'm saying that the politicians go to people and get the votes, knocking the doors. We have to knock at the doors of the people to tell them how to do this waste management. They don't know, but they're very willing to do it. So I think this is one way forward, and we have to do it. But if you allow me, apart from that, I did say something about water. Can I add it now?
Of course.
Water is a commodity everybody is using. Without water, you cannot survive. Even the bottle there, the product is water. But you have to have this water. First, we have to reuse whatever we used. Wastewater, we have to recycle. Cyprus recycles nearly 100% because we don't have water, okay? We have to be very careful what we recycle, and now the European legislation is very strict. We moved to desalination, that's where I'm working, the other area that I'm working to. We are working towards a zero liquid discharge. The European Commission wants to get us to do this recycling, this desalination, but without a problem on the sea environment. We desalinate and we put the brine back into the sea, and the sediments are completely destroyed. We don't see it, but it's there. So the desalination, if we want to deploy desalination and avoid water scarcity, this is the way forward, we have to protect our seas. So we develop a series of brine projects through the European fundings, and now we can really get clean water, the level of the drinking directive, and brines, salts, that we have a market. And the water is it has a very low cost because you can sell the salts. And then, of course, coupled with photovoltaics or renewable energy, the cost goes really down without the CO2 emissions. Cyprus now pays 10% on the penalties, because I'm going to say penalties on the CO2 emissions. Can you imagine paying 10% of the CO2 emissions of the country because of desalination, and still you are short of water? What happens if we move to 350,000 cubic meters that we need daily? And what about Greece? We are paying around 1 billion CO2 emissions. If we move to desalination to cover the needs, the CO2 emissions will really shoot up. So we have to move towards the renewable energy. There is way, and I'm telling you this. And also, I'm giving a message. The European Commission has now the results from our 15 years' work in Europe. We executed huge projects, over 300 million euros for the whole of Europe. Now they have all the policies, they have the documents, and they are working how to bring the zero liquidity charge, and we have to face this pretty soon. So the country has to get ready for that.
Thank you very much, very good point. And Dr. Georgis, you referred on how RAI is planning to involve the citizens, the public, in a more interactive relation. On the other hand, you referred to the role of RAI as an independent authority in having decision-making powers and audit and enforcement powers. So I would say, as part of the framework in which you're working, can we have an approach of how are you going to use these powers, in which direction? I know you are a member of the board in the waste sector, but in both sectors, if possible. And I have to be the bad guy, but you see that time is red now, so...
Okay. I'll be very quick. I just want to make sure that it's being communicated to the public that here in our authority, regulatory authority for energy, waste and water, we apply a positive agenda. So we, at the beginning, try to motivate people with a positive way. And I would possibly change this pay-as-you-throw principle to win-as-you-select. So that's a way of approaching things. But we're actually the relevant authority for actually checking how this pay-as-you-throw principle applies. There is a general principle in the European legal framework to say that it's the polluter pays principle. So this goes through all our legal framework. So that's something that actually makes economic sense. It's not only environment. We can only have viable companies and viable market if you try to pollute less. It's not good for the environment, it's good for the economy. And I know that very well, being involved, as I told you, in that delignification process, to find out that a lot of companies that have this burden actually managed to do much better as long as they got over that. To come back to your question, of course, now we're in the process of conducting a code for penalties. So this message to the agencies that, okay, until now we've been trying to be by their side and to be helpful and guiding. At some point, we need to use the other way. We need to use our other authority, our other responsibility to be able not to ask but to enforce the law, because that's another very important issue that we have to actually abide by. So this is one of our next very high priorities. And another very high priority, and I think innovative measure, is actually to give the agencies not only the fear of being punished, but the bonus that they can be judged on a multi-criteria way that is not only one-off criteria that we do today by giving or not giving the certification, but to have a long scale of evaluating them, to give them, the will and the prospect that they can be the first, let's say. So it's not going only to punish the worst doing, but actually giving a bonus to the one who is doing best. So that's one of our very important priorities. And also, like I said in the beginning, we will use the data that the professor said and the data that comes from the citizens. We believe in citizen science. That's a way to collect data from the public, to import them and utilize them in our the way that we actually use our power to enforce the law and to conduct law. Now it's very important, and another very important report is under public consultation under the Ministry of Energy and Environment that refers to the environmental allocation of these 6 industries. That's going to be, yes, the combustion industry of that waste, to waste to energy industries. That's very important, and it's until the 7th of October that this consultation is going. And I think that everybody, either public or agencies, need to be taking part in this consultation, because that's the only way to move forward, as long as you have everybody on the same boat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being brief. I'm going to Mr. Dimitriadis for one last question, and I'm aiming to a quick answer from you. You gave a great number. You're almost double the rates of Greece in recycling. But for you, which is the goal from now on, and how do we get there?
Yes, how do we get there? I told you that the recycling rate we have reached till now, this 35 to 40%, we have reached under very difficult circumstances. And these difficult circumstances have to do with the lack of legislation for utilizing secondary materials produced from recycling of excavation, construction, and demolition waste in public works. We have now the opportunity of the Green Deal and of the green public tenders, where we are attempting as ANACEM now for 3 years to have technical specifications for the utilization of secondary materials in public works, and to use the green public tenders to make it obligatory for the green, for a public tender to be green, to utilize the secondary materials of the recycling units. The recycling units are doing a very hard job, and this 30 to 40% of the recycling rate is really very important to think that we can reach the 70% in about 1 year after we have the legislation of this obligatory rate for the secondary materials. And as a second, let's say, sector, which can help very much to recycling of this kind of waste, is making, I think we have to make better in making the procedures of certificating what waste, what amounts of waste are being recycled, that these rates are reflected to reality. As I always say, paper can be recycled, but recycling shouldn't stay on paper. So these two things, I think it's very simple. The Greek government till now has shown that it's on the right path and has a very good will to change things and to improve things. We are on a very good path till now. We are awaiting till the end of 25, maybe to in the middle of 26, that we will have this legislation finally to have also circular economy in the recycling of excavation, demolition and construction waste.
Great, thank you very much. And I come to you, Mr. Papachristos. I dare to say that your industry's footprint on both waste and water management is actually smaller than most people think. And yet, the way I see it, this is not a surprise, because I strongly believe that sustainability is not just a CSR objective or a slogan. It's a way for viable business as well. Am I right?
Of course, Mr. Liaros, you're fully correct for what you say. It's the only way for our sector, for the companies. There is no other way besides sustainability. I would like to mention something Mr. Georges just said before. Our sector has the knowledge to help. We are completely inside the scope of being checked and controlled by his authority, the authority he works for, and we're fully competent to cooperating with them. The notion of having someone checking you is past notion. This cannot be viable in a way of being sustainable. You have to cooperate. Otherwise, there will not be awareness. You cannot have the robber and the policeman chasing him in such a case. This is the whole issue. That's why we're here. And this is exactly to make the circle why many people wrongly think that this thing has a big footprint. Even Greek legislation defines companies of this bottled water as low footprint companies. This is our responsibility to make it clear to everyone. And of course, cooperating with the authorities for this. We are here. This is a statement.
Yes, thank you. And I must say, Dr. Georges, that right, finding the bad guys is one thing, but rewarding the good guys is something the market asks for. You know, it's a motive for them as well. So we kept it in 50 minutes, which is amazing. We have to give time to the minister, so we were asked to keep it to 50 minutes. But we also proved that I was right at the beginning. This could be the subject of a standalone symposium. We just gave an overview, and I must take this chance, first of all, to deeply thank the hosts, the organizers. They are amazing. I want to thank our distinguished guests, panelists, also Mr. Dimitriadis from Budapest, and of course all of you for staying with us, for your attention and your participation. Enjoy the rest of the symposium today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I have the pleasure and the privilege to be the moderator of the panel on sustainable infrastructure, a panel with distinguished personalities. We have on screen the Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria, who is also Minister of Transport and Communication. I have next to me Minister Christos Dimas, who is the Minister of Transport and Infrastructures, and next to him, Mrs. Liku, who is the head of Environmental Protection Regulation in the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority. She will share with us recent news from her meetings in ICAO. So, without ado, I would like to give the floor to Minister Dimas for few words, as I know that both the time of Deputy Prime Minister Karadziov is very limited, and Minister Dimas has to leave at 5:30. The schedule is very hectic today, and the weather does not help us to do things smoothly. The floor is yours for a first 3-4 minutes statement, and then a possible question, following the intervention of Minister Karadziov.
First of all, I would like to congratulate EPLO for today's conference, and especially Yorgos Kremlis for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in one more conference with my friend Grozdan Karadziov. We had a discussion earlier today on the phone, and I have the impression that in the next months we will be meeting very often for common projects that we are working on. So the coming decade poses a challenge for infrastructure with a strong focus on sustainability. The Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport is enhancing and broadening the country's infrastructure network, reinforcing the country's geostrategic role. The strategic pillars for the country's recovery through infrastructure and transport are, first of all, the maintenance and upgrading of existing infrastructure. So in the field of transport in particular entails a demanding effort. In Greece, this effort began in 2019 and continues with careful planning, as we see in the transport systems of Athens and Thessaloniki. Second, the creation of new projects that meet current and future needs. That concerns the ongoing production of new infrastructure, which is multifaceted and extensive. Within less than a year from today, the completion of emblematic projects and intervention is expected, such as the final section of the Patras-Pyrgos highway near Patras. In the 31st of July, we gave to the public 65 out of the 75 kilometers. By the end of November, we will have given the rest 10 outside of Patra. The extension of the Thessaloniki Metro in Kalamaria. By February 2026, we will be giving 5 extra stations. The metro in Thessaloniki is not only the most beautiful metro in Europe, it's actually very practical. In the last year that it has been working, we have decreased cars in the center of the city by 15%. But also the remaining section of the E65 highway from Kalabaka to Egnatia, one very important highway as it connects central Greece with Thessaly and Western Macedonia and even Epirus. At the same time, many other major projects are being carried out where decisive progress is expected. Kasteli Airport, for example, the flyover in Thessaloniki, Kalamata Rizomylos Pylos Methoni, Chalkida Bypass, Bralos Amphissa, and a lot of others, which I will not mention at the moment for time management. Equally important, though, is the management of water resources as a means of protection against the climate crisis and strengthening the primary sector. Indicatively, in the last months, works have advanced in Bramiana in Crete, in Asopos in Corinthia, and Tsiknias in Mytilene, while procedures are maturing for Enipeas and Tavronitis dams as well. In parallel, I should highlight initiatives of national significance in cooperation with the European Union. I'm sure that my friend Grosdan will make reference to the European transport network, especially the Black Sea, Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea corridor. We are working together with the European Commission, the 3 member states, Greece, Bulgaria and Romania, in order to connect our infrastructures, especially our ports, starting from Thessaloniki, Kavala, Alexandroupoli, going up to Burgas, Varna, Ruse, Constanța, and even starting to discuss with countries outside the European Union, but having a very important geostrategic role, Moldova and Ukraine, so creating the access from Alexandroupoli to Odessa. The Greek government, the Hellenic Aviation Authority, and aviation stakeholders are fully committed to address the climate change impact of commercial aviation and achieve CO2 emissions reductions through an integrated strategy of technology operations and policy framework. Greece has already achieved significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and energy efficiency improvements in the aviation sector over the past few years through public and private efforts, and is on a trajectory to continue that progress in the coming years. Closing down, what I do want to say though is that green policies are in the heart of infrastructure. I want to give a very specific example of Olympia Highway, which will be becoming in the very near future, within the next year, the first zero emissions highway in Europe, taking advantage of properties that Olympia Highway does have, and making use in order to produce energy from renewable sources of energy. Closing my remarks, I do want to say that up until recently, the main focus of the government was connecting big cities between them within the country. Now what we are working with our counterparts in the European Union and with the European Commission is not only to connect cities within the country, but to see how we can have mutually beneficial infrastructure that will provide a lot of advantages, economic and social, to the country. So transnational projects, but also projects where we connect important infrastructure, that might be a port, that might be an airport, that might be a logistics center, are at the heart of our policy. And if I had to choose to close and sum up my remarks, is the fact that we are now putting a lot of emphasis also in the maintenance of our infrastructure. Greece has a lot of infrastructure that was built a lot of decades before, but must be functional and safe to use. And of course, in resilience and sustainability of our infrastructure. Everybody knows the fact that extreme weather conditions are here. They have been affecting our everyday life and the infrastructure, so it's extremely important to have resilient and viable infrastructure throughout the country. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank very much Minister Dimas for this thorough presentation and the ambitious plan of green projects that his ministry is currently developing. Without ado, I would like to give the floor to Deputy Prime Minister Karadziov, who is with us. It is a real pleasure to have you with us, Minister. I know that you have a great cooperation with Minister Dimas, and we are very happy that following the accession of Bulgaria to Schengen, we are now designing things on a broader scale between Greece and Bulgaria, which is something great to boost further our cooperation. The floor is yours.
Yes, indeed. Dearest friend, George Kremlis, dearest friend, Christos Dimas, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed great plans that we are drafting with my colleague, my Greek colleague, and I hope more and more colleagues from the European countries will join us to draw the new south to north corridors of the eastern flank of Europe. But first of all, let me say that it's a great honor for me to join today's discussion on a sustainable infrastructure, green aviation and shipping, and sustainable fuels. Allow me first to thank Minister Christos Dimas and George Kremlis for initiating and hosting this important dialogue. Bulgaria's vision is very clear: a modern, interconnected and sustainable transport system that balances all modes of transport while placing environmental responsibility at its core. Our National Integrated Transport Strategy for 2030 sets this ambition and defines concrete priorities. First, reducing the negative impact of transport on the environment and human health. Second, improving energy efficiency and reducing dependence on fossil fuels. And third, promoting intermodal transport and sustainable mobility solutions. In practice, what this mission translates into are three main directions of action. First of all, in the rail transport, we are investing heavily in projects along the key European transport corridors crossing Bulgaria, the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea, and the Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean. Second, the flagship sea-to-sea railway project linking the Thessaloniki-Kavala-Alexandroupoli with Burgas, Varna, and Ruse is a joint regional priority. Once completed, it will connect the Black Sea with the Mediterranean, strengthening interconnectivity and provide a low-carbon alternative for freight and passengers. Parallel to this, new tunnels, bridges, and modern station complexes are under construction along the busiest national routes. Second, for the ports and the shipping, Bulgaria is modernizing its ports, integrating them with road and rail networks, and deploying digital systems for traffic management and pollution reduction. Our Burgas port has already been awarded with a concession to a major investor, and we are planning in the spring of next year to announce also, by the end of this year actually, to announce also the concession competition for the other big Black Sea port that we have, Varna. In the air transportation, Sofia Airport Vasilevsky is now among the Europe's leading airports with level 4 transformation accreditation under the Airport Carbon Accreditation Program. It is worth mentioning here that it is also under concession to a major international investor. This places it alongside Istanbul, Zurich, and Paris as a pioneer in decarbonization thanks to innovative measures and a comprehensive carbon management plan. At the same time, Bulgaria is expanding the use of alternative and renewable fuels while also building the infrastructure for electric mobility. For example, we are now signing a joint project between the National Railroad Infrastructure Company with the electrical system operator of Bulgaria to place photovoltaic generation of electricity on all train stations and all parking places. In addition to that, we are placing in all train stations green batteries in order to contain and store the generated electricity, plus charging stations on each train station for which all the people and passengers could use while traveling with the train. Their car would be charged. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of the transport sector is at the crossroads of economic growth and environmental sustainability. For Bulgaria, the challenge and the opportunity at the same time lies in achieving both the strengthening of our role as a European transport hub while reducing emissions and safeguarding our environment. I firmly believe that only by working together through regional projects like the one that I already emphasized, Sea-to-Sea project, through common EU frameworks and financing, such as the TEN-T and the CEF, and through sharing best practices, we can succeed in building a truly sustainable, resilient, and future-proof transport system for our region. Thank you for your attention. I look forward for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Karadzov. This cooperation between Bulgaria and Greece becomes even stronger and more successful thanks to the presence of Commissioner Tzitzikostas, who is in charge of the transport portfolio and who has secured additional amounts for connecting Europe facility. So what is now important is
yes, indeed,
the two governments together with Romania as well, being the three countries on the vertical corridor, to have more PCI projects agreed jointly, and a PMI with Moldova and Ukraine to connect the sea to sea from Constanța through Moldova up to Odessa, which is the ideal scenario to which Minister Dimas and you have referred, as this vertical axis will be ideal if we manage to connect the Aegean with Odessa, this historic city where the Greek Revolution has started, and we have strong links. With them. And for me personally, being the ambassador of the EPLO to Bulgaria, I want to see the rail connection Thessaloniki, Sofia happening. I want to see the Struma motorway being completed, and I want to see up to 5 bridges over the Danube, because to connect this vertical corridor to Moldova and to Ukraine, we need the bridges. The Danube is the natural border. We need to overcome this natural border. So, Minister Dimas, I know that you have to leave. Probably you have a few more minutes to say a few words about the C2C project, which is extremely important for both countries, as it will connect all the ports, and it will enable access of us to the Black Sea and of Bulgaria to the Aegean, and then at the end up to Odessa, which is the ideal scenario to happen under a PMI.
The Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea corridor is a game changer, not only for Greece or for Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania. It's a game changer for the European Union, and we should take into consideration about the impact it will have especially in cargo products, but also for movement of people. And I would really like to note that trains don't only want to come full towards Central Europe, but of course we want to see how we can export our products to other international markets as well. So I think it will open new routes, new international routes, therefore giving a boost to the extraversity of European companies, and this for me is extremely important. What I do want to say though is linking our ports, our regional ports. So we are thinking now not only on a Greek basis, but on a regional basis, Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, linking our main ports together and having a rail network which is quick and safe will actually open new windows of opportunity in all sectors. And due to the fact that in the last years we have been seeing that all of this instability that we have in the international stage, of course, such connectivity in infrastructure is extremely important for defense purposes as well. And this is something that is acknowledged by the European Union, and that is why it is under the auspices of the European Union, and we are sure that it will proceed. Our next steps are signing a memorandum of understanding between the three countries, hopefully within 2025. So this is a very important project which we genuinely believe is not only mutually beneficial, but it will be a huge advantage for the European Union.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I would add that now that we have good results in Moldova, we need to take them on board as well and sign a memorandum of understanding with them as well, and with Ukraine to be able to take them on board and to design a PMI as concerns this part, which will connect to the PCI that we are developing.
That's why the intention is not only to limit it to the 3 countries, but also include, as you correctly said, Moldova and Ukraine, creating the Alexandroupolis-Odessa axis, which will be very impactful. So I will take the chance, because my great-grandfathers have origin from Odessa as well. So we are trying to link also our historical origins, but we're doing that for social and economic and defense purposes, which we value very much currently.
And I would like to inform you that the EPLO will open soon premises in Odessa. We have discussed with the mayor of Odessa. We haven't been able to go there because of the war, but hopefully soon we will go there, and we will have the pleasure to invite you to the inauguration of the EPLO premises in Odessa. If you need to go, feel free.
I have to excuse myself.
Yes.
I want to thank you very much and congratulate the EPLO, but also you personally, and sorry for leaving at such a short notice. Thank you very much.
We will now move to the dessert, or the push cafe, which sometimes is more attractive than the main course. In any case, I want once again to welcome Mrs. Dr. Georgia Likou from the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority. She's also the representative of the Civil Aviation Authority to ICAO. And she has come back recently from an important international ICAO event where issues such as sustainable aviation fuels have been discussed. We are very happy to have Mrs. Likou with us because the purpose of this panel is also to refer to green airports. How can we green airports in terms of infrastructure, but how can we green aviation too through new generation planes and, of course, sustainable aviation fuels. And I know that Professor Loizidou has a project on sustainable aviation fuels. I do believe that in Greece we have the potential to develop sustainable aviation fuels. And I was very happy the other day to fly to Brussels and to be told that the Aegean plane was using sustainable aviation fuels for this flight. It was a pleasant surprise, which shows that SAFs are already in our life, and the more we promote them, the better it is. The floor is yours to share with us some general ideas on the topics that we have referred to.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis, and thank you for the opportunity you gave me to express the ideas of, and the vision of Civil Aviation Authority of how greening aviation. I will start with the green infrastructures, the airports, and then I will also talk about aviation on the air, and be sure that every flight that you fly nowadays has 2% SAF all over Europe, because it is a mandate from Europe for all aircraft operators. But we will start with the ground.
So we have a 2% blending.
2% blending for
kerosene
start.
with the SAFs.
Yes, it's a good start. We have to start for something. Airports serve as a main hub of hosting aviation, being central to connecting people, cultures, businesses, and ideas across continents. As aviation and air traveling continues to rapidly grow after the COVID era, airports face increasing pressure to balance operational demands with sustainability and environmental protection. Today, airport stands on the frontier of sustainability transition that redefines not only how they operate, but how they contribute to the resilience and vitality of the communities they serve. The concept of a green airport, it's not only energy-efficient lighting, air conditioning redesign, or recycling initiatives. It speaks to a holistic transformation, an airport designed towards sustainable pathways, minimize carbon footprint, incorporated circular economy values, and operating with commitment to minimize environmental footprint overall. Many airports all over the world have launched ambitious net zero goals and roadmaps, including Athens International Airport and the 14 international airports managed by Fraport Greece. These airports are emerging environmental innovation in airport management, circular economy initiatives, biodiversity, climate adaptation, and resilience. And last but not least, the transition to sustainable aviation fuels, facilitating the use of SAF and other clean energies. So the airport of the future will not only be a gateway for travel, but a centralized, decentralized clean energy hub, generating, storing, and sharing renewable energy with the surrounding region. On the other side, I spoke for the positive and the future of airports, but we have to see the problems of the climate crisis. As climate change intensifies and their impact affect airports, airports must adapt to extreme weather events, rising temperatures, and evolving environmental conditions to ensure safe and efficient operations. Key climate risks, including flooding, thunderstorm, excessive lightning, strong winds, and all the other weather impacts, are a danger of the solidarity and robustness of airports, so airports can integrate resilience strategies into master planning to conduct climate risk assessment and identify vulnerabilities. And they need to collaborate with all stakeholders, including airlines, municipalities, emergency management agencies, and develop coordinated adaptation measures. Climate resilience infrastructure and advanced technology are enabling airports to drive progress in sustainability, ensuring long-term efficiency and environmental stewardship. To that point, let me say the role of HCAA in this airport and aviation development. In HCAA, an Environmental Protection Regulation and Oversight Department, which I'm leading nowadays, we are committed to environmental protection of aviation activities. We are responsible for regulation, certification, and supervision of civil aviation, with the aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, aircraft noise, and environmental footprint of airports. We supervise the implementation of aircraft operators within the EU ETS trading scene, the CORSIA implementation of ICAO, carbon offsetting reduction scheme for international aviation. We are supervising the implementation of RefuelEU. European Union has set very ambitious targets for until 2050 to use for the aircraft operators up to 70% fuel in their flights. So we started for SAF. We started with 2% and we're going to evolve until 70%. It's really aspirational. And a lot of forces have to be motivated and the fuel suppliers to work heavily to reach these targets in order to minimize the impact of a hard-to-decarbonize sector, which is aviation. And last but not least, I want to tell you that since I have recently returned from the ICAO assembly in Montreal, where 193 states are trying to conclude, to convene to the future of aviation for the next triennium, to be safe, secure, but also sustainable. A lot of new standards and recommended practices are being discussed and being decided there in order to ensure the sustainability of aviation along with safety and security. So new standards for making aviation, new aircraft 10% more fuel efficient, so 10% less emissions of CO2, better noise standards to make them more quiet to less impact on the societies around, not to mention the long-term aspirational goal of aviation of reducing, minimizing net carbon goals for year 2050. And this we have to develop all together, all the states, a methodology to account, to monitor, and to design our future for the decarbonization of aviation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Liku, for this holistic presentation covering the full range of the issues aviation is facing. I wanted to say that we are very happy that Mr. Christos Tsitouras, the governor of the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority, was leading this greening process and has had a very important footprint, which we hope will continue in the future. I wanted to say this in front of the minister, but we are online. We are on web stream, so the message will be conveyed to him. Indeed, your regulatory authority has done a lot, and we are very proud also for the memorandum of understanding that we have signed as EPLO with you. The point I wanted to make is that the footprint of aviation, especially the low cost and all these flights, if you see the map of the flights, it's really amazing the number of flights that you see on a global scale. And indeed, we have the EU ETS. I know that ICAO is now trying to have something equivalent for the other countries with the view to reduce the environmental, climate, and the energy footprint, which for the last one be achieved in part through new technology planes and through sustainable aviation fuels. And the goal to move from 2% to 70% is indeed a very ambitious one. But what does this require? That we will have sufficient SAFs. And here is the real challenge, because I know, Professor Loizidou, that we export to Italy waste oils, we export other, let's say, products which lead to the production of sustainable aviation fuels that we could produce here in Greece. Today I was making the point that with our waste, which need to be treated as secondary raw materials or secondary products, we can do a lot of things. It's not only to collect them and to export them, but we can use them and we can keep the added value within Greece, within the European Union, because today we had also a discussion that we are exporting outside the European Union plastic, and then it is re-imported within the European Union. So there is really a big challenge on the SAFs, because the market is growing, and AGN is a very important company to satisfy its needs. Even for the 2%, we will need more and more SAFs to be produced, and this is eligible in financial terms, because these are green investments which are covered by the taxonomy regulation, which refers to the circular economy and to the footprint of any project. The taxonomy regulation enables financing of green projects which need to be assessed in advance in terms of climate resilience, climate proofing. And I would like to say that the key challenge, you have referred to it, nowadays for our airports is not only to reduce their emissions, to make them carbon neutral to the extent possible, but to make them climate resilient. We saw what has happened at the airport of Dubai. Who could have imagined that Dubai, where there are droughts and there is water scarcity, would have had such a problem? The Venizelos, the Athens airport is more resilient because we have thought about floods, but still, you know, floods are really unpredictable, and the intensity of floods is extremely important. So resilience is extremely important, and then the carbon footprint. I know that the Venizelos airport now is in the process to build parkings, to use renewable energy sources, electrification. These are extremely important, in addition to reuse water from wastewater, but also from rain, and to make all the, let's say, the infrastructure even more resilient, because it is now expanding with a new terminal, and I do believe that this terminal where the climate proofing will be fully applied. Please react.
Yes, where to start? I will start for the opportunity of refueling EU aviation, that we have to build our own SAF in our countries. It doesn't make sense. Now we have 2%, but this 2% is being imported from other countries. It's a huge opportunity for fuel suppliers, for new enterprises to develop SAF in Greece. We have raw material that has been waste material, used cook oil, other forest residues that should be used to refuel aviation, to refuel maritime, to exploit the opportunities of producing SAF in every country. And that's what we saw in ICAO, in the assembly, that all the countries around the world, the African, the ASEAN, are expecting, under use of SAF and lower carbon fuels, to take opportunities, and not only for the standard fuel producers to make money. Everybody could have an opportunity to develop SAF, since this market is going to develop all over the world. One issue is this. The other, the resilience, how resilient are our airports, it's also very important, and I'm happy to say that Athens Airport is building, it's designing the expansion with a resilient design, with adaptation design for extreme events, but of course, how extreme they're going to be, nobody can predict. We saw the Daniel, for example, event, there are events, Barcelona, Dubai. Nobody can really predict how severe this weather's impact will be. But we are here to design, to improve, and to try to make as far as adaptable our airports to be standing to host aviation. But airports have to switch to another model, to be energy hubs. They can produce energy. They can produce e-fuels. They can, as long as they're greening the energy they use and the carbon footprint, a lot of opportunities are there for the development of green airports and resilient airports. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this optimistic message. I think it can happen. We have the capacity, you have the vision, and indeed this is the real challenge also for our economy to produce sustainable aviation fuels and to promote best practice. I know that the Sofia airport, SofConnect, is trying to become a green airport, probably a memorandum of understanding between the two airports, as our connections are so strong. We are brothers, sisters, cousins. Can be a good idea to exchange good practice among the two airports. I often say that the environment has no borders, and the pollution generated in Greece affects Bulgaria. The pollution generated in Bulgaria affects Greece. Therefore, our aim is to boost cooperation and to promote best practice. And this is also the purpose of this conference, how we can spread good practice in terms of infrastructure. There are also initiatives as regards the greening of ports, the port of Piraeus, the port of Thessaloniki, the port of Kavara, the port of Alexandroupolis, to reduce their environmental, climate and energy footprint. And I do believe that sharing best practice on all these issues is extremely important, as this best practice comes under the framework of the taxonomy regulation and can lead to eligible projects that can be co-financed not only under CEF Connecting Europe facility, but also under the structural funds. Let's hope that not only we will have more money for Connecting Europe facility, but that the next programming period will be equally substantial in terms of supporting the cohesion, economic, social, and territorial cohesion, which we all need. You want to have the final word?
Just I want to thank you for the opportunity, and also to thank our governor, Mr. Tsitsouras, for his 3 years aspirational leadership, where he helped us to proceed CAA, to promote environmental development, to do our inspectional role as a new established authority. So we try our best to be better and improve, because it is a continuous, improving, it's a continuous procedure. And we will try to make Mission Impossible, decarbonize aviation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to thank you very much, and please convey our best wishes to Governor Tsitsouras. Yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two options. Either have the presentation of Professor Moropoulou right now, if she's ready, or have a 5 minutes break. 5 minutes break. Okay. I understand, and I really apologize for that, that it was a very long day, and you can imagine how long it was for me. But let's have a real 5 minutes break, and then join again the room for the presentation of Professor Moropoulou. Thank you. I've already informed you. The next speaker is Professor Tonia Moropoulou from the National Technical University of Athens. She's also the Vice President of the Technical Chamber of Greece. And the theme that she will present is the presentation and acknowledgement of the Athens Declaration, culture-based climate actions. Ευλογών, she will explain that in a while. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear George. Distinguished attendees, dear organizer, it's a great pleasure to be with you here today to speak about the Athens Call, the Athens Declaration concerning cultural-based climate actions. Being honest, 40 years ago, struggling at the level of international organizations like OECD, UNESCO, UN, and later on European Union for the concept and the vision of sustainable development, we were trying to launch another conception of development which would prevent climate crisis. And we did launch the concept. But it is 40 years later, when the climate crisis is under portas, that this concept is being a necessity. And culture, as we proved at that time, 40 years ago, was in the heart of this new concept, because heritage and cultural assets, along with environmental assets, would comprise the ground of the implementation of sustainable planning. That means to exploit local resources in a way that you would be able to protect them. And this is actually the beginning of circular economy as well. In this line, what we decided last April at the Transdisciplinary Multispectral Modeling and Cooperation for the Sustainable Preservation of Cultural Heritage, an international conference which we organized after we delivered, rehabilitated the holy edicule of the Tomb of Christ in the Church of Resurrection, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. At this conference, promoting the pilot and innovative methodology we used for this rehabilitation, we are broadening the scope, and we are discussing as well for the role of cultural heritage in the heart of planning of sustainable development. And that is the reason that we decided, a unanimous decision with presentations of representing ICOMOS, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, Europa Nostra, the Organization of World Heritage Cities, and other very interesting and important international and European organizations. That is the reason that we touched the point. Could we go to address the challenges of climate crisis without the synergy of heritage and cultural-based actions? We could not, because this effort is becoming feasible only if we employ all the local forces, all the local assets, that means society, and the assets of culture, of environment, of architecture, of heritage. This is the vision of the triple transformation of our of our globe. That means the green, the digital, and the social. And at the end, I would add a fourth, which is the peaceful coexistence of all societies, of all nations, and of all interests on this globe. This call is trying to coordinate and converge our actions, and that's why it is a call compatible with your meeting, your conference today, to converge on demanding COPE as the community of the Committee of Parties of the UN to a joint work to put in the heart of COPE the culture-based climate actions. And that means to mobilize European Union, to mobilize nations, the Greek government, all the governments that, along with initiators like the Spanish government or the Jordan government, would appeal the international interest to call all together for a culture-based climate action. Culture-based is a local activated memorandum on sustainable development, but with universal scalability. It means we could implement locally what we are envisaging universally. And this is the only solution. And I would like to add one dimension, the dimension of peace. The recent Horizon call for heritage was referred to contested and dissonant heritage, aiming through dialogue among parties of conflict to rehabilitate not only the monuments, but to rehabilitate the perception of society about the monuments on a multilateral level. And in this direction, permit me to recall our unique experience of the rehabilitation of the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem, which became a feasible effort, a feasible venture after 200 years, when the three Christian leaders, the Greek Orthodox Patriarch, the Armenian Patriarch, and the Custos of the Holy Land, which were the Custos of the Tomb of Christ in Jerusalem, when they decided to go on with this project after 1 year of dialogue with the interdisciplinary team of the National Technical University of Athens, of which I had the honor to be the leader and the scientific responsible. So that was a scalable effort, because based on this Christian unity, we achieved the tolerance of Judaism, of Muslims, the coexistence of people and nations, not only in conflict, but in war in the Middle East. Israelis and Palestinians with Jordans and with all the surrounding nations were developing a peaceful, scenery for this project, which today, on the contrary, is now in war, fire, and extinction. If we are to discuss the Trump's 20 points for peace in Gaza, we will come to the 18th point, which is calling for an interfaith dialogue in order to restore nations in conflict and through them the coexistence of people in conflict and in war. In this direction, we have submitted, EPLO is within, and other European partners, the bridge proposal to Horizon, which is bringing together Albanians and Greeks on the northern Epirus, Israelis and Palestinians in replanning the Christian pilgrims' routes, is bringing together people from Ukraine and the European surroundings in order to restore their history and integrity, and of course, good practices from all around Europe. So permit me to say that if we are going today to sign among us through this Gaia conference the Athens call, which we declared last April, which was for a culture-based climate actions within the framework of sustainable development, I would add today, and within the framework of peace. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank very much Professor Moropoulou. The Holy Sepulchre owes to her a lot because she has initiated in this multi-religious and multicultural context the rehabilitation in the context of a very ambitious and very important project for humanity, for the Christianism, but also for the whole world, and we owe her a lot about that. There is a fantastic video that you can find on the YouTube, which we can share. It will be uploaded on the website of this conference. And as far as regards the climate-based, the culture-based climate action, this is an extremely important initiative because what is important is to mainstream culture in climate action. We have tried to do this in COP28. There are some references to this and to the Greek initiative at UN level that I have the pleasure to lead. It is an initiative which has started in 2019 under the auspices of the Secretary General of the UN on protecting cultural and natural heritage from climate impacts. The climate impacts affect all of us, our lives, our properties, but they also affect our heritage, our cultural heritage, our roots, our monuments. And when you see how extreme the weather phenomena are, you can imagine how strong the impacts on our cultural and natural heritage are in terms of flooding, in terms of wildfires and other extreme phenomena which affect also the coastal areas. And in that respect, we have already experienced the rise of the sea level, which has affected the archaeological site of Delos up to 1.5 meters. So a substantial part of the archaeological site is already underwater because of the rise of the sea level, which is due to the increase of the temperature of the Mediterranean and to the results of climate change. So I consider, with your approval, that the Athens Declaration on culture-based climate action is acknowledged by Circular Gaia. We will have a wording that will be provided to us by Professor Moropoulou, and this will be recorded in the conclusions of this meeting that I will share not only with the European institutions, but all the other key players, Union for the Mediterranean, Mediterranean Action Plan, Barcelona Convention, Greek and foreign ministers, with the view to share with them the findings and conclusions of this conference, which constitute best practice, together with the Athens Declaration, which will be part of them. I would like now to move to the next panel. This is again a panel I will have to not moderate, but it is a file chat, a bilateral, an interview, as you want, with Professor Haris Eyre. Professor Haris Eyre will connect from the USA. He is the executive director of the Brain Capital Alliance and professor at Rice University and at the University of Texas Medical Branch. He will speak about the brain economy. We have the economy, we have circular economy, we have social circular economy, and now you will discover the importance of the brain economy, a new concept which is not as new as we might think, being the brain economy. And without ado, I would like to welcome Professor Eyre and give him the floor for his first introductory remarks. The floor is yours, Professor. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, George. Just checking that all the audio visual is good. You can hear me over there?
Can you speak up? Is it clear to all of you? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, George, for the invitation to be here. Also, thank you to Faye, and I'm glad to be here also speaking on behalf of the Euro-Mediterranean Economist Association. I think Rim Ayadi is in the audience. I was delighted to be in Greece for the first time in my life earlier this year, and the highlight for me was the sites of Meteora, which were particularly wonderful. So I'm glad to be back here virtually. I want to talk about how the brain economy is a new lever to help drive the circular economy. I think we're in a moment in time in the context of the global economy. Many things are in flux, as the previous speaker mentioned. Global economics, global politics, global science, global sustainable development is also having challenges. As we saw last week at the United Nations General Assembly, finance and AI advances. And perhaps I'm acutely aware of the pieces that are in flux because I'm based in America, which perhaps you could say is the source of the changes for good or bad. But as a brain economy movement, as I represent, we need to prepare for what is next. And so I share with you today the brain economy, and I look forward to dialogue with you about how we can be more supportive of the circular economy movement. The brain economy was recently described in an article as the new thing. It was described as the idea that communities, societies, and countries contribute to economic growth and stability through their collective brain power. So the brain economy is about recognizing that our brains are the seat of our emotions, our mood, our motivation, our creativity. In the medical world, we normally just think of our brains as things that get diseases, things that develop autism or depression or Alzheimer's disease. But actually, our brains are the seat of brain capital or brain power. They're the seat of our brain health and our brain skills. Brain health is important for us across our lifespan, and brain skills are skills which are essential to allow us to survive and thrive in the modern economy. Brain skills are things like analytical thinking, creativity, resilience. I would argue that brain skills include green skills. And so brain capital is brain health and brain skills together. We think in this brain economy transition that the current economy is brain negative. It's brain unhealthy. There are too many things that are subverting our brain capital at the moment. Things like, ultra-processed foods, climate change, toxic internet exposures. And so we need to move from a brain negative position to a brain positive position. Therefore, the brain economy's real name is the brain positive economic transition. We need to move to a brain positive or brain healthy future. And in the article, they argued that this brain economy, this new thing, in the coming months, governments and companies are likely to hear much more about it. And that's because, significantly, that the World Economic Forum has established a Brain Economy Action Forum. And we will be launching a major brain economy report at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January. So that gives you a little sense of what the brain economy is. Brain economy, the term was first coined in Canada 15 years ago by the then Canadian ambassador to the United States, the former finance minister of Canada. And what we have done as a group of scholars in the last 5 years is built this out into a very robust economic transition. And Rime Adi in the room can talk to you more about it. She's there on the ground. So grounding terms I covered. Brain health is the health of the brain across the lifespan. It's the health relevant to mental health, relevant to neurological health. Brain capital, as I mentioned, is brain health and brain skills. And then this brain economy transition is the transition of increasing brain power, building brain capital for a resilient and thriving global economic system. We have identified, to boil it down, 5 levers to build brain capital. We talk about safeguarding brain health, which is about what are we doing in health systems to do better diagnosis, screening, prevention, treatment of disorders. Think about fostering brain skills. How do we engineer school, K-12 school, universities? How do we engineer workforces to allow people to develop the best brain skills that are most relevant? And how do we allow them to deploy those brain skills? We're interested in studying brain capital, so that gets into measurement of brain capital. And the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association has developed a global brain capital dashboard. We're also now thinking about an entire brain economy research strategy that is important, as global neuroscience is being changed significantly by the cuts to the NIH and the National Science Foundation in America. It means that there is an opportunity to strategically reset the way that we research the brain. Investing in brain capital is very important. We've started to develop brain lens investing as a strategy, investing in products and services for the brain, better diagnostic and treatment systems, brain-computer interface technologies like we're seeing in America and in Europe now. And then, of course, mobilizing for brain capital is about how do we coordinate this work. We want to coordinate with Africa and the Mediterranean and Europe and America and Latin America, and we are doing that. We have activities all around the world. So this is just more ways to break this down to help you to quickly wrap your minds around it. We need to recognize that there are big brain power challenges in society at the moment. Mental health and neurological challenges across the lifespan are costing the global economy $3.5 trillion a year in economic costs. That's healthcare costs and lost productivity costs. So this is a big, big issue, and it's rising at about 5% a year. This includes things, as I mentioned, like autism, dyslexia, depression, schizophrenia, Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, just to give you a sense of what kinds of conditions we're talking about. So major, major challenges to our brains. And you can think if this goes on for the next 10 to 20 years, we end up with, tens of trillions of dollars of costs. And this is when we already think about productivity challenges and economic growth challenges, this is just going to continue to compound and confound those things. And so one of the things that we didn't see in Mario Draghi's competitiveness report for Europe was mention of brain capital and the brain economy. So I think that is an opportunity for us also to insert into the competitiveness agenda in Europe. So we all need to think about ourselves on this continuum of brain power, the things that are working for us in green that are positive, the things that are not working so well in orange. We're all on this continuum, or we have family on this continuum, friends on this continuum, or constituents on this continuum. So you can see as we start to develop the brain economy narrative and think about brain capital, it allows you to imagine new policy opportunities, new investment opportunities. It's a completely new lens upon which to view life and the work that we do. And of course, for the circular economy to drive, we need people that are motivated, enthusiastic, creative, energetic, and that all comes from their brains. So again, the brain economy and brain power is essential to driving the circular economy. So I think that there are 5 key areas for action as we talk about how the brain economy can support the circular economy. We think about a research strategy, investing, policy frameworks. I think we need to consider AI agents for building brain capital, particularly green brain capital, and then global coordination and coherence. So on the research strategy side, we're very interested in understanding the environmental determinants of brain capital. So what about the environment is actually positive for brain capital? Exposure to nature is positive for brain capital. Exposure to green space and blue space. Exposure, of course, to healthy food and water is important. But then, of course, there are the negative sides. Climate change is very detrimental to our brain capital. Microplastics are everywhere on the planet now, from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Microplastics are found inside of our brains. Air pollution accelerates Alzheimer's disease. So pioneering what we've done is pioneered the environmental determinants of brain capital, and we've written a number of papers, and we again have been working with the Euro-Mediterranean Economists Association to advance this into the COP agenda, and look forward to continuing to work with you all on that. We have a number of papers that have been published. Another one here I'll mention is the Exposome, looking at the environmental exposures across 40 countries, 160,000 people. It's a massive study led by our colleague Agustin Ibanez. It demonstrates that air pollution accelerates brain aging, democratic instability accelerates brain aging, and gender inequality accelerates brain aging for women. And then on the right, I mentioned the Global Brain Capital Dashboard, which is the first time that we've been able to measure brain capital at a country-by-country level, and we continue to develop that into an index so that we can rank countries by countries and then ultimately try to drive competition among countries. And so we also have developed understandings about how brain power can drive One Health. One Health is, there's One Health for humans, animals, and the planet. And again, very linked to the circular economy. We've coined the term green brain capital. Green brain capital is brain capital where we have ecological intelligence, we have green skills, we have creativity. We now have a PhD student at the American University of Cairo who is undertaking the formalization of green brain capital and a Delphi process to refine and mature the definition of green brain capital. And we again hope that that construct can be useful for the circular economy as well. Now I want to mention brain lens investing. Every time we invest $1 on the planet, whether we're investing in schools or forestry or energy or health systems, we should be thinking about what is that dollar doing for the human brain? Is that dollar brain positive or brain negative? Is investing in social media companies brain negative or brain positive? So we need to channel investment on the planet from sovereign funds, from governments, from public pension funds, these massive capital pools. We need to channel them into brain positive investments because our brains are obviously extremely important. Perhaps the most important assets on the planet are nature and brains. And so we are embarking upon the development of brain lens investing as an investment megatrend in collaboration with groups like the European Investment Bank Institute and other private companies and philanthropies. And we look forward to sharing more about that in Davos in January. And we've developed this, we've linked it up to the World Economic Forum Brain Economy Action Forum, and we launched the Brain Lens Investing last week at the UN General Assembly in a side meeting, but of course it's going to mature over time. Policy development is very important. We're delighted to say that we have our first place-based manifestation of a brain economy transition in Houston, Texas. That's great, as Houston's a big economy, the 4th largest economy in the United States. So we're driving this brain economy transition there. Houston's the right place to do it because it has previously executed an energy transition initiative. Texas has gone from the biggest petrochemical developer to now the biggest renewable and clean energy developer and outputter in the United States. So it's been through an energy transition. We can now go through a brain transition. We're also interested in working with G7 mechanisms. We had an event in Canada earlier this year where we broke down the brain economy transition into the engagement groups of business, civil, labor, science, think tank women, et cetera, just to know that we're being comprehensive and we're focused on making the brain economy transition stick and doing it in a methodical way. We're also interested in sector-specific engagement, engaging with the energy sector in crisis context with UNDP. On the top right, you can see we're having multilateral engagement, working across Africa. We have a brain health task force working with the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. Brain capital, brain economy also made it into a European Parliament Committee on Public Health budget document for the first time in history. And we're also thinking about region-specific activity in the Nordics, activities in Spain. Rimeati can talk about the Spanish brain economy plan that we're developing. I think AI agents are an opportunity for us, so we're actively exploring projects in this area. Imagine an agent coach that can help you with your brain capital, help you to think about ways of getting better brain health, exercising, healthy diet, going to the doctor, and brain skills. How can agents help you to make sure that you keep your analytical, critical thinking? You know, don't get lazy and outsource everything to ChatGPT. Make sure that you use ChatGPT as a co-pilot. And then I think there's an interesting idea that agents could help us with developing green skills, developing ecological intelligence. Could there be an agent for my infant girl that helps her to become an eco-aware citizen and engage in the circular economy? These are all opportunities I think that we should ponder. And then finally, to say that global coordination of the brain economy is important. We've just executed a global coordination strategy with McKinsey, the Milken Institute, and High Lantern Group. So we are going to soon formalize a Brain Economy Institute globally. We have this Brain Economy Action Forum at WEF. So encourage, we want to see you in Davos. If you're going to be there, let us know. Also want to have other meetings. Rimeati's in the room there with you today. We'd like to discuss this and collaborate. So finally, imagine a green brain economy. Imagine where we design cities not just for net zero carbon, but for net positive brains. Imagine where we don't just help companies to reduce waste, but we help companies to increase workforce resilience and workforce green skills. And imagine where policymakers not only track GDP and circularity, but they also track brain capital indices. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. And George, I look forward to our chat now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haris, for this exciting and innovative, for most of us, presentation. I have 4 questions, but I would like us to be as short as possible. The 2 of them are connected. My first question is, with the wind which is currently blowing in the United States of America, are you optimistic that the brain economy can be promoted? This is my first question. And the second question, which is connected to this one, we find out that there is currently, in different quarters of our planet, a loss of the so-called common sense. Is this a brain capital failure which is due to, let's say, one health consideration, or it is a phenomenon which is due to the challenges that our planet has been facing, and in particular to the results of the pandemics, because indeed the coronavirus has changed our lives a lot. And probably I will ask you the 2 other questions so you can reply globally. The other question is, are you optimistic that artificial intelligence can fill the gap of the brain failure? I hope not. I do hope not. And then the last question, probably 2 more questions. How can we promote, you have referred to this, brain capital and brain economy learning at schools? This is very important because young people from the early ages need to be initiated to this new concept. And the last question, probably it's too much, but I would like to ask you to reply in a nutshell. How we can apply brain economy in concrete terms as regards circular economy initiatives. For example, waste management, water scarcity, desalination, renewable energy sources. Sorry for asking all the questions globally. You can reply to as many of them as you like, but I would like you to reply to the 2 first of them in particular. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, wonderful. These are brilliant questions, and you're putting me through my paces. On the U.S. side, let me say something positive, that I think that we can work on the sub-national scale. Texas actually has approved a $3 billion Dementia Prevention Research Institute of Texas through the House and the Senate, endorsed by the Lieutenant Governor of Texas. And so that will go to a referendum vote in Texas in November. So that's a big deal. That's an example of movement in a Republican state, but it's big. And then also on the Californian side, just last week at the UN General Assembly activities that we held, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, challenged us to give him a state-level brain economy report for California. So whilst the White House is perhaps an interesting place, which itself is in flux and hard to know exactly where we're going with them, on the sub-national scale in America, we're making great strides. So that's my answer to the first question. On the topic of common sense, people, the world is very challenging. I think people humans do not like change, and there is so much rapid change going on right now. We need to try to help people to stay calm and have temperance in the current times. I will say that I think that we should not underestimate how much cognitive warfare is playing into people's sense of disillusionment and stress. Cognitive warfare is this construct that NATO has advanced, but it's essentially disinformation being inserted into our information environment by bad actors, you know, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. I think that a lot of the American media system is being influenced by cognitive warfare or the intentional insertion of disinformation into the information environment. So I think we really need to think about that, and how do we build people's awareness about, you know, mis and disinformation? How do we build people's algorithm literacy so that they understand these things, and how algorithms are now exponentially increasing the amount of bad information that bad actors can insert into our information environment. But then we also need to recognize that a lot of bad information is emanating from the United States itself, domestically. So it's tough. You know, how do we help people when they're getting most of their information from the internet? How do we help them to navigate what's real and what is not real? And I think it comes down to algorithm literacy. And so I think so then to your point about artificial intelligence, I do worry that artificial intelligence has the risk of subverting our brains, of making us less analytically sharp, less critical thinking. We can offload our memory to AI. We can offload big decisions. That's a huge risk, George. And so I think that, again, I have a 2-year-old daughter. I think about with her, how do I make her algorithm literate? How do I make her understand what algorithms are, how they're built, how they work well, how you can co-pilot with them, how they can make you more productive, but then also how they can be biased, how they can reduce your analytical thinking, how they can impact your memory. This kind of algorithm literacy is really important so that citizens are aware of these things and can use them to the best of their ability and not be damaged by them. On the topic of schools and the brain economy, we are very passionate about working with superintendents and school teachers to infuse more brain literacy into education. And so we just last week at the United Nations General Assembly, we had a 7-year-old child, Sean Letford, who was reading a book that he had written with his mum about his beautiful brain. So empowering actually children into the brain economy movement is one strategy that we have. We also had last week another book launched from a school teacher that is a storybook that explains to kids more about their brain and distills down brain science for kids. So working from K through to 12, we're interested in engaging with all of the important actors, from the students themselves to the teachers to the superintendents, to infuse brain economy constructs into the education system. And then my last point about how we're engaging to support the circular economy, we're very supportive of the workers' brain health, of energy companies that are driving the renewable energy or the clean energy transition. We recognize that a lot of those workers are working out in the field in harsh environments. A lot of those workers actually have a predisponderance to mental health challenges, suicidal challenges, and also learning disorders. And so we have a whole host of projects which is about how do you support energy workers out in the field to be brain healthier, have the right brain skills, and how do we support them with mental health and physical health and suicide prevention programs. I think if we can support the workers of the energy transition, that's one concrete way that the brain economy transition is helping in the circular economy.
Great. Okay. Harris, I know that you have a lot to share with us, but time is running and we are already ahead of our time schedule. I would like to thank you for this presentation. Your PowerPoint will be shared with all of us, as there were a lot of details that need to be studied. we are grateful to you, and we do believe that we will have the opportunity in future meetings to deepen more into what the brain economy is and how it contributes to promoting a circular economy and, in general, the well-being of the population of this planet, with a view to the well-being of the next generations that we have to protect under the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for being with us. It was great. We are grateful to you. We will keep in touch, and we wish you all the best.
Wonderful. Thank you, George, and have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the last part of our program, which is the awards ceremony. There will be awards. I would like to invite Malena, who will be presenting the awardees, and invite Professor Floraitis to join me on the panel. We need one more armchair. In a while, Minister Theodorikakos will join us, and he will be also giving awards. But meanwhile, we will start with the awards ceremony, as he will be coming at 7 o'clock sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony is about to begin. We have the pleasure of inviting to the podium Professor Floraitis, Director of the EPLO, and Mr. George Kremlis. We would also like to inform you that Mr. Theodorikakos, Minister of Development of Greece, will be joining us during the course of the ceremony, as professional obligations have prevented him from being here at the very start. Therefore, pending the arrival of the Minister, we would start the ceremony. The first award will be given by the Director of the EPLO, Professor Floraitis, to the Ambassador at Large, Mrs. Katerina Panagopoulou, for her outstanding services in the cultural and social sphere, among others as Ambassadors of Greece to the Council of Europe for Sport, Tolerance and Fair Play, and as President of the well-known NGO Kalipatira.
Καταρχήν θέλω να σας συγχαρώ για αυτό το καταπληκτικό συνέδριο της κυκλικής οικονομίας και για τις κλιματικές αλλαγές, το Ινστιτούτο σας. Είναι μια πρωτοβουλία που μας φέρνει όλους κοντά σε μια κοινή προσπάθεια, γιατί είναι πλέον ευθύνη να αφήσουμε ένα καλύτερο κόσμο στα παιδιά μας, για το μέλλον που έρχεται. Έχω συμβάλει από ένα άλλο σημείο και πιθανόν να βρούμε και κοινούς χώρους συνεργασίας, γιατί έχω δημιουργήσει το Διεθνές Κέντρο Επιστημών και Ελληνικών Αξιών με ένα πολύ μεγάλο συνέδριο το 2018 στο Πανεπιστήμιο Πατρών, όπου μέσα από το Πανεπιστήμιο Πατρών φέραμε 220 καθηγητές από όλο τον κόσμο, 7 νομπελίστες για τις κλιματικές αλλαγές στον πλανήτη. Αυτό είναι το δεύτερο μας συνέδριο, οπότε θα χαρούμε πάρα πολύ να είμαστε στη διάθεσή σας, αν μπορούμε να βοηθήσουμε.
Να το επαναλάβουμε με τον Ευρωπαϊκό Οργανισμό. Έχουμε νέες ευκαιρίες, λοιπόν.
Είναι όλοι οι καθηγητές του Πανεπιστήμιου Πατρών και διάσημοι άνθρωποι από όλο τον κόσμο.
Τιμή μας, Κατερίνα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
The next award will be given by Professor Floraitis to Ms. Christina Vraka, Financial Supervisor of SEGE, Greek Association of Women Entrepreneurs. The next award will be given by Professor Floraitis to the Greek company Waste Cloud for its best practice in creating a new digital waste management paradigm to eliminate illegal waste disposal. The next award will be given by Professor Floraitis to Mr. Konstantinos Chronis, the mentor of our Young Champions robotics team, which has developed pioneering and internationally awarded initiatives, and who is training youngsters to initiate them in the circular economy.
Να πω εγώ δύο λόγια. Πρόκειται για έναν εξαιρετικό μέντορα, ο οποίος εμπνέει τα παιδιά που βλέπετε εδώ και όχι μόνο αυτά, και πολύ περισσότερα. Sorry, I need to speak in English. So, he's a great mentor who has been inspiring not only the children that you see here, but a lot of others. And the result was that the Greek team, which is an international team, has won a lot of international competitions on robotics, of youth robotics, and this is thanks to you and to the mentoring, as this is the new AI generation with brain capital that we need to support. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Good luck to your future careers.
Well, if I may intervene in this discussion, please do not forget to bring the children also to the European Public Law Organization to be exposed to an international environment. Of course, it's not AI, but we'll do our best. Thank you.
The next award will be given by George Kremlis, Director of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute of the EPLO, to Indorama Ventures for their worldwide contribution in plastics recycling in the benefit of circular economy. Receiving the award, Mr. Ermis Panagiotopoulos, Head of Sustainability Advocacy for Europe, Middle East and Africa.
I don't need to say a lot about Hermes because he was one of the most brilliant panelists today, and he has defended brightly his ideas. You want to say one word?
No, the only thing I need to say is that it was a fantastic symposium today, and because I'm very long time out of Greece, I'm very happy to be back sometimes, not many unfortunately, and see how good the circular economy movement it is in Greece. Because circular economy, and I'm not going to take a lot of time, because if you leave me, I will, Circular economy is something that Greece needs from every perspective. The only thing we have in Greece, I think, and we need to push it, is tourism. And on tourism, we need to keep all the valuable resources like PET bottles into the loop and not to end up in the sea. So that's why I'm very happy that Prime Minister Mitsotakis has pushed a lot this idea of DRS, of Systema Geodosias in Greek, to collect everything, because it's very important not to leave things in the nature or in the environment. Keep this valuable resource because it's a resource, not waste. Thank you.
Just to say that Hermes is a citizen of the world par excellence. He's the sustainability manager of a company owned by an Indian based in Thailand. And he's promoting circular economy in Europe, among others, because his focus is how we can promote circular economy. We are grateful to you. Thank you, and
Thank you very
please
much.
continue your important path.
The next award will be given by George Kremlis to the Greek company Anakem for their major contribution to the collection and recycling of construction and demolition waste.
The president of Anakem, Mr. Dimitriadis, was one of our panelists. He has connected online. Anakem is the most performant Greek company on construction and demolition waste, and we are very proud of their performances, as construction and demolition waste are a big problem, and the target of the European Union is to recycle 70%. Which seems to be difficult, but in practice, Anakem has a very high percentage of recycling rate that President Dimitriadis has shared with us.
The next award will be given by George Kremlis to the Bulgarian entities VVT Engineering and Solar Academy for their major contribution in promoting solar energy and advancing the energy transition in Bulgaria.
They will be with us tomorrow. We will not send it to them. They will be with us tomorrow at the EPLO premises, and we will have the opportunity to give it to them in person. Thank you.
The next award will be given by George Kremlis to Gaia Wines for their quality and sustainable production practices.
It is a real pleasure to have the owner of Gaia Wines, Mr. Leon Karatsalos, with us. It is one of the finest Greek wineries. We are proud of it. And I would like, with your permission, to give you the floor to say a few words. Mr. Karatsalos has provided us with some bottles of Gaia that we will have the opportunity to share afterwards during the cocktail.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me that you gave me the chance to support the Symposium with which we share the same name. So at the end of our mind, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's something we promote anyway, not only with the ways we do the wine, but we promote the Greek word yeah in the global market where we take place. And this is something that most people don't know, that the yeah means Mother Earth. And the yeah Symposium has the main meaning similar with our name. Thank you very much. Enjoy the wines you have for the rest.
The next award will be given by George Kremlis to Tough Coffee for the new coffee culture they are developing and the promotion of high-quality coffee under sustainable practices.
I am sure that you have all tasted this great coffee outside, which was offered generously to us by TAF. I don't know if you want to say 2 words. Yes.
Στα ελληνικά. Ευχαριστώ για την βράβευση και συγχαρητήρια για την εκδήλωση. Ο καφές είναι προϊόν γης και οπότε είναι άμεσα επηρεασμένο από όλα αυτά που συζητήσατε και την κυκλική οικονομία. Εμείς σαν εταιρεία φροντίζουμε να είμαστε κοντά και στους παραγωγούς και στους καταναλωτές. Ο καφές έρχεται από πολύ μακρινά μέρη και καταναλώνεται εξίσου μακριά από την παραγωγή. Φροντίζουμε να ανακυκλώνουμε τα πάντα περί του καφέ μέχρι και τα υποπροϊόντα του, οπότε συμβάλλουμε και εμείς όσο μπορούμε σε αυτό το καινούριο κόνσεπτ της κυκλικής οικονομίας. Ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Να είστε καλά. I am told that the minister is on his way to Zappeion. He will be here in 2 or 3 minutes. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Flogaitis to say a few words about our EPLO plans, our EPLO expansion, while we are waiting for Minister Theodorikakos to come for the big package of the awards that will be given by him.
Well, thank you very much, George, for giving me this opportunity. But I would start by saying how great it is to see friends from earlier times of our lives, to be full of achievements in life, to be with us here today. Oh, the minister came. So anyway, I wanted to welcome you very much for being here and participating in our today's ceremony. Minister.
Glad to welcome Minister Theodorikakos, Minister of Development of Greece. The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the Greek company Enerth, a member of the Energean Group, for developing the Prinos CO2, the first carbon capture storage in the southeastern Mediterranean. The project mitigates climate change as it will annually store around 25% of the CO2 emitted by Greece's heavy industries. The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to Motor Oil for their important initiatives on green transition, RES and hydrogen corridor initiatives, as well as their ESG practices. Receiving the award, Ms. Athousaki, Chief Sustainability Officer.
I'm going to speak in English. Thank you very much. It is an honor to
be able to get this award. Motor Oil is actually extremely into circular economy, as you probably know. We think that circular economy goes hand in hand with energy transition. Circular economy is one of our major strategic pillars. It's extremely important for our sustainability strategy, and we have heavily invested in waste management and feedstock, on alternative fuels. So thank you so much, and we're very honored to have this award. Thank you.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the green company Combat for its initiative, best practice and contribution to batteries separate collection and recycling. Receiving the award, Dr. Boudouvas, Managing Director of the company.
Thank you very much from all of us in Combat. We are working in order to bring together the policy makers, the market and the consumers, and find the best solution for the management of battery waste. Thank you very much again.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the international company Baker & Tilly for its high-level expertise and contribution to the promotion of circular economy. Receiving the award, Mr. Klitu, Chief Executive Officer of Baker & Tilly Southeast Europe, and Ioanna Zula, Chief Operating Officer.
I would like to thank the organizer for this award. Greatly appreciated. It's an acknowledgement of what has been recognition of the efforts of our people all over Southeast Europe, and certainly this award will encourage us to try even harder in the contribution in this lovely, fantastic effort that is, you organized today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to Aegean Airlines, the largest Greek air carrier, recognized as best regional airline in Europe for the 11th consecutive year, holding in the overall world's best regional airline section the excellent second place position. The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to Piraeus Bank for its best practice in green banking and ESG.
Thank you. This award is a great honor for Piraeus and a great commitment to carry on supporting circular economy and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to Net Company, a member of the prominent IT Intrasoft Group, a well-known international group for its contribution to the digital economy and responsible digitalization. The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the Macedonian Thrace Brewery SA for their outstanding quality products, the beer Vergina, and the authentic and sustainable tea Touvounou. Receiving the award, Mr. Villius.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. It's better to talk about beer and tea, preferably about beer. It all makes us much more happy and sustainable. Being in Thrace, Macedonian Thrace Brewery actually is a company that really plays an important role in an area which is geopolitically very important. We have created and we follow the principles of circular economy since the day we were born, 30 years before. From 2006, we are the first that actually implemented contract farming with Agro 2.1 and 2.2, very sustainable protocols, teaching the farmers to implement sustainable ways of farming. We are the first who actually persuaded the people there, and we're talking about a Muslim community which is it's thriving there, and we are cooperating with them very sustainably to forget about tobacco and to invest in Greek mountain tea Sideritis. And we created Tuvunu, which is an amazing case study. I recently was in Dubai and I presented the ready-made drink that we have created, which is Greek mountain tea Sideritis, and they told me this is the national drink of Greece. So we have an amazing opportunity to create all these synergies together. We have an amazing opportunities to thrive as a Greek company, and Greek industry is thriving despite all the challenges that we face. And we're here with synergies to go a step further and create even more creative and sustainable outcomes. Thank you very much.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the insurance company Interamerican for the high-quality insurance services they provide to their customers under ESG patterns. Receiving the award, Mr. Tsolakidis, Senior Underwriter of Environmental Liability and Renewable Energy.
This is a special award indeed for Interamerican, as it is coming from the par excellence policy body which sets up the pace for the next decades here in Greece and also in the region. So thank you very much on behalf of Interamerican. We strive for over 55 years now to make people's lives better and safer, and of course, living in a sustainable environment. Thank you so much for the invitation and for this award.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the company Fresco, owned by a Bulgarian investor, for its high quality and diverse juices produced in Greece from Greek fruits and ingredients. The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the Greek company Hitos SA for their high-quality bottled water, Zagori, and refreshments, and their significant contribution to the separate collection and recycling of waste packaging.
On behalf of Hitos SA, a Greek company on the way to sustainability constantly, thank you very much.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the Green Transition Forum and its founder, Mrs. Monika Stanisheva, for its outstanding contribution to the energy and climate transition and the well-deserved role it has gained as an institution in this area.
The three of us, please. The three of us.
I'm truly inspired by this award, and I want to thank my dearest friend, George Kremlis. I want to thank the European Public Law Organization and Circular Gaia Symposium, and also I want to say that it is an honor for me that this award was handed by Minister Theodorikakos. Green Transition Forum, as Circular Gaia Symposium, is a platform for discussions, platform for dialogues, and what we do, we are trying to build cooperation, we are trying to build better future, and I'm very honored that our efforts are recognized by this prestigious forum. Thank you so much.
The next award will be given by Minister Theodorikakos to the Bulgarian Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Industry and its president, Mr. Savas Karafilidis, for their substantial contribution in the development of the cooperation between Bulgaria.
Thank you very much, the EPLO, and especially Mr. Kremlis. Thanks a lot to our minister, Mr. Theodorikakos. The Bulgarian Hellenic Chamber will continue to increase and to raise the opportunities and the economical relations between the two countries. The last 10 months, we separate with many organizations. We show G2G meetings, B2B meetings. We will keeping on, we're going on. We have 3 months at the end of 2025, and we have a year with a euro in Bulgaria in 2026, and we will keeping on in many forums and many meetings the other year, and we will keeping strong the relationships between the two countries of Balkanian region. Thank you very much for everything.
Finally, the last but not least award will be given jointly by Professor Flogaitis and George Kremlis to the young composer who has won the contest for the soundtrack, which will become the music theme of Circular Gaia. The online voting process has recognized Emmanuel de Vergis as the winner with the Waltz of the Wind.
What you have heard is the musical theme composed by him, and he's the winner. And this will be the theme of all the circular Gaia in the future.
The award ceremony has now ended. We would like to thank the Minister, Professor Flogaitis, and George Kremlis, congratulate and thank the awardees, some of them being also sponsors of Circular Gaia, and invite you all to the cocktail reception, which is now open.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's my honor, my pleasure. Thanks for the participation in this great event. Allow me to welcome the ex-Prime Minister of Bulgaria, Mr. Stanisev, a very good friend of Greece and of our friendship between the two countries. Allow me to say just 2 words in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι, το Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης υποστηρίζει ένθερμα τον Ευρωπαϊκό Οργανισμό Δημοσίου Δικαίου, κύριε Φλογαΐτη, κύριε Πρόεδρε, αγαπημένε μας καθηγητή, και τις δράσεις που αναπτύσσει το Ινστιτούτο Green Gaia. Και ο λόγος που το κάνουμε, είναι ότι ως Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης πιστεύουμε ότι η βασική μας αποστολή είναι η συμβολή σε ένα νέο παραγωγικό πρότυπο για την Ελλάδα και συστατικό στοιχείο αυτού του παραγωγικού προτύπου είναι η πράσινη μετάβαση, κρίσιμο χαρακτηριστικό που χωρίς αυτό δεν μπορεί πλέον να είναι βιώσιμη μια σύγχρονη και ανταγωνιστική οικονομία, και τμήμα αυτής χωρίς καμία αμφιβολία είναι η κυκλική οικονομία, η οποία προστατεύει και το περιβάλλον και τους ανθρώπους, αλλά δημιουργεί και ισχυρά πεδία νέων οικονομικών δραστηριοτήτων και σημαντικές θέσεις εργασίας. Και επειδή κάνετε μια εξαιρετική δουλειά, το Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης υποστηρίζει αυτή την μεθοδική δουλειά που κάνετε, και αυτό το νόημα έχει η σημερινή μου παρουσία σε αυτή την εκδήλωση, δίπλα σε άξιους εκπροσώπους πολύ σημαντικών εταιριών που βραβεύτηκαν πριν από λίγο και οι οποίες πρωταγωνιστούν σε πολλούς τομείς της οικονομίας μας. Και ταυτόχρονα με την παρουσία μου εδώ, καθώς είναι εδώ και ο πρώην Πρωθυπουργός της Βουλγαρίας, θέλω να πω ότι η Ελλάδα ήταν, είναι και θα παραμείνει ένας ισχυρός πόλος σταθερότητας στην περιοχή, και σε καιρούς πολύ μεγάλης αβεβαιότητας η φιλία και η συνεργασία ανάμεσα σε όλες τις βαλκανικές χώρες είναι ένας κρίσιμος παράγοντας για τη σταθερότητα στην ευρύτερη περιοχή και για την ειρήνη στην Ευρώπη και σε όλο τον κόσμο, κάτι που δυστυχώς είναι πλέον ζητούμενο, διότι έχουμε περάσει 4 χρόνια με 2 πολέμους στη γειτονιά μας, 2 πολέμους που σκοτώνουν εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες ανθρώπους, και αυτό δεν μπορεί να γίνει ανεκτό από κανέναν πολιτισμένο άνθρωπο στον πλανήτη. Και πάλι σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τη δυνατότητα που μου δώσατε και καλή επιτυχία στο έργο που κάνετε. Ευχαριστώ.
Θα ήθελα εκ μέρους του Ινστιτούτου Κυκλικής Οικονομίας και Κλίματος και του Circular Gaia να ευχαριστήσω τον Υπουργό για την τιμή που μας έκανε να είναι μαζί μας. Έχει αναλάβει πολύ σημαντικές πρωτοβουλίες στο πλαίσιο και του Αναπτυξιακού Νόμου και του Modernization Fund για να στηρίξει την κυκλική οικονομία και πρωτοστατεί σε θέματα συνεργασίας και μεταφοράς καλών πρακτικών από το Υπουργείο του προς το αντίστοιχα βουλγαρικά Υπουργεία. I will speak in English now. I was referring to what the Minister is doing to promote cooperation with Bulgaria and all the important initiatives that he has undertaken in the context of the Greek Development Law, which is the pioneering law that we want to share with Bulgaria, and the Modernization Fund to support the industry. As this is now the closing session of the first day in this important monument, I would like to thank also Professor Flogaitis and the EPLO, to thank all the speakers, to congratulate the awardees for the well-deserved awards, to thank the sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible to organize this event today and tomorrow, and to thank the small team that has supported us, starting from Faye Selimi, the Deputy Director of the Circular Economy and Climate Institute, Lina, Malena, Elena, Zoe, and Alessia. This is the dream team. We will see you tomorrow at the EPLO premises. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. The cocktail is waiting for you with Gaia wines, with Tuvunu, and other nice offerings.